Welcome to the A.N.D Tournament Series Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showcase. Today is the final day of competition. A $200 tournament reaches its pinnacle. 4 teams remain. Only one can call themselves champion. It's been a long battle, Jade, but we've come to our final day. This is where everything comes down to its final games.
Absolutely. We went first day, went through group stage where people had the upper and lower bracket of group A and group B, where then people got seeded into a kind of miniature Swiss stage, 3-round Swiss stage, and then after that, that's how people got grouped into this just playoff bracket for today. So kind of whittling teams down from I think top 16 to then top 8 to then top 4.
Yes, and
If I'm
here's
not
our
mistaken.
top 4 of today. 135 Esports taking on A.N.D Esports. That will be on Riskii stream. In fact, Riskii will be joining us later tonight, the lower finals and the grand finals. But for us here, you and me, Jade, we got this match. NIRV Esports Star Nation Blackout. It's a best of 7 all matches today. Our best of 7, including tactical timeouts. But both these teams, you want to be able to advance that upper finals. Only the top 2 teams get a piece of that prize pool. For how both these teams have done, they played yesterday, and NIRV won in a game 5, but today it's a much longer match, and there's much more on the line. Anything can change.
Absolutely. I watched a little bit of yesterday's matches, and from the looks of it, Star Nation wasn't really looking themselves. NIRV seemed to be doing pretty good, but Star Nation wasn't really. I could have seen a little bit more out of them. Star Nation Blackout is I just didn't really see the connection between the players, maybe as I saw it in day one. So we'll have to see if maybe they talk through some things. As I've seen in chat, apparently they're playing a little bit better today, and as you told me, they're playing being playing better today. And we'll have to see how NIRV responds with that because they have Saturn feeds and Sunrise, and I've casted a lot of Saturn and feeds, and I know both of those players can be pretty threatening on the pitch.
Yeah, but I think the main thing today is it's not going to be about those last days. NIRV had a struggle in day 1. They made it through in the upper bracket in their group, but it was no easy run for them. I mean, they had to take wins over Team Evo and Team Ignition. So, again, for them, it is no easy run just to get to this point. You mentioned again, Star Nation struggling in 2. They did lose to NIRV 3 games to 2 in the upper round, but as you said, today is a new day. Today is where we know both these teams can take this match. Question is, whose day is it going to be today? Who's going to show up? Because, everybody wants to take on 125 Esports. They have not lost yet in this event. With the number 1 overall seed, Star Nation comes in as the 2nd seed, NIRV is the 6th seed. But every team wants to be up at that top level. Every team wants to be there. It's just, who's going to get that chance? Because at this point, for both these teams, we know they both have it in them. It's just that they've had off days and good days. Today has to be one of those good days.
Absolutely. And like you mentioned, that 100x35 team looming over everyone, kind of, no matter what team you are or what position you're in, you're always going to kind of be seen as the underdogs when facing against this 100x35 team because Jay and Blaz are a very, very scary combination. Both of those players are around GC2, GC3. I think Jay at one point was on 100x35 RLCS team and they made to I think one match away from making day 3. So having to face against that terrifying team, it's got to be a little bit nerve wracking, but also kind of exciting to maybe be that underdog that can take down such a scary organization.
Yeah, Star Nation, they've always been wanting that match against 135. They, only from the very beginning, they wanted to take on this team. They are the 2nd seed in this tournament. Never had their chance. They missed on it yesterday, but again, this team, they want it. They want that chance to take on RX-35. They want to be that team to beat them. Because, honestly, I mean, these players, Zane Star and Legend, they both have been teammates before. They were on Star Nation Blackout in the Legends Cup when they made top 8. So, and that was just the 22nd seed. And this is when I went to the 2nd seed. Now they need to live up to those expectations. But NIRV, they're the underdogs in this matchup. The 6th seed coming into this event. And you mentioned Saturn and Feeds have been a deadly combination. With Sunrise as well, all of those players team outs on Exploding Cat GIF back in the ATS Apex Cup, a team that just missed out on the wild card. So, they themselves want to be able to prove that, prove NIRV strong, because NIRV trying to also come back from that Legends Cup. They got 2nd place with their top team NIRV techniques. So, NIRV still trying to win an event here, an ATS level event. Star Nation trying to do it as well. But as you said, again, so many teams just want to keep up, catch up to NX35, and with them playing against A.N.D Esports, very likely NX35 will win that matchup. They've already beaten A.N.D once before. For us, we're really more interested on who's going to lose this match because that's the team we're going to be following. We're going to go to that lower semifinals, that lower bracket. Whoever loses this match now has to win 4 straight to win the whole tournament, which is no easy feat.
Absolutely. I mean, it's no easy feat to even, do it from either side, but only having one life in the entire tournament, after going down first round, that's got to be extremely nerve-wracking because that's a lot of Rocket League to play. Um, it like having to do those best of sevens through the quarterfinals, through the semifinals, through the finals, and then also you finally make it to that grand finals, and then you're not even guaranteed to win in just one series. You have to play a minimum of 2 series in the grand finals to be able to move on and win that. So, just because you win the first match in the grand finals best of seven, then there's the bracket reset where you have to win another best of seven, which, let's say it ends up in game seven, you win in game seven overtime, and you end up tired, but that team on the other end is just firing up. That can just completely, flip on its head, and then all that hard work you played so hard to achieve, kind of just goes out the window.
Yeah, but I mean, even so, reminder, whoever wins in that upper finals also gets a 1 hour break. They don't have to play for an hour. They get to wait and watch the lower finals. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why you want to be in that upper bracket. A lot of reasons both these teams want to be here. The problem is, the last time they played, they went to Game 5. It really is anybody's match to take. Both these teams are good enough to do so. Star Nation, I would say, are not coming in technically as the favorites. I would consider them favorites in this matchup if they played like they did in day one. And, well, we need to see that. They've been more inconsistent this tournament. NIRV has been very consistent and proving themselves as a team that, again, had the upset Team Evo in day one and has since then never looked back. Star Nation has been inconsistent. They need to prove that they aren't going to slow down. And they aren't going to play like they did on day two, because if they do, NIRV have definitely the capacity to improve and to take them down, but one thing that will help these teams here, Jade, tactical timeouts are in play, and these teams know about it, and I have a feeling these teams are going to want to utilize it in any case they can, because simply put, in a match, in a double elimination bracket like this, every loss matters, and if you can find a way to shut down momentum and try to reset a series, you might as well use it.
Absolutely. There have been it's just that key moment of when in the series do you think that you should implement a timeout, because the standard rule that you see across tournaments is most teams will stop will take a timeout after they go down 2 games. Now that's not always possible depending on how you're doing in the series. If you go up 2 and then someone wins 2 back, then sometimes there's a timeout. It's kind of one of those, like, when you usually lose 2 is when you take that timeout. Some teams wait till they've lost 3 games and they're on, double, triple, or even quadruple match point, then they take that timeout to try and slow the momentum right at the end. It's always about when do you think that you have the most effectiveness of resetting a series and slowing down that your opposition.
Yeah, and those tactical timeouts, we've seen them in ATS utilized a lot in those single elimination brackets. Again, this is double elimination, so these teams do have an extra life, but again, as you said, teams don't want to lose that early. Someone's got to, though, in a match like this, and with it being a rematch, these players do know each other quite well. Just have to wait and see how they're going to act as we have Star Nation Blackout joining us in the lobby. Again, it's Zanestar and Earliest Legend. NIRV, very likely it's going to be Saturn and Feeds joining us. That has been the duo that they've been using this entire event, but realistically, knowing these players, they have all of them available today, by the way, for NIRV. They have all 3 players. Realistically, we just need to wait and see how they're going to play here. As yet, I'm excited to see how this match is going to go, because there's some very, very good rosters. Reminder, though, on our bracket, if you take a look at it, one last time while we wait for these players to join us, other upper matchup, X35 Esports, A.N.D Esports. It is on Riskii stream, Riskii-RL, Riskii RL on Twitch. He'll be streaming that and the upper finals. So, if you guys want to see that, you can. But again, we'll be going through lower bracket, all the way through grands, and again, it's going to be quite a day. It's going to be a long day of Rocket League. These teams know it. I mean, we all know it. But it's going to be a good one. And reminder, with the prize pool being a $200 prize pool only for the top 2 teams, everybody is willing to play that amount of time. It's all going to come down to consistency on the day.
Absolutely. And, you mentioned those those three players that are available: Saturn, Feeds,
and Sunrise.
yeah, Sunrise. And you have to wonder if they end up using their not sub but their third player, when if they go 2 or 3 games up in the series pretty confidently, and then they make it like Saturn and Sunrise. Because I've seen, and I think the last 2 tournaments that I casted before I went on the super long hiatus, where when a team used their timeout, or not their timeout, their sub, when when they were feeling very cocky in the series, that's when they ended up getting reverse swept. That happened twice in I think 2 weeks, which was absolutely crazy because they end up, losing 1 or 2 games, but then the entire momentum has shifted. And so then that team that now is like, okay, we can win a game, starts gaining momentum and starts winning games. And then before you know it, you've lost a series because you're like, oh, we don't need to take this as seriously. But I mean, so far it seems out this series, but we'll have to see if that changes.
Yeah, as you said, again, it's going to be a massive series here. Just some incredible teams. You mentioned as well the rematch itself also just coming to fruition. That these teams already playing each other before, as I've mentioned. As you mentioned, just like incredible competition. Before we get into this match, both these teams are saying that they are ready. Before we go, is there any last things you want to say here, Jade? Any last things you want to say? Anything we should focus on in this match? You know a lot about NIRV. I mentioned a lot about Star Nation. I mentioned a lot about Legend himself being that player that really is the one that needs to be consistent. NIRV, is there someone that you think has to match Legend?
I think it has to be Feeds, aka Hunter, because I used to watch him back, I think about a year and a half ago, during a league called Rocket League Underground, and when he was on that, he was in the top league, and he was like double resetting and like doing all kinds of crazy mechanics. So I think when it comes to the battle of attrition on offense, it's going to be Feeds and Legend facing off against each other, and then Saturn and Zanestar just trying to play that best third or best second man as possible.
Well, you mentioned as well those players being the ones in the backfield, but you mentioned as well, and it is Saturn and Feeds joining us here. So NIRV bringing their starting roster, and so is Star Nation Blackout with Zane and Legend. Welcome to day 3 of the tournament. $200 up for grabs. The federative competition, only 4 teams remain. Only one will continue their run through the upper bracket. NIRV Esports on the blue, Star Nation Blackout on the orange, and tonight starts the best of 7s in our 2v2 tournament. NIRV and Star Nation, last time they met yesterday, it was for qualification in upper round 2, and high round 2, really. NIRV winning on Champions Field. Now they face off again. Will they turn tables, or will things stay consistent? NIRV already off to a great start with Saturn, as Star Nation caught in and overcommits, and already we're seeing some of these same mistakes as yesterday from Star Nation. The nerves, they can't let it get to them here.
Absolutely. NIRV Esports started out very heavily on that offense. They were putting on shots, they were trying to put on passes. 1 or 2 of them almost went in if they were just a little bit stronger. But then Star Nation just went completely full out on offense. Legend tried to get that pass middle off sidewall to Zane, and it just got blocked out and kind of chipped away into their net off of a redirect because Zane was, like you mentioned, just a little bit too far pushed up, a little bit too eager for that pass. But here we see Feeds on offense again. Legend having to block out that shot, time to work it around this corner, get it out, but Saturn's not letting it go. And Zane here to try and clear ball downfield. Feeds trying to control, but gets cut up by Legend. Legend going to try and wrap this around, get around the last defender. Zane has to put on the shot, and he does. Zane is going to be the equalizer.
He may have overcommitted before, but he'll make amends here as Legend. There is no way Zane misses that net. A beautiful 1v2. And you've already mentioned it. Legend's gonna be that X factor for Star Nation Blackout. If anyone is to step up on this day of competition, it has to be him.
Yes. Now, here we go, off a kickoff. Legend going to try and get a little bit of her read, but now it's going to be Feeds on offense, getting cut out by Zane. Trying to continue possession of the ball, trying to restrict Legend and Zane from getting too much possession, because both of those players can be deadly on the ball when they want to be. Legend a little bit more dangerous as he goes up into the air, gets met by Saturn. Zane going to be a big boom down clear onto the back wall where Feeds will try and just pop it. keep possession away from these players. Try and get back to him. Gets beat by Zane. Saturn, awkward, has to make a touch on the back wall. Able to do so. Force at corner, but feeds. Low boost. Legend also low boost, but feeds got that boost. Able to try and boom it downfield, but Zane there to cut it out. Both of these teams kind of just trying to play boomer ball a little bit between each other. No real great touches coming out from either of these teams as Zane misses a crucial ball on the back wall, but Saturn waits patiently. Saturn chooses his shot and pinpoint accuracy gets the goal.
One mistake, that's all it takes here, and look at this from Saturn, little hesitation to get Legend off the ball. NIRV Esports, Saturn has been by far the most patient right now. Out of all 4 players on this field, he's been waiting back a lot more. He's been playing more on the defense. He's been sitting and letting the plays come to him. And simply put, he's forcing Star Nation to overcommit on themselves. As now feeds, flick this one off the crossbar as it's saved by Zane Star and Star Nation Blackout. Having to play a lot of 1v1, and both these NIRV players have definitely chosen their gameplay wisely so far, as that ability to just run things on their own, to trust each other, it's definitely here, but as an overcommit, Zane Star, 12 boost, has Legend waiting! And it's tied at 2! Star Nation Blackout with the equalizer!
Yeah, I can already see so far in this series, unless something completely changes in these later games, it really feels like this is going to be a battle of who scores last. Because who's going to score in overtime? Who's going to score that goal with 10 seconds left? Because it seems like one team scores, and then one team has to play follow-up, and it's going to be Feeds on NIRV who's going to regain their lead for a 3rd time in this first game. And we'll have to see, can Star Nation find a 3rd response to this absolute onslaught of NIRV offense?
NIRV, gotta love what we're seeing there from them. They came today, and a lot of what I was asking about him is not even about how Feeds would play, but how Saturn would play, as that player in the backfield, it's so easy to fall under pressure, but Star Nation, blocked by Feeds as he sat on the goal line. Legend, looking for the pinpoint shot, can't get through Saturn. Zane Star, Star Nation looking to try to create these 2v1, just seeing oftentimes they're waiting for that first challenge, waiting for NIRV to send someone upfield, and then go 2v1, play aggressive. It's a Star Nation playstyle one that might have to require a lot of patience, but they have time, they have that solo ability, as long as NIRV continue to have to challenge early, which they're going to have to if they want to keep Star Nation Blackout out of offense. Then Star Nation Blackout will get these 2v1 chances, as they will here. Legend as Zane Star looking for the bump, could not catch on it. And NIRV will go the other way with Feeds. He's got space, then it's wide open. Zane Star not going to get faked there. NIRV chasing back is Feeds, and they'll slow this play down a little bit, but not for long. Zane Star gets a piece. The net is open. If Saturn wants it, Feeds will call himself. And NIRV at this point, playing Boomer Ball with themselves, just wasting out time. Legend unable to collect. That touch from Feeds won't do much for them there, as Zane Star cuts it away, and Star Nation Blackout need an outplay, need offense. They can't find the field. Feeds looking for the flip reset, gets around Legend, but can't get over Zane Star. And Star Nation looking for the turnaround. This could be it. The backfield's open. Legend has it. That one's saved by Feeds, and NIRV Esports will take it the other way as 1 minute remains.
Yeah, it was so close. I think, again, it was just a little bit too much of that antsiness between Zay and Legend, but they might score here, but no, backflip coming out from Legend, maybe sensing the cutoff from, oh, wait, hold on, Feeds. Oh, okay, I was like, wait, is he going to score this absolute crazy goal? But Legend maybe just sensing that challenge from Feeds, didn't want to, make an unfavorable 50, but either way, backflip, so that shot gets cut out, but backboard, awkward defense, no one there from Star Nation to shoot that one home, and no, Feeds backboard with Saturn. Saturn just needs to make a connect, not able to do so, but they still have the 1-goal lead with 20 seconds left. Now, aerial 50-50, no one gets a hand on the ball, and Saturn's just going to try and boom the ball away, try and keep possession away, and it seems like Legend does the same thing, maybe trying to hit up a teammate, but ends up finding no one instead. Now Zane tries to go coast to coast, gets cut out by Saturn, and as time ticks down, NIRV Esports will take game number 1.
NIRV, what a start for them. As you mentioned, dear Jade, it's going to be back and forth. Every single game is going to look like this. It's shut down. As game 1 came to a close, we didn't see nearly as much offensive pressure, but what we did see a lot of from both these teams was that ability to respond and attack. It just felt like Star Nation lost that attack at the end of that game. They lost that true connection, but with what we're seeing from these players already, we know for a fact, Jade, that this is going to continue. These teams are not going to slow down. This kind of action can only go one way, and it's going to go even further into the offensive direction, even further into aggression, and honestly, I want to see a lot more of it. I want to see more goals. I want to see more of what we saw in Game 1.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. Feeds, I definitely saw was a little bit shaky on offense. He was definitely like jerking a little bit back and forth. Oh, Zane's not jerking back and forth, though, as he almost air dribbled that cleanly into the net, and Saturn having to make a save off the follow-up shot. And now on the counter-attack, Zane going to get it around one player. Feeds needs to make a save, gets the double away from the defender, but gets bumped. It's going to be a little bit awkward as he just picked up the boost, but both defenders in awkward positions. Can Zane put this on target? Yes, but Feeds is there off the crossbar or off the post, be able to make the save. It's kind of just a little bit of awkwardness between all these teams, and Saturn with a bump on Legend that equalized into the save. That was kind of crazy. Don't know if that was a potentially threatening play there, but if it was, then that was just a little bit unfortunate if you're a NIRV Esports fan. But now Saturn, zero boost, trying to wrap it around over to middle. Zane having to maybe play best defense as possible, play it safe. Now Legend on the attack, has to get it around Feeds. Can he do so? He bodies him through. Zane just has to put the shot on target, and Zane will score gold.
And you mentioned as well, Legend setting us up, just goes right through Feeds. If he can't get the shot on him, he might as well just push him out of the way, set up Zane Star. And the Star Nation Blackout side showing much better team coordination as well. It's something that these teams both have in them. It's something that all the teams today have in them, is that coordination. And as long as you can follow up your teammates, there will be no issues. Legend with his second assist, Zane Star with his second goal.
Absolutely beautiful coming out from Zane Star. A little bit of an awkward kickoff from Saturn. Not really characteristic of, when I cast him back on Astrolab Pink, but, maybe he's just a little bit nervous and trying to play safe kickoffs. Doesn't want to get, dunked on the kickoff, but now it's Feed versus Legend. Feed, a little bit of an awkward touch there, so no real threatening shot. Has to try and cut this out from Legend, but it's still awkward. Saturn with the touch, able to get it somewhat out of harm's way. And now ball received onto Feed. He goes for the air dribble reset dunk and is able to score at home. Feeds showing why he's so dangerous in the air and why you have to put up a hand quicker than that.
Yeah, you mentioned as well, Feeds had so many options there. You mentioned the flip reset, you mentioned the dribble, you mentioned the dunk. He had all three of those options in his arsenal. Went for the last one, and it paid off perfectly. Star Nation back in the lead as just a great outplay from Feeds. But they're going to need to see more of this here from NIRV Esports because one goal for Feeds will be great. They're still down by one, and Star Nation have no intentions of giving that away as Legend. Oh, what a dribble! Trying to find that top corner. Zane Star's follow-up. That's going to roll off the back wall. NIRV Esports will have the clear as Feeds again. Has to get chased down. Off the ceiling. Still has this one. Zane Star collects, and Zane Star will see this one out as NIRV. Unable to get on the 50. Unable to get much on this one, but you're seeing a lot of what Saturn's doing, just trying to feed Feeds, trying to give him the chance, and that was it there, an open net miss, and Feeds will want that play back.
Yeah, as now he has to try and recuperate, keep offense, keep possession with zero boost, and it just gives free possession over to Zane Star. It's a little bit awkward, and Legend is going to steal that boost away from Feeds, so now it's even more awkward, but that last touch keeps it away from Zane Star. A breath of fresh air for NIRV Esports right now, as they still need that one goal. Half the game remaining, but it is not looking like an easy feat right now with how Legend and Zane are playing, as Zane pumps Feeds up and away from that ball, which is going to let them go on the offensive attack. Now Feeds with the ball, no boost to really push the ball in any threatening position, and now 50 from Legend on Saturn. It's an open net. Legend absolutely bodying all of NIRV Esports in game 2.
And again, it's the calmness. So often Saturn has shown that he's got the ability to play calm. Legend shows he's got the exact same capabilities. Patiently waiting for the 50s. Patiently waiting for those challenges. And it's Star Nation Blackout who have insurance with 2 minutes to go. And NIRV Esports had so much offense last game. It's gone away this game, though. Star Nation have picked up that pacing, have picked up the pressure. And now they're looking to run away with this one.
Now Zane, big boom and clear to the backboard. Saturn doesn't really jump for it. Kind of does a little bit of fake jump, and now Legend trying to go for the double. Zane has to try and finish the shot. Doesn't go in, but honestly, it doesn't matter, except now Feeds has a free open net, and Feeds is going to restrict the goal differential just to 1 with 88 seconds remaining. We'll see, can they get that last goal and bring back this game?
Star really needed to put that shot on target. I mean, simply put, NIRV recognized if his shot's not on target, if it bounced off that back wall, they've got that counterattack all to their own. And Star Nation, I mean, we mentioned so much about the pressure being on them, but it really truly is on both these teams. NIRV themselves have felt that same amount of pressure. They're in the top 4. They know they're part of the best of this tournament. But there's still so many matches away before being able to claim your reward. And, you know, with both these teams having played, this is their 3rd day of competition. You don't want to leave with nothing, but again, only 2 teams will be able to be part of that prize pool, be able to claim part of that $200 event, and there's no easy thing to do here to, you know, be able to sacrifice yourself to get to that, but you still need to win at least 2 matches to be able to get there, and with it being double elimination, with it being as tough as it is, losing your life here, nothing you want to see if you're either side. It's been close before. This is really kind of a show match for both these teams, in that they both have to show that they are what they say they are. They do deserve to be at that upper finals. They do deserve to make a top 3 appearance, because it is no easy thing to do, because both these teams are prepared for today, and you're getting the sense that both these teams have improved for today as we head into the final 30 seconds, and Star Nation holding that 1 goal lead still. NIRV need to push up, need to get offense, but look at this from Star Nation. It's defensive, it's passive, they're just letting the offense come to them, and how often NIRV are clearing the ball. Star Nation just has to play calm, just has to play patient as game 2 nearing its end. Zanestar, not a great pinch. Legend's waiting, but he doesn't have boost. Shots on, saved away. One more chance comes. Feeds, drop down, shot. Zanestar keeps it out. And Star Nation, Blackout, even the series at 1. Jade, this match looks like it go to game 7, and we're only partway through.
Game 2 going over to Star Nation. Series equalized, looking like a completely different Star Nation from last game. I mean, they just seem so much more composed. They seem a lot more themselves and a lot more offensively heavy. They did have a couple mistakes. Both sides had a couple mistakes, but I mean, Star Nation just had an absolute onslaught of really hard to save shots, and they were boost starving the crap out of NIRV Esports. And you can see on their sheet that these had 5 saves, and Saturn also had a lot of saves in 3. I mean, 8 saves together as a team. That is a lot of saves for a 3-2 game. It was very much Star Nation putting on an onslaught of attacks, and NIRV Esports just not really able to put away the shots that they needed to, or defend the shots that they needed to.
As you mentioned as well, it was one of those things where these offenses are getting shut down. You know, for the first time, we're not seeing just the offenses do whatever they want to do. It really is going to be the question of, you know, can these offenses keep doing what they're trying to do here? Because with how this match has gone, it really is up to anyone to be able to take this one. Those defenses are prepared. The offenses have to show that they're ready as well. As we move into game 3, and in any best of 5 that we've seen earlier, this would be match point, but at this point, it's just another game in this series. We're still very far away from deciding our winner.
Absolutely. As now, Fees trying to put on an early shot, and Legends being able to save that one after the car change, going from the Fennec over to the Octane, and Siren trying to get that ball middle. Zane on the counter attack, has to get past Fees, not able to do so, but demos him in the process, and now Legend going for the double tap. Tight angle, not able to slot it home, but baits out both defenders, giving an easy net for Zane to shoot into.
Legend. I mean, everybody's been looking at him this game to be the one to step up. And whenever he doesn't make a play, it always feels weird for Star Nation, because he's so consistent. But in that play, you had to think that maybe Zanestar called him off on that. Told him, hey, I've got this one. Both defenders are looking at you. And it's just great communication from Star Nation Blackout. Zanestar, who, you know, has that Orgoner. He is that team captain. Really proving it there with just a really good mentality and a really good field awareness, but won't have good field awareness there. Legend pushed up too high, and the game is tied already.
It does not matter what you do, what kind of passing play you do, because Feeds will just do a solo play back. It does not matter what kind of tricks you think you have in your book. Feast will just find a way to do it himself and equalize the game. We are not even a minute into game number 3, and we might already have another goal, as that has to be saved by Feeds off the goal line, able to do so, but it was a very awkward ball, very slow floater in, and luckily for Feeds and for NIRV Esports, he was able to make that save last second, but that's an open net, not able to be slotted home by Zanestar, so Feeds able to bang that ball downfield, and now Legend, awkward, no boost. Feeds gets it around him, fakes one defender, has 0 boost himself, but can't shoot it home. And now it's going to be Legends back on the attack. Can they get it through? No. Feeds able to make the save. Feeds has been absolutely clinical this series on defense. It seems like Saturn's just been trying to, you know, make some of the smaller saves and just try and shoot home what's possible. But it seems like Feeds has been the one making the clinical plays, been the one making the absolute crazy saves. So we'll have to see, can Saturn step up? Or is it just going to be the Feeds show, as that's going to be a banger pass downfield to Zane, who had low boost all the way on the blue net, but still scores from it.
And again, you see these teams, they overcommit, they're playing aggressive. They're not happy that the last game was so low scoring. They want more goals, they want more offense. Both these teams are trying to, you know, sort out, trying to beat each other on offense, but, I mean, you've already seen the issue with that in twos. Overcommits will happen when you try to go that way, and so it's so tough to have that balance. Both these teams were happy to see it earlier, but now that they want to have the better offense, they're going to start to take more risks. They're going to start to push up higher, and really, Jade, that only has one major, option. That's going to be, these teams are going to take more unnecessary risks, more risks in general, and at some point, those risks aren't going to pay off, but this one will! Saturn stayed right in front of that net, and NIRV Esports gifted the tie game as Legend forced off by Feeds.
Saturn, absolutely clinical shot off the pass from Feeds. If that one did not go in, that was going to be very dangerous, very threatening because of their boost counts. So now, we'll have to see, can they hold on to this tied game, and can they extend it into a lead, take this game for themselves, as Feeds has to try and sneak that one home. Not able to do so. Saturn also not able to connect on the follow-up shot. So that's going to be a, wait, maybe open net? Okay, open net for Zanestar. From my POV, it looked like it might have bounced off of post, but either way, there was probably a player there and waiting for that. That was almost dead center of the net, and just like the last two other goals, Star Nation had an open net, and they scored it.
NIRV, they may want these overcommits, they may want to push up high, but they have to be a little bit more careful doing that. They're just taking far too many risks when they're sending everybody upfield, and, you know, for Feeds, he wants to be that aggressor. He has been an aggressor for most of this tournament. The fact of the matter is, at this point, Saturn's the one who's doing it, but oh my goodness, what a block from Saturn. Feeds is going to take an open at his side, and really, that isn't an overcommit. That's just a perfect challenge from Saturn that nobody was ready for.
Yeah, I mean, great job from Saturn. I was going to say, you know, the NIRV Esports playstyle really isn't working because Saturn he's playing so offensively and so close up to Feeds, but does not have the speed or the coordination to be able to get back in time, or really even the spacing and thought behind where he's positioned upfield. But I mean, there you go. He got the perfect defensive block, so he was able to score. Oh, but it doesn't matter because Legend is just better, and the Rocket League gods are shining down on him with this Golden Phoenix.
Oh, a dunk there. It was not a very good touch in the first place from Saturn trying to go to the back corner, but hey, Legend will take every goal he can get, any way he can get them. Oh, silly looking dunk there as a bad touch from Saturn, and Star Nation once again leading. It has been back and forth. NIRV have not been able to take a lead as Zanestar whiffs on that, nearly an open net for Feeds. Back the other way as he'll pre-flip into this one, just looking to get that ball out as Star Nation back with it again. Zanestar looking for the back wall, double tap there for himself, but Feeds will be there first. Faked on Legend was Saturn, and he will have to leave the play here as Feeds not able to get past that midfield. Zanestar with another dunk. Saturn whiffed on this one. Zanestar unable to get past that last defender as Legend shot saved away by Feeds as Zanestar around and is wide open. Nobody back for NIRV, and Star Nation Blackout finally take a 2-goal lead.
This is one of the most frustrating things that my teammates will do in rank. They'll see that they have no boost and be like, all right, I guess even though the ball is even at the halfway line yet and we don't have possession, I'm going to try and find boost no matter where that might be, all the way in freaking Narnia. And that's kind of what Saturn did. He was really hoping that Feeds was able to push his way through onto offense, and he just wasn't. It was kind of an unnecessary risk, as you stated earlier, these teams taking these unnecessary risks, and they got punished for it. And now Star Nation have a 2-goal lead once again. I think they had another 2-goal lead last game that only got restricted to 1. But we'll have to see, can they hold on or even extend this 2-goal lead, as Legend, trying to pass that one middle for Zane, does not go in with 2 defenders back. But with 45 seconds remaining, it is looking bleaker and bleaker for NIRV Esports in Game 3.
They've got to find offense here. It's been Saturn who's been leading in the offensive side, but he won't be a leader on defense. Star with his 5th of the game. The team captain for Star Nation Blackout stepping up here in Game 3. With a scoreline being a 3-goal difference at this point, Star Nation Blackout, they've turned this whole series around.
And we will see, can they continue this into the rest of the games? They have, at the end of this game, they will have 2 out of the 4 required wins. So can they continue this type of offense and still keep good defense for 2 more games, for 2 more wins? Or will they encounter Feeds as he tries to get the double to maybe find a cool way to end this somewhat uncharacteristic game number 3? But Zane trying to get the Doomsy, get the 7th goal, and that is going to be Zane putting ice on Game 3.
And that should do it. 6 goals for Zane Star on 6 shots. You talk about a player that needed to step up. We never mentioned Zane Star. Obviously, we probably should have, because this is his time to step up. Zane Star has completely unlocked a new version of himself. As another shot and another goal. Zane Star can't miss. It's like the Midas touch. Every single time he touches the ball, it goes in the back of the net.
12 boost, no problem. Gets it past 2 defenders and net, including Sar and Feeds. And that is going to be a beautiful 7th goal for Zane Star. Like you said, he just cannot miss in this game. And this is going to be, honestly, quite an embarrassing game number 3 for NIRV Esports. They need to find a way to have a response and need to find a way to come back into this series.
As you mentioned, they've got that minute in between games. They are also calling that tactical timeout, so no surprises here. 2 games, losing that game so badly, they want to take an extra minute here. Jade, if any of you don't know, if any of you have just joined on, tactical timeouts are available today, meaning they now have a full 2 minutes in between these games. So our first one called of the day, but with how close the series is, Jade, we may see another one.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Again, after this tactical timeout, does Star Nation have the ability to continue this offense, or is it going to be just like Game 1 all over again, where both teams are going to be kind of equalized on offense, and it's just going to be who executes the best offense, or the least worst defense? So yeah, we'll have to see, can Star Nation keep up that momentum, or will this tactical timeout completely reset them? Because if it does, that will be the reset that NIRV desperately need, because they are not looking like their day 2 selves right now.
They haven't. They didn't look like it perfectly. You could definitely tell Star Nation has picked things up. After day 1, they needed this turnaround, and now they've found it. All they need to do is keep themselves going here. As you mentioned, the upper semifinals on the other side of the bracket, I know we got Riskii 5 and A.N.D. Esports. I know that match itself also quite competitive, as it's going into its, I believe, its 3rd game here. So that match itself could also go either direction, which is quite entertaining to see. But now NIRV Esports, again, you said, call the timeout, have that extra minute. They're going to use it as best as they can, and well, they better use this wisely. They only get 1 per series. So once it's over, Jade. They can't call it again. They have to play from then on.
Yeah, and we'll have to see, if this, how this series goes, if they're going to maybe regret calling that timeout, because, I know they're not on match point right now, and it's kind of debatable. Like I was saying earlier in this series, when is that perfect time to join, or to execute that timeout? Sorry, I'm like trying to formulate words. It's been a while. I'm a little rusty on the casting booth, but when's that perfect time to call that timeout? Was this the right time? Will Star Nation be able to keep up their deadly offense, or will NIRV Esports be able to turn it around in Game 4?
As you said as well. Here's Game 4. It should be the reset that they wanted! Oh, but what a start for Legend! Off the kickoff, wasted no time and getting that in. For NIRV Esports, right off the timeout they called. That is a greeting wish from Star Nation Blackout.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see from a player like Legend. You take a tactical timeout hoping to reset their offense and reset your defense, and then he just pulls out a flip reset fake on you. That is not what you want to see. That is honestly your worst nightmare if Legend is becoming more awakened after that timeout, as they are putting on even more shots. Saturn, 0 boost, trying to go the length of the field, meets Zane, can't get it past him, but Feeds going to try and maybe find some kind of angle, but doesn't really go anywhere. As Legend, 0 boost, awkward, Zane has to clear that ball out of harm's way, able to do so, but Feeds there, looming, tries to put a shot somewhat on target. Zane going to collect that ball and now has to try and continue with, as almost got dunked by Saturn. And it seems like Feed and Saturn, they're looming right now. They're kind of trying to test out the defense. They're trying to see what kind of shots, what kind of passes they can put on, and Feeds has to try and find the double, but gets squishy saved by Legend. But Legend misses the ball and can't get the counter attack started, so now it's going to be offense all over again for NIRV Esports.
And there, look down the field. Legend's waiting, but so is Feeds. NIRV back the other way. Really hoping that timeout slowed things down, brought them the offense they've want. They have come into this game with renewed confidence in themselves, but they've got to be able to execute on that confidence. And right now, Legend not looking to let them do that. Saved away. Follow-up shots. Zane Star gets past both. Star Nation double their lead to 2.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward coming out from Saturn. He dived for that ball like there was no tomorrow. And maybe if there's just a little bit more patience, he would have been able to get to that ball. But I do understand it's kind of a nerve-wracking situation to be in. I mean, you have Zane, who has just had that Midas touch. And then after that first goal from Legend, you're like, oh my goodness, they are 99% likely to score this shot right now with how awkward my teammate is. So 2 goals in favor of Star Nation. Can they keep it up, or will NIRV Esports respond back? If they are planning to, they have to do it quickly, because last time they waited this long to be able to get a response and a goal, it did not end pretty for them.
Especially after that tactical timeout, now's the time they've got to be able to get those wins. Match point on the line as well. If Star Nation Blackout can take this game. Feeds, has it, high flick, gets over both, and Saturn has nothing but nets. What a start for Feeds. A flick to the crossbar, it's entirely planned, and it worked to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a beautiful flick coming out from Feeds and baited out both defenders. Kind of took a page out of Star Nation's book, baiting out both defenders, letting second man wait patiently behind the first one and then just shoot it when it's an open net. But Zane, trying to get that 2-goal lead back, isn't able to do so, gets blocked out by Feeds, and ball goes slightly over Legend's head, so now he has to try and take it back to his corner, work it around, gets it past 2 defenders, has 0 boost now though, going to try and pass it middle for Zane. Can he receive it? He can. Can he dunk it down? Yes he can! Midas Man is back!
Zane Star can't miss, and Star Nation Blackout have a new weapon on offense. Welcome to the game. Welcome to the tournament, Zane Star. He's been here every single day, but I have never seen a player want a game and want a championship more than Zane Star does now.
As here we go, maybe a 3rd goal lead. And Zane obviously going to be the one who scores off the wave dash kickoff. Just hits it around Feeds, who was awkward. And Zane going to extend his team's lead to 3. 4 goals now for Star Nation. And after NIRV got that 1 goal, maybe seemed like they could maybe come back into this game, just got instantly shut down. Will we see a 4th goal lead? And yes, we will. And it's Zane. He is Midas. He is the man, and he wants this series.
Zane Star will never let NIRV Esports go. This is his tournament, this is his field, and this is his night. Nothing will stop Star Nation Blackout. The shooting's too good.
You just have to see, can they continue this into that final game? That's a mistouch, and Feeds is going to get a second goal. Now, if you're Star Nation, you can't get too ahead of yourself. You can't really already be looking to GG go next because, while it may look like that on the scoreline, there is still 2 minutes left, and I have seen crazier things happen with less time on the clock. So if you're Star Nation, you have to keep a good head on your shoulders. You cannot let NIRV Esports, and especially you can't let that player in Feeds get too activated, or else you're going to have a lot closer of a game and a lot closer of a rest of his series on your hands.
Reminder, one of the, with the player like Saturn on that back line, one of the best things he's at is that transition. He will bring a quick transition when he finds that opening. So, Star Nation, if there's anything to watch out for, not only is it Feeds' offense, but it's going to be Saturn's transition. Once he is given that space, NIRV will flip the field on you, and you know they're going to find a way as Feeds couldn't get the second touch on that one. Saturn racing back as Star Nation will be first to this one. Zanestar gets to offense. Legend, his chance, stopped by Saturn. Feeds already up, but he'll only get a single touch on this one, and both players from NIRV have to play calm here as Feeds one-on-one. Great block from Zanestar as he stays up on offense. He'll look for back wall. Second touch. Zanestar just off the bar. And Star Nation Blackout trying to keep it close. Legend. Oh, what a second touch. That will be Saturn waiting anyways, and while Star Nation keeps this ball like this, they're not really looking to score at this point. They'd love to do so, but a lot more of what they're looking to do here is waste out that time. And they are doing an incredible job. Only 1 minute remains, and that lead is still 3 goals.
We'll have to see, can they hold on to that 3-goal lead, or is NIRV Esports going to be able to try and come back into this game? Shot coming out from Legend has to be saved by Feeds, able to do so, and now Saturn trying to have that transition, gets it over to middle, but Zane's going to be there to defend for it. Dodges the bump. Can he score it now? Will he score a 5th goal? Opts for the pass to Legend, but Saturn reads the pass well and able to make the save. And now Feeds not able to get a good shot on target. Decides to play it towards corner instead. And now Feeds just trying to get a fancy reset. Maybe air dribble. Maybe into the net. Does it go away? No, he saves his own shot. And that's going to lead for this game to virtually be over for NIRV Esports.
A huge opportunity at the end of the game for NIRV to at least get something, and it gets blocked away. Time will expire. Star Nation Blackout are on triple match point. 1 game away, Jade, from the winners finals.
Yeah, we'll have to see, can Star Nation close this series out, or will they become too cocky, too full of themselves on offense to be able to keep up that type of momentum? Because we've seen it in plenty of tournaments and plenty of teams in the past where a team has 2 dominant games in a row and then just doesn't really try and look back. But when you don't look back, you end up getting scored on way too many times due to overcommits, due to mistakes, and we could see day 2 Star Nation come out due to that carelessness, or even due to the pressure because you're on match point and you just want to close out this series.
Just said as well, they can't forget about the series yet. It's a best of 7 for a reason. NIRV have already used that tactical timeout. It hasn't worked, and Star Nation have won 3 games straight. Now all they need to do is win 1 more. Game 5 on the Aquadome. Our first match of the day, the winners semifinals. This could be where Star Nation Blackout punch their ticket to the winners finals, to a chance to make grand, to a chance to play against 135, who they've been saying as the team that they want to beat throughout this entirety of the tournament. But for now, it's NIRV who need to stay alive, and this is where they've got to start doing it. We've seen teams come back from a 3-1 series deficit, but for NIRV, this one is going to be quite difficult with just how perfectly Star Nation is playing tonight.
Absolutely, like you said, we've seen teams come back from 3-1 deficits. We've cast it together when we have seen 3-0 deficits been revived, and all the way to game 7 to score, but Zane's trying to close this series out 4-1. Does not want this to go to game 6 or game 7. He wants this done and now, but Saturn and Feed still stand in the way on defense. Have to see, will Legend stand up for this shot? It's a kind of a funky shot, but almost goes in, saved by Saturn. Now Feeds trying to play mind games. Can he wrap it around? No, Legend's gonna be there to save out Zanestar, make sure he doesn't get faked. Saturn, 0 boost, just trying to pass this middle. It's awkward, it's up, Feeds can't get a touch. Saturn maybe wrapping around, thought about it for a second, but now Zane, 0 boost, has to try and push this ball downfield. Legend also on 0 boost. Everyone except Zanestar is on 0 boost right now, and it's just a very low boost, awkward game right now.
Both these teams trying to stay as close as they can to each other. The boost control hasn't been there. What a dunk there. Still feeds on it, but NIRV and Star Nation on low boost. Both these teams want to play as fast as they can in each other's face. They don't want to let each other go, but it does matter. Boost is a difference as Aurelius Legend. What a shot. One touch, two touch. All he needs as a great catch in the air. And he just puts this one right by Feeds. Star Nation Blackout once again scoring first. And they really, really need to make sure they keep that momentum up and running.
And like you said, that just little bit extra boost, that little bit extra touch is what propelled that ball behind Feeds. But now it's going to be Feeds, the one with boost. The ball gets way too far away from him. So now Zane cuts it off. But Saturn over to Feeds. Shot not on target. He might want that shot back as now he could not equalize. We'll see. Can Saturn be the one to put it up to equalize? But no. Zane going to clear this ball downfield, maybe try and pass it middle. Feeds awkward. Could not get that ball into the net. I'm gonna pass off to you, Spark, because I can't connect words, can't connect names. It's been a long day.
It has been. I think these players know it as well. It's going to be a long night for everybody playing. A reminder, whoever loses this goes to the lower semifinals, has to win 4 straights. NIRV don't want to be one of those teams. A beautiful shot from the near corner. And with how low scoring it has been, that goal could be a difference maker for NIRV. Feeds, giving Zanestar no chance. And NIRV Esports, that's a goal they desperately needed.
Yeah, that was also kind of a clinical save coming up from Legend, but just didn't have the boost. I think that's what this game is going to come down to, is boost. And when Legend has boost, Legend is going to score.
Off the kickoff as well, another double tap for Star Nation. They've been hitting those all day here in Game 5, and they continue to hit them here. 2:36 left, and at this point, just looking to stay consistent, calm, and honestly, we're seeing that from both these teams. Need to keep that going here as NIRV. Gonna go right back the other way. Missed there by Zanestar. Legend will be on the ball. No challenge from Feedsy. Played more defensively there, and Star Nation do outplay him. Flip reset. Legend stays close to it. Will force Saturn with the early challenge, but an overcommit. Star Nation's got to get back. Feeds on the bump. Has the dribble. 1v1. Only one in front. Let the pop. Zanestar on nothing. Gets back in time. Not the other way. Legend shot. Saturn will be there first. And NIRV, Star Nation Blackout, both bringing chances to the table, both of which being blocked. Under 2 minutes to go. This game, surely there's a few more goals left in it.
We'll have to see. It would be quite poetic if the absolute shootout that was Game 3 and 4 ended in a close overtime, and Legend will get back after what seemed like an open net equalizer for Feeds. Does not end up so, but a little bit of a team pool shot almost landed that ball in the net. That would have been an interesting way to equalize this game. Give NIRV Esports some life. But now Zane trying to put on a shot, trying to put the dagger in the coffin. Not able to do so, and now Legend trying to race back against Feeds. Feeds, dangerous on the ball, gets the dunk, but Legend has just enough boost to be able to clear out that ball away from Saturn. Zane, very little boost. Can he wrap it around? It's an awkward ball. Feeds not able to get a touch on it, and Legend going to try and keep control of this ball. Zane to the backboard. Saturn makes a touch. Not a great touch. Going to go over to Legend. I think maybe Zane tried to call for a team pitch. Didn't end up receiving it. But now Zane, or Feeds, demos Legend. And Feeds tries to put on the shot. Save from Zane. Going to try and take it up wall. Get another double, maybe find the angle, but the ball gets away from him too far. Now Legend going to call his own number off the corner, lets it float. Just going to try and kill time right now. And do you think in these next 30 seconds, does NIRV have what it takes to equalize this game and even win it? Yes, they do, as Feeds himself a goal as Brenna's about to feed it off to you, Sporty.
What a shot as well. I mean, Feeds has been a fiend in the corner. I don't know what it is with those tight angles, what makes them so tasty for him, but he finds a way to eat those plays up and spit them out, and it's tied again. It's off the kickoff. Nobody back for Star Nation, and a travesty on the set piece, and it's NIRV who have the lead flipped to them.
Wow, when I was just saying, can they bring it back? They tie it up, and then they also score off a kickoff, and now ball is in Star Nation's court for them to equalize for the first time in a long time. In this series, I think ever since game number 1, have they been behind a goal. And now, when it matters most to close out the series, is when they can't put it away. Feed's going to control this ball, try and go for one final fancy play, gets the Goomba Stomp on the player, and NIRV are back in the series.
One game back, they stay alive. And we've got Neo Tokyo for Game 6. The series won't end. It won't ever end. And at this point for NIRV, for Star Nation, do they call that tactical timeout or do they save it? Looks like they're going to save it here, Jade. An interesting decision. I'm interested to see why they would have done that, but obviously they saw that game, something in themselves. They're still confident. Well, that's a great sign. I do worry, if NIRV can keep up this kind of pressure, if they can use this momentum, they could be in a very good position to catch Star Nation off guard.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Game number 6. Another 5-minute countdown. Who's going to be able to take this series? Will it go to Game 7? Or will Star Nation finally put it to rest? We'll have to see here as Legend Ball shot way too high as that hits the crossbar, and Feed's going to have an open net. Feeds puts NIRV in the lead for the first time in a long time in the beginning of a game.
An overcommit for Star Nation Blackout. They wanted to get on that scoreboard early. They know how much it matters to their confidence. But when it fails, that's when NIRV take it. And we've seen this over and over again in this game. These teams want to get their confidence going, want to score first, and it usually seems to go against them here. Unfortunately, it happens once again, and it's Star Nation are finding themselves in great control as Saturn up feeds. Oh, what a fake! Sainstar does catch it though, and you know, he was a bit quiet last game, Sainstar. He's been such a good shooter for Star Nation. He needs to be consistent. He needs to be able to show up, and this is the game to do it, but he doesn't get the flip reset. It's a race to the ball. Saturn won't get to it, and say he'll take the boost from Sainstar, and Star Nation Blackout have to start from square one, start from scratch, and just get the offense back up again, but Legends missed. Oh, it's a huge open net, and NIRV will take it. Feed says thank you very much, as Legend backflips, and that's going to really hurt his team's momentum.
Yeah, I think after, at the end of this game, unless they take this game, which honestly is looking a little bit like a tall order for this Star Nation team, I would call the timeout. I maybe would have, personally called the timeout after last game because that game was in your hands so many times. And then due to a sloppy kickoff or not being back in time, kind of threw them the game. So we'll have to see if this goes over to Game 7 and how much this game really extends NIRV's confidence in themselves and in their ability to score after Star Nation had such a wild shootout, but Sainstar, trying to bring back the double tap, says it's not out of style yet, baby, and it doesn't matter how much boost I have.
Sainstar with yet another double tap. They can't seem to miss them. No matter which way you look, they score, and score again, and the back wall becoming a real threat here for NIRV Esports. They just can't seem to keep it closed down, and you gotta give credit to Star Nation to be able just to always find that opening on that back wall, to be able to score on it, because it's so tough! Oh, but they give it away here! It's Saturn, and it's another goal here as NIRV Esports, given one for free of Star Nation, 50th themselves.
Yeah, it really seems like Star Nation are beating themselves up at this point. It's just way too much jitters, and like they're rushing every single touch. They're not making good touches. They're not getting the demos, and Feed trying to extend their lead even further, trying to have a response of a game high scoring. But right now, Star Nation's defense, while very inconsistent, is saving them from having an even stronger deficit. So we'll have to see, can they get 2 more goals? There is still 3 minutes. A lot can change. A 4-goal deficit can turn into a tied game in an instant, but Feed's trying to put that shot on target. Not able to do so, and Sainstar races back to it. It's an open net. No, but Feeds gets back there just in time. And this is definitely a very sloppy game from both of these teams. But right now, Star Nation just seems to be doing that little bit more panicked.
Yes, yeah, and I don't blame for Star Nation. They're the ones down. They've got to play more aggressive. They've got to be able to get those goals in any way they can as Feeds open space, two in front, but he's got a net. That dribble will be stopped by his A.N.D. Now here goes Saturn, off to the ceiling. Gonna follow this up himself. No shot on the end of that play. Legend dunks Feeds, and Star Nation Blackout with an open backfield. Options in midfield. He'll search for his A.N.D. Oh, he got the dunk, but it's been deflected wide. And NIRV, another open net goal. And again, they score as Star Nation, though everything they have upfield, and it just doesn't work.
That, honestly, looking at that back, like, as soon as I saw it unravel, that looked entirely calculated coming out from NIRV. That looked like the most, like, we have all the confidence in the world move, because Feeds absolutely just stood his ground and did not let any, like, he was not phased at all by whatever shot or whatever pass was coming in. And then Saturn played so far upfield so that he knew he had a free counterattack when that ball went out into the midfield so that he could beat anyone on that ball. That looked entirely calculated. That looks like that is a team that has all the confidence in the world right now, as Star Nation looking like they were yesterday, and that is very worrying for their chances of closing this game, or this series out in 7, because right now it's definitely not looking 6.
It isn't 6, not looking like the thing that we'll be seeing here for both these teams. It looks like Champions Field looming in the near future. 90 seconds remain. NIRV Esports holds 4 goals above Star Nation Blackout, holds the series to be tied going into Game 7, holds the confidence to take it to make that 3-game comeback. Reminder, they were down 3-1 in this series at one point, and yet they've been able to march their way back. Star Nation still looking for any sort of outcome, any sort of answer. This could be the start. Legend, with a beautiful play around the corner, got around Saturn with that first challenge. Then he saw Feeds as the next option, and he just did it all himself. Star Nation Blackout with a little bit more confidence, and every goal matters at the end of Game 6. Even if they don't win this game, keeping it close is key.
Yeah, because it builds up that confidence. It builds up that, okay, we can score. We're not completely out of this. We're not a dead team. We can still bring this back. We can still make plays when we need to. At this point, it's kind of just a question of when and how. Because can they do it in time? Because right now, it does not seem like it. They seem like they're how NIRV Esports was playing earlier, with the panic plays, the panic challenges, not being able to score when they need to, and getting scored on way too many times before they had any form of a response. But right now, it's seeming like they're starting to ramp up their offense. But like I was saying, it's a little bit too late, and Feeds going to put in a 6th goal for NIRV Esports. 23 seconds left. We're going to Game 7.
Game 7 all but secured. And with that demo there, it's a statement from NIRV Esports. This series has one more game. This series has one more chapter in it. It's only the start of our day, too. We are guaranteed to have at least 4 series on this stream. Maybe even 5, depending on how the grand finals goes. And if this is the beginning, who knows how it's going to end. These teams came ready, came prepared, and what a series they've delivered. One more game to go. NIRV Esports wants to leave with yet another goal at the end of this game. And for you, and Jade, expecting Star Nation to Blackout to pull out this tactical timeout, what do you think they're going to talk about in between these games?
I expect them to talk about, I don't even think it's going to be anything very specific. I think it's going to be calm your nerves and how to work like a team again, and trying to activate Zanestar, because right now they looked so absolutely panicked. It's honestly probably going to look like a 2-minute, yoga session or meditation session, just trying to get those nerves calm and reminding yourselves that you were the better team. You were able to score on these guys. You could make plays. You could outclass this team at one point in the series. You just have to bring that back, and you have to close out these games. And right now, we are not seeing a timeout unless, someone's on console typing it. But right now, Zanestar not readying up, but still no tactical timeout. I have to see. They're not going to call the tactical timeout after being asked by Sporty. Interesting move. I am very interested in this, on why they are not calling that tactical timeout.
And they must be confident. They must be something they saw out of that game. I mean, Game 5, I understood they were very confident. It was close. Game 6 wasn't that way. I am surprised, but they immediately readied up. They didn't want anything to do with the tactical timeout, so none called. Star Nation confident, and that means we go straight to Game 7. No time wasted in between games, Jade. This is it. One team will see the upper finals. One team will be back on this stream for the lower semifinals, on the verge of elimination. This game decides it all. The rematch of Day 2. It went to Game 5 there, the Champions Field. We go again between these two teams, but this time it's Game 7, and there's a whole lot more on the line.
Absolutely is now Legend going to try and collect that ball. Has a decent bit of boost, has to get past Siren, not able to do so, but free ball for Zane. Just going to try and get a simple shot on, but it wasn't hard enough. Zane, who's been having that Midas touch on offense, not having it when it matters most in the beginning of the game. We'll see, will that plague Star Nation as the ball gets away from them? Will it bounce up? Yes, but Feeds can't get ahead of it and get a touch on it. But that ball will go out and into at least temporary safety, but Feeds has boost, has a touch. Legend didn't, but still got a touch. Siren trying to make this ball as awkward as possible, not able to do so, and right now it seems like Star Nation are hanging on by the skin of their teeth.
And one of the major things that I'm worried about for this team is those overcommits. Here's one, and it's Saturn Pizza who scores the other way. Star Nation Blackout pushed up too high. It was Zane Star who needed the challenge, and it never came. NIRV lead early in Game 7. And again, it's those overcommits, it's those nerves. That's what these players are feeling right now, and they're feeling every little bit of it.
And you gotta wonder, I've seen this a few times where both teams have just overcomplicated what they're going to do on trying to get onto the wall or going into the air. They overly air roll and overly try and correct their cars, and that seems like that's what Zanestar did on the wall. He messed up some kind of weird looking wave dash and got punished for it as Saturn beat him on the challenge, but Feeds with the follow-up shot gets saved out by Zanestar on the goal line. Chance now for Legend on the counterattack, but Saturn there waiting with 100 boost, not worried in the slightest.
Beats one out to Feeds, infield, saved by Legend. Star Nation Blackout with nerves of steel, and they are holding down, only one goal away from tying this game. NIRV throwing everything they have at them. They can't pierce the armor. Here goes Feeds, one-on-one, turtle shot, Legend beat, that rolls across the goal line, and Star Nation want this one away. Legend off the corner, second touch is his. NIRV awkward, but the ball won't go near. Zanestar off the pinch. Saturn, no boost. Shot on! It's Legend! It's in! It's Star Nation!
Legend coming in clutch when it matters most. Able to body his way through to the equalizer in Game 7. Half a game left. When it matters most, they can score, but they still have to score again, and they cannot let NIRV score anymore, or that could be lights out for this series. As now, Zanestar going off the wall. He's been deadly on these counterattacks. Can he keep up his potency, as that's an awkward ball? Legend just has to put it on target, and Legend will score twice.
Another one for Legend. Zanestar has been a menace in the air. He's gone for so many double taps. You'd think he's going to go for it again with that setup. But it's the 50. It's the stop. And it's the pass to Legend. Star Nation, keep the offense. Keep the mechanics. Keep the roll. And now, only one goal up, but it may be the goal they need. They go again. Backfield's open. Feed's got to get back. It's rolling. It's close, but it is saved away. NIRV. Now the counter. Feeds with space, with room, with a shot off the back wall. Follow up not in time from Saturn. NIRV. Keep the control though. Saturn. Low burst off the ceiling. Won't look for that. Instead, just going to play around the Star Nation defenders. Running out of boost here, Star Nation. Well, resources running low in NIRV. Have the ball. Legend will get the block out there. It's off the corner. Saturn, calling for it himself, could leave this for feasible. Instead, take this one on the dribble, 1v1. But it will bounce off the corner. Feeds. Back in the play. Legend. Double commit. The net's wide open. And it's feed. It's tied. And this game has another twist and turn.
That was a very unnecessary and very unfortunate counter or double commit coming out from Star Nation Blackout, as Legend had the boost, maybe had the better touch, but Zane jumped for it anyway, and that was an unfortunate touch. Like you said, open net, but this time it is equalized instead of NIRV being ahead. So now we have an equalized game. Will we go to overtime, or will one of these teams score first? Will it be Star Nation? No, not this time, as Feeds gets the clear out. Double from Zane! Midas comes back with a vengeance!
Zane Star! When you're called his name! Listen! I can hear it too! Star Nation! 1 minute left! The lead is theirs again!
And they keep composed in this final 60 seconds. All they need to do is just stay composed and stay calm, collected, and not let NIRV score again, because you gotta wonder how many more double taps do they have in them, how many more plays do they have before NIRV finds one of their own. Big time demo, big time offensive push. Saturn not able to get a touch, but Zane's across the box just a little bit too strong. Saturn gets a dunk. Legend needs to get a touch, able to do so. Zane dives in for that with Feed, trying to keep possession away and keep any dangerous touches away from that absolute madman. As now Zane trying to keep possession away from Saturn. 15 seconds left. Low boost on the side of Star Nation, but no one really has a bunch of boosts, as that deadly shot just too slow, and Zane able to get back. It's an open net if Zane can get to it. As time ticks down, Feeds needs to go the length of the field with Saturn. The Legends gets a touch into open field, and Star Nation, with no timeout needed, proves that they are just better.
Game 7, it came to the wire. The rematch will be Star Nation Blackouts. It went the distance, and what a start to our day. That series could not have gone any more insane. Star Nation will be meeting 100x35 Esports in the winners finals. What a matchup there, just some of the best you'll see around. But for us here, Jade, what a match that was. Star Nation held their calm. We questioned if that non-use of a tactical timeout would come back to hurt them, but obviously, you know Zane Star, you know his clutch factor, where the minutes ago hit the double tap of his career, and we still have more actions tonight, but Star Nation Blackout advancing one step closer, and they've got the rematch in the upper finals that they want.
Absolutely amazing play, clutch play coming out from Star Nation Blackout. Again, like you said, question whether or not how smart of a play that was to not take that tactical timeout, but apparently they believed in themselves when no one else did, and well, for that, they earned their spot in that upper finals, and we'll have to see, can they continue that absolute clinical play and that confidence against 100x35, because that is an absolute deadly team, and that team cannot be shut out as easily as NIRV Esports.
As you said, no team's easy here, but for NIRV Esports, we will be seeing them next. But Jade, I know for you, it's the end of your time on this stream. Is there any last things you want to say before we go to break and we set up for A.N.D Esports, NIRV Esports?
I mean, I'm excited to see how this tournament ends, and we'll see if maybe this might be my return to casting after a 2-month hiatus.
Also, a reminder, it's also Jade's birthday, so everybody go wish her a happy birthday in chat while we are, well, I know, you know, Star Nation enjoys, again, they'll be playing in Sonic 35, that is on Riskii stream, Riskii RL, but for now, we're gonna go to a break. When we come back, A.N.D Esports, NIRV Esports, somebody's gonna be sent home. Welcome back to the ATS Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showcase. You just got to see the upper semifinals, and the action only continues. We take a look at our schedule one more time, and we just saw Star Nation Blackout beat NIRV Esports in a Game 7. They're going to the upper finals to take on 100x35 Esports. For us, we will drop the lower bracket, and we'll get to see A.N.D Esports versus NIRV. NIRV having to recover off of that Game 7 loss. Again, it's been an incredible night already. Action only going to get better from here on out, as, of course, our great gameplay, A.N.D. We saw them yesterday when they had their in their matches against 100x35, and then later on against Team Evo. They swept Team Evo to make it to this point, but they were one of the low seeds coming into this event. NIRV, again, one of the high seeds coming into today, so both these teams be feeling relatively confident about themselves, but as we said again, it's tough gameplay, good teams, and it being another best of 7, A&D themselves had a pretty tough loss, losing to 135 in a Game 6. Again, both these teams have what it takes to be those top level talents. Gotta be able to prove it. If, by the way, that winners finals X35 and Star Nation Blackout, that is on Riskii stream, Riskiiirl. Want to go show support there to see who will be our first grand finalist. We'll figure it out soon enough after this series. I know Lepe's also giving me notice on the sidelines as well. He's messaging me with updates for these matches. But for now, we've got A.N.D Esports, NIRV Esports prediction poll is live, so get your votes in for this one. Again, these teams have both had very good runs. A&D are the third seed. We're the third seed coming into this event. Oh, no surprise to see them doing as such. Again, they've had quite the run themselves. But again, their only loss coming against X35 Esports. Their wins against Sky High Esports and Team Evo. So they didn't exactly play teams that didn't exactly have their wins against teams that are here today. So they got to make sure they prove themselves in this event. And tonight, of all nights, reminder, all matches are best of 7. But it's a loser semifinals. At this point, they're not thinking about the grand finals. They're thinking about just making sure they stay alive. Go to that losers finals, because someone's going to be eliminated from the action, and someone's going to be eliminated from the action right here and right now. A.N.D Esports, Bucky and Yugi taking on Saturn and Feeds of NIRV Esports. A best of 7 series. We go right back in the action, our second series of the night. And this is determined. And to see one team that will be eliminated from the action. A.N.D Esports on the blue. NIRV have now switched to the orange for this series. Well, for NIRV, that's what AM1's going to be very important to them to recover from that last loss. They aren't starting off very well, though. It's Bucky to take goal 1, and A&D Esports 2, at least for now, are not slowing down, not trying to stop. They did have a little more time to rest after their series loss to 135. Again, they did start, I think, a little earlier as well compared to our series. Again, they have used that time wisely to reset that momentum, and look at this, already off to a great start. And one of the things about Bucky and Yugi that makes them such a scary roster overall is just their teamwork, but Feeds almost got the fake pass too. But again, A&D, look at that teamwork, pass across, Bucky's gonna take a second. A&D Esports just so good at doing exactly that. They're known for teamwork, they're known for the passing. These two have been teammates for such a long amount of time, and while you can say the same thing about NIRV, it's not been to the length that A&D have had. Bucky and Yugi have been teammates for a while, and both these two have just know each other. And when you just know someone, that gives you a huge advantage over so much of the competition. Of course, pressure is on them to play to their level as NIRV. Make the pinch out there, Yugi. The look in the midfield. Yugi, flip resets. Could not put it on target as he's waiting below. NIRV, their chance to strike, but A&D Esports not giving them that opening as here comes Feeds, up to the back wall. Saturn's waiting, but that challenge won't work. This one should, though, as he's missed the net completely. They had an open net to look at, but the shot goes high, and he'll want that one back. As A&D Esports still lead by 2. and that team chemistry doing all they need to do. They're also known to have a very, very solid defense, so unlike Star Nation, A.N.D Esports defense is one you really got to think about and really got to try a lot to beat them. I mean, everybody's got a good defense today, but A.N.D's probably got one of the scarier ones in this tournament. Obviously, due to the fact that, again, these two have just so much good team chemistry between them both. Gotta be able to hold it down as Saturn Pizza. Feed's gonna let him just go by himself here, Saturn. Not able to get that flick past Yugi, but Bucky on the end. He'll search for Yugi as well. Saturn already back, and NIRV Esports not going to slow down on their march upfield as Bucky has the nets! A third for A.N.D Esports in Game 1. And right now for NIRV, they've just been non-existent. The recovery off of Game 7 has not gone well for this team, and right now they're just trying to get back into their usual swing of things. They don't look confident anymore. When a team doesn't look confident, it really can be an issue for them here. You can tell that issue for NIRV because A.N.D Esports are definitely an easier opponent compared to Star Nation Blackout. I would consider them a very realistic 4th seed right now in this top 4, but and for NIRV having to recover off that loss, it's no easy thing to do. A.N.D Esports again had time to recover, but Saturn looking upfield, feeds, redirect, not able to get it on, but Saturn will, and NIRV do get their first of the series halfway through Game 1. As I mentioned, that A.N.D defense so tough to beat, but they're beatable if you play your cards correctly. Well, that one was a little bit more awkward. NIRV Esports will take anything they can get. Yugi. Off the kickoff, A.N.D Esports keeps themselves on offense, and he's got quite the dribble. Up in the air is Yugi. NIRV Esports have dealt with enough double taps in their lifetime. They're not going to let that one break through them. Bucky now. Kept out by Saturn as feeds Yugi. NIRV, oh, a bit of a team bump there. Feeds wanting that ball a little bit more in that position. Be a little bit happy for himself that that shot won't be on nets as Saturn keeping the ball outwards as he'll look to beat one. Yugi demoed away. NIRV Esports with offense. Bucky the last one back. He'll easily save that one, but his touch doesn't go well. Saturn off the bar. Bucky will keep away the second chance. And it will be a goal for A.N.D the other way. Overcommit as Feeds jumps for it. And right now A.N.D Esports in full control here in Game 1. Just again, playing calm, playing the playstyle we expect out of A.N.D Esports. It's calm, it's simple, and it's one where they're just letting the defense do what it needs to do. Really, if they just continue to do this, I mean, NIRV Esports again just don't look confident for themselves. They don't look ready, to say the very least. What we know about this team is true. If they aren't playing confidently, this could be a series that could get away from them very, very quickly. All these teams are so good, they're so close to each other in their skill. But it wouldn't take a lot for one team to pull ahead. And right now, A.N.D Esports are the team that's doing that. NIRV Esports, they need to be able to pull themselves back together. Because this series, it has no reasons to slow down as Feeds bunked out by Bucky as A.N.D Esports with an open backfield. Bucky has Yugi as a follow-up, but he's not even going to be used there. That touch not made. Yugi juked out by Saturn, but A.N.D Esports, oh, demoed out! Oh, what a creative play from Saturn! Had a lot of space to work with, and well, he knew he could make something threatening with all this room. One of the more unorthodox, simple plays we've seen, but just simply put, goes to the demo. And it's only a 2-goal difference. These games are going to be much less high-scoring than we saw from that last series. And again, with how defensive everything is, I don't think we're going to be seeing any team any team pull away with a ton of goals. It's just not likely. And this game eventually nearing its end as Yugi unable to get that pinch down the field as I don't know if they get back. One more goal for NIRV. And it will come to them, but it comes a little too late. We'll find the last goal. The game ends with a 1-goal difference, but A.N.D. Esports off to the great start here. With what we've seen already, NIRV Esports, they're going to need to pull themselves together. This is not going to be an easy series. No series today will be an easy series. But they, again, just don't look confident in themselves right now. If they aren't playing confidently, if they aren't feeling good, they're going to be in a very, very difficult place to be able to get wins that are necessary for them, as Game 1 again has ended off in favor of A.N.D. Esports. That defense really is going to step up for them in this series. It's going to rely on their defense. And NIRV Esports is going to rely on their offense more often. They're going to have a lot of ball possession. They may not have more than A.N.D. A.N.D. usually has more ball possession to take their time with all of their plays, but NIRV Esports are going to have a lot more threatening plays, I think, upfield. Just about being able to use them. So we'll head straight into Game 2. And Esports already up ahead in this series, but gotta be able to keep this one. And as we know, as time goes by, NIRV Esports should, in theory, be able to get a little bit better. As Yugi. That one cleared away as Feeds inched off the ground. Bucky will take this one away, and it's going to go off the back wall. That shot not in time as Saturn will be playing the defense. NIRV, again, are only 3 games away at this point from elimination. Reminder that whoever loses at this point, they're out of the tournament. Their run is over. A tough pill to swallow, surely, but these teams know it. These teams will play for it. And Feeds will get it started for NIRV. Just slings this one. Crossbar off the post, off the other post, and it will bounce in. Just able to get those goals. Clutch factor here is going to really matter for these teams. As again, NIRV trying to stay upfield as Feeds able to get the 50 on Bucky. Saturn now. Yugi already there. Will keep the save away. Saturn again. NIRV still holding offense, and that's the kind of play they need to play right now. They need to play that offense. It's what's going to win them this series. And just look at that hesitation. Saturn waiting until Bucky challenged before he would make that pass. Waiting, just beckoning that A.N.D. Esports defender to jump, and when he finally did, NIRV connects and scores. The play just works for them. May have another very close matchup, here, and honestly, I'm all for it with how today's been going already. NIRV waiting back is Feeds, but not an easy first touch to make. He will still be on the end of this. Now on the dribble is Feeds. Gets that dunk through Yugi. Bucky cuts across. Will take this back the other way for A.N.D. Esports, but A.N.D. Org not able to break through easily, but that's a huge demo. Nobody got it though. Oh, Yugi's just gonna walk on in. Saturn initially overcommitted on that challenge, and then just no one wanted to clear the ball away. And A.N.D. Esports, it's just a gift. It waits in front of the net for them. No matter how many times you look at that, it's a strange goal to say the very least. And NIRV Esports still hold the lead, but now it's cut down to only 1 goal. Again, you know very well they want to have that rematch against Star Nation, or to be able to take on the leading team in this tournament in 135. They've got to win here to be in that position. NIRV really does believe in themselves. They truly do. But they've got to be able to prove it to for everyone that they're able to rebound off of quite a disappointing loss. It's not going to be easy though, and they're overcommitting like this. Oh, Bucky! Out of nowhere, Feeds didn't see it coming. Nobody saw it coming. And it's Bucky, who off the ceiling just pinched us one down. Incredible creativity. And A.N.D Esports tie the game up at 2. All the work that NIRV Esports has done, it's already been washed away. Remember when I said this may not be a high-scoring affair? Maybe that will change. We still have 2 minutes left in this. Both these teams poised to take another goal. Saturn stopped by Yugi, as he'll have to jump back and get that save over his shoulder. Now feeds on 1. That's just off the front post. And NIRV flip reset cleared back by Yugi. Saturn staying on top of this one. It's his dribble. His chance to shine. Saturn to the back wall. Saved by Yugi as here comes Feeds again. Such a mechanical player. You know he will do well on this. Oh, he's on the bump. And an NIRV back in the lead again. It's back and forth. Even with the last 2 goals being A.N.D Esports, NIRV will not leave it go. Feeds 3 goals all to himself. And every single goal a sucker punch to the hopes of A.N.D Esports here on Forbidden Temple. But maybe it's an answer back. Bucky chasing to the corner. Unable to get that bump on Feeds. It will be Feeds himself who will be able to clear this one out. Now, just in the middle of nowhere. Saturn's been playing patiently, but he's got to get the save here. It's dancing in front of the nets. And it will be corralled away, but A.N.D Esports, sort of the offense they need. They need to play aggressive. They need to take their chances. Not gonna be able to do so when Bucky gets down out of the play, though. Feeds on Yugi. Bucky unable to challenge. Saturn looking to make it 4-2. NIRV just playing a little bit closer. Wasting out time. Trying to take out every single challenge they can take. As Bucky, with that flick, will be kept out by Feeds as he guards that front post. Yugi now gets over Saturn, but Feeds already back. Yugi again. Set up. Bucky, it's his chance to strike! Saved by Saturn. And NIRV Esports can go the other way. Feeds with an open goal. No one there to stop. NIRV Esports have insurance late in Game 2. And we may see them tie the series up. Again, after quite the Game 7 loss, they needed some time to regroup. Maybe this is the way to do it. Feeds. Off the back wall goes Yugi. Bucky saved out by Feeds, and time will slowly tick away. NIRV Esports will take Game 2, and the series is all tied up. Unlike last game, they don't need to worry about scoring at 0 seconds anymore. The game is well and truly theirs. A step up on offense. They really started off this game exceptionally well on offense. Scoring when they needed to, getting the chances they needed to. What you wanted to see from a team like them, being able to step up as well. As again, we are now heading off to game number 3. These teams have been excitable, that's for sure. They are ready for anything at this point. But are they ready to be able to improve? It's a series that, you know, again, has relied a lot on these teams being able to make those kind of improvements. It's been no cakewalk. Although I guess that is relatively obvious. As these teams, again, I mean, taking that whole amount of time just to reset, to get themselves back situated here. I mean, our series has more in it. Game 3 of our best of 7 series. And with what these teams have shown us, there's a lot left in this series. And NIRV Esports, though, did show up in Game 2. It was their offense that got it started. And they'll get it started again with Feeds 6 seconds in. And they're looking to take over this match here. And for A.N.D Esports, they're dealing with a team that has a much faster style of offense. 135. 135, much slower. It may be one of the reasons why A.N.D can keep up with them so well. is that their offense doesn't move all that fast, even with the good chances they do make out of it. NIRV, maybe not as good of chances, but they're a lot faster. Maybe A.N.D just aren't ready to play at a faster pace. It looked like they were able to do it yesterday, but it was against Team Evo, which is a team that is a lot more mistake-prone than NIRV Esports. As A.N.D just want to find that equalizer, keep these games close. As long as it stays low scoring, A.N.D really are putting themselves in a great position to take this one. But obviously getting those goals is going to be tough as its own, but that's a great demo. And Bucky's going to come through. NIRV, I mean, this just took too long here. A touch from Feeds, he's got to do better at getting that ball away. Got to be able to control it, he's got to be able to dribble it. He just waits on it, and when you wait like that, you open yourself up for those demos from behind. And NIRV, maybe trying to tell themselves a little bit more because they will answer back though. They won't need to worry about that goal against them. They're back to that 1-goal lead as Saturn setting up Feeds. It goes to the back wall. No questions for NIRV Esports there. As again, just looking to keep the offense. Another off the kickoff. It's in front off the post. Saturn won't be able to score. That almost is a 3-1 lead. NIRV Esports closing in here. Off the back wall. Redirect. Oh, Feeds just on the ground. But again, NIRV threatening that net over and over again. A.N.D Esports only one away from tying this thing up, but they're the ones that are feeling the pressure. They know just how quickly NIRV can score number 3, Saturn. Oh, he's got it! What an angle! NIRV Esports! How on earth did Saturn get that? There's just no room to shoot there. And yet he finds the angle, and NIRV Esports have a bit of insurance here, partway in Game 3. In Esports, is there any way to slow down the NIRV attack? Saturn on the demo, slowing down A.N.D Esports even more. Feeds now. Bucky able to keep him out, but it's Saturn on the ball. NIRV, their chance. Saturn, his bump, stopped by Yuga's Yell of Aid. And NIRV Esports back again. I do love us that their ability to rely on that backline, on their defense, be able to start their offenses. So many times you see teams on offense not willing to go back to defense, not willing to give up that space. They don't trust themselves on defense, but NIRV do. And so often we're just seeing them when they go to defense, they can recollect, they can keep themselves calm, and they can just build up again. Really just to go back to defense, to trust in their defense. That's going to be a huge factor for NIRV because it pulls out A.N.D Esports. They're not a team that is willing to play that kind of aggression. They have to now, but I mean, what we've seen from NIRV, just a lot better at building the offense themselves, setting up from the offense. As Saturn will save that, he's got a little bit of boost to keep up with it. As Bucky's touch, a great pass out to Yugi. So he'll be bopped off. This should be another chance for A.N.D, but Saturn gets around Yugi. That's wide open. 4-1 for NIRV Esports. And this point for A.N.D, they're just throwing players up, hoping for something to work. They're getting desperate. We're only in Game 3, but you can tell they're getting desperate. Their playstyle is getting torn to shreds. And it's NIRV Esports. We're the ones doing it, as Saturn kept up out of the field there as Bucky keeping up with it, unable to get that touch as Feeds stopped by Yugi as it's Saturn 50'd with Bucky. Yugi unable to get that redirect as NIRV trying to stay close as they can. Yugi now, Bucky has the net saved away there by Feeds. Yugi stays on top of this one. He's got a net to shoot at, but not able to make contact as And Esports getting closer, but still unable to break through the NIRV back lines. As once again, they'll just keep up the 50-50s. They gotta keep it up here. Won't get it. It's Bucky, and it's A.N.D. Esports. You'll take this one back. Only a minute to go, but it's maybe time here for A.N.D. to be able to keep that scoring. A minute left. Time running low for A.N.D. Esports, but they only need 2 goals. They've got to keep up that pressure. Feeds, though. Off the ceiling. He catches Bucky out, too. And Saturn. Nobody back for A.N.D. Yugi had faith in Bucky. That faith will be a little misplaced. It's another one for NIRV Esports on an open goal. And they really do want this one to end. Slowly but surely, it's NIRV who add on more and more. And at this point, A.N.D. Esports, the lead against them just far too great. They're gonna have to look to game number 4 to set themselves back up to success, because right now NIRV Esports just looking so confident. They're setting themselves up, they're playing with confidence, they're soaring to a Game 3 victory. This will mark 2 straight game wins against A.N.D. Esports. As a thank you for the raid, Lotus 8, how you doing? As again, hopefully your matches have been going well. No, Corporate Monkey Shines was on that stream for a little bit. We've joined in time for the ATS Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showcase. This is the lower semifinals of the final day. We have started off with the top 4. We started with the upper semifinals. This is lower. Somebody's going to be eliminated. Right now, that team may be A.N.D. Esports. They have not looked good at all in Game 3. It has been NIRV who have been running laps around them. And if they just continue to do this, this is going to be a very quick match. In Esports, they have that team chemistry. They have the ability to build up on leads, but right now, they just aren't finding anything. Their offense just isn't doing enough. Their defense has just given up at the end of this game. We're going into Game 4, and NIRV Esports back with full confidence in themselves. And for good reason. When you're playing like this, you should be pretty confident in being able to take this series. As soon as this ball hits the ground, we're going to game number 4 as NIRV Esports taking this one, a 2-1 series lead. A.N.D. Esports had 10 shots that game. NIRV had 14, but it really didn't feel that close on shooting. We just saw so many goals going in for NIRV Esports. And they're feeling confident, as they should be. Game 4 up ahead. Both these teams still have their tactical timeouts if they wish to use them, but no calls here, and that means we're going straight into Game 4, and that means NIRV is going to keep that momentum flowing. And Esports, I mean, obviously, we know they can take it back. If they score first, if they score early, I wouldn't put against them to see if they can take this game here, and even the series again. We may have another Game 7 ahead of us, which would be, honestly, it would be fitting for how this tournament has gone. We've seen so many sweeps. I mean, yesterday we had almost all of our matches were 3-0 sweeps, only one wasn't. How fitting it would be today if we saw a lot more Game 7s, but that is yet to be seen as A.N.D. Esports. They're gonna get the first goal here, a miss from NIRV, and it's a relatively routine block there from Feeds. He's not even close. He's well under it as he didn't have enough boost. And it's gonna be an easy one. A.N.D. Esports score first, and it's a lead they desperately need. As I said, when they can score first, maybe that's what gives them the confidence to keep on moving. For now, it is up to them. Be able to keep this one as Bucky Feeds looking down the field. Yugi fill the hole, collect, but dumped away. Feeds got in his face, and NIRV have a tied game. It looks like it was as if it was moving in slow motion there. Everything just gonna slow down between Yugi and Feeds, and Feeds obviously anticipating Yugi's next movement. Just went for it. And that is NIRV playing with that confidence that they built off of in this series is Saturn. Kept out by Bucky. Yugi. Look at that save away as this one bumped out. Saturn looking in the midfield as a reminder for you all, whoever wins this, going to losers finals play against the loser of 135 Esports and Sun Nation Blackout. That is on Riskii RL's stream. You want to go say hi to Riskii? He's got that incredible series over there. He'll be joining us later tonight, as we're going to be covering everything else in this tournament. Both the lower bracket and the grand finals. As NIRV Esports right now trying to fill in the gap that they couldn't get in Series 1. Or in Game 1, I guess, of this series. It's tied up here. They're building on so many positives. It really does feel like they're the more likely team to score next with how they've been playing, but one thing that definitely can curse them would be overcommits. They haven't made too many of them this series so far. They haven't felt a reason to, but we know it definitely can happen. This team is vulnerable to them. As Feed's there, not going to let himself get caught on that one. Yugi out to the corner. No touch made. Bucky unable to hit the nets, and nearly for A.N.D. Esports to lead flipping to their side. Just waiting for those counterattacks, waiting for those small opportunities that they can take. They haven't been given though, and NIRV Esports staying locked up here on the back lines as Feeds. Dunked by Bucky. It's Saturn now. As Yugi on that side wall has the net in front. Saturn will wait, and he's got nothing there. It's Bucky, and it's A.N.D. halfway through the game. NIRV tried to play a patient defense. It hasn't worked. Again, we're just seeing the disadvantages of NIRV's lackluster ability to score at this point, and why A.N.D's defense has been so highly rated. As Yugi Feeds now looking for Saturn as he'll chase this one down. It does get away from Yugi. Still got plenty boost to dribble this one out. Flip reset. Caught by Feeds as Saturn going for the bump. Feeds playing one on none, and this is open. Oh, just perfect from Saturn. Chase down Bucky. And I mean, just look at that. Playing him move for move, Bucky could not escape. And it's the NIRV counter that will make sure this game continues onward. Feeds. Yugi off the sidewall. Feeds leaving it there, and just a perfect let up. Saturn has the goal in sight. And I mean, what more can you ask for than just perfect communication? The net is for Saturn. It's for NIRV Esports. In the lower semifinals right now, moving to their groove, to their beat. And I don't know if there's any way A.N.D. can slow them down at this point. Yugi, gonna connect on that pass, will not be able to find goal as Bucky. Saturn, dunked by Bucky there, but A.N.D. unable to read the play, will not challenge. As NIRV, oh, staying ahead, what a great play from Saturn. Getting around Yugi's attempted bump. And while it won't become a goal, you knew he would have had that chance. Set himself up for a perfect play. Now he'll go again. The fake on Yugi. Leaving it as the shot from Feed, saved by Bucky. Saturn will get back, and again, NIRV at this point just cannot overcommit. Cannot make mistakes. They're up by one. They don't need to score anymore, but you know, they don't trust themselves to hold this one goal lead. They want every goal they can get, and any way they can get them. And they're willing to take that risk. If it means that they can secure this victory, advance by even more. It's very stressful, only up by one goal, and they know it here as they'll commit for that play, but Bucky unable to get a shot on. Instead, we'll just take the boost as A.N.D. Up again is Bucky. Feeds, full tank, one-on-one with Yugi, and he's got a flick off the back wall. The follow-up not coming from Saturn is he'll play the patient game. And NIRV staying close on it. Bucky unable to dunk. NIRV. It's their chance to get to that net. Ooh, but they may have given away here. Bucky has the dribble. Bucky on one. Great play on the dunk. It's a shot for Yugi. But Saturn, calm as you like. Keeping it away. No boost, however. None for feeds either. And A&D, one last gasp in game 4. But it will be shut down and away. NIRV Esports have moved to match point. And immediately A&D Esports calling for the tactical timeout. And that means that this match, going into game 5, well, it's going to have to wait a little bit longer. 2 minutes of waiting for both these teams, and they'll have to be okay with that here as we go to game number 5. Again, reminder that this is match point at this point. NIRV Esports, 1 game away, taking it to the grand finals. 1 game away. Sorry, from the losers finals here. 1 game away from taking it down A&D and ending their tournament run. NIRV Esports wants to be there. They have every reason to be there. And they already know, and they should already know who their opponent is at this point. We've just received word. Star Nation Blackout, a 4-0 sweep, taking down 100x35 Esports. Tactical timeout again, being in use here by A&D Esports. Star Nation, as confident as they can be. We'll be seeing them in the grand finals. 100x35 in the losers finals. So if NIRV win this next game, they will be heading to play against 100x35. As there's Riskii's raid. I know Riskii, I heard from around the league a 4-0 sweep. You're currently in the middle of a tactical timeout, so we are letting A&D Esports use it. They're on the verge of elimination at this point. Again, this is just to determine losers finalist. Our extra minute is up. It's NIRV Esports, who are 1 game away from going to losers to the lower finals, from ending the run of Team A&D Esports, and 1 game away, being able to take it. We're in game 5. And really, this is where a lot of that pressure starts to build up. NIRV Esports, they know who's ahead of them. They know what they have to do here. They probably don't know that 100x35 are the team that lost in the winners finals, but they'll figure that out very, very soon. For now, though, gotta be able to adapt after this A&D Esports tactical timeout. NIRV gonna end the series very, very quickly. Saturn off to a great start, but yeah, not able to get around Yugi. Beads will stay on top of this one as they look for the clear off the back wall. They're gonna 3-1 lead at this point for NIRV Esports. Just need to be able to make sure they score on and score early, score often, and stay as aggressive as they have been against A&D Esports. And they've just simply put have not given A&D Esports spaces. Feeds now. He has space. We'll look for Saturn with a pass across, but Yugi covering that corner. NIRV Esports will have to play a little bit more patiently as Bucky across the field. Kept out there by Feeds as Saturn up, stopped by Yugi, overcommit for NIRV, but immediately they'll catch back up. Saturn with the flick. And while these shots haven't been all that impressive from NIRV, if they just pick up a little bit more boost, it'd be up by 1 at this point. And A&D have been sitting so deeply back in their nets. Giving NIRV space to try to find those goals, to find those plays, but that one nearly found its way in. As Feeds had an awkward first touch, nearly gave it away for Bucky. Now the other way, it's Saturn and Feeds and the open cage. And NIRV, they want that grand final spot. They can't get it here from this win, but they want it. They want to fight for every single reason to get there. This is their chance. As they'll stay on here. Yugi. 50'd out there as Saturn. Bucky. Unable to stay close to it here as Beats stays on it. Bucky beats! What a block from Bucky! Just throwing himself in front. He keeps the lead only at 1. NIRV holding on to dear life. And so is A.N.D. Esports. It really does feel that's desperate for both these teams. On the verge of elimination. Someone's run's gonna end in this match. And the Esports right now on the chopping block. Again, they have played very close. And with this game being as, low scoring as it has been, that favors A.N.D. Esports. Their defense is one that usually keeps games close once they start off that way. NIRV has played good defense, but I mean, only one good chance is needed for A.N.D. Esports, and this game could really be theirs. En route to trying to make a comeback as well. This game really does have so much meaning for them. Yugi gets across the net. Bucky will not be able to score from that angle. And that time just hooking off that clock. NIRV up for it as Saturn will get the block on Yugi. They're running low on boost here for NIRV, but hasn't been an issue yet. It may be an issue here because nobody back, and that's a tied game. As I said, all A.N.D. Esports needed was one good chance, and for Feeds, he gave them that chance, playing aggressive on that 50. And without anybody back, would have loved to see Feeds peel away or just go for the clear instead. Then he tried to play a little bit riskier. And with how close this game has been, NIRV know that their offense has not been playing well. But the fact is, playing against A.N.D. Esports, this team just has such a good defensive structure that it is so tough to score against them. As right now for NIRV though, they haven't even really been able to break through the midfield. As Bucky, Saturn will get the block on it. Now Feeds calls for his own. Oh, what a touch! Feeds with the outplay from midfield. And NIRV. I mean, could you ask for anything more pretty? And anything more perfectly timed? 1 minute left. And NIRV again asking the questions of A.N.D. Esports. Yugi helps out with that demo. But it's Feeds who's still on the ball, leaving it for Saturn. Blocked by Bucky initially here as Yugi with time. He's got nets, but Feeds will be there, keeps it to the corner. Saturn stopped momentarily, did not know where that touch was going to head, but it won't matter. Feeds with a long clear, and NIRV with 33 seconds to go. Does this mark the end of the run for A.N.D. Esports? Does this mark the end of their series, their tournament? The lower finals can only fit one more team, and NIRV looking to punch their ticket. Yugi looking to take it off from here. Flip reset, gets past one, but Saturn able to get a clutch save. And A.N.D. need to keep up. They've got a challenge here, but unable to do so. Saturn leaving it. Feeds another outplay, and it's another goal. And surely that does it. In Game 5, NIRV Esports lost Game 1, but they've taken 4 straight. And even if A.N.D. do score here, it won't make a difference. NIRV Esports. They need a little time to recover off that Game 7 loss. But they have proven themselves worthy 6 seconds to go. I can't celebrate just yet. They gotta let this game end first. And that they will. Saturn and Feeds. No time remains for A.N.D Esports. Their run is over. NIRV Esports takes on 100x35 Esports in the lower finals on this stream next. NIRV, step up performance. A necessary step up performance from how difficult that Game 7 was for them to handle. They needed this game, and they needed it very, very desperately. And even when it didn't start off that well, they've pulled things back together. We've come to a point in our stream where the matches get so much closer, so much more dangerous. And NARV have beaten A.N.D Esports 4-1, but our matches only continue onward here as we take a look at our bracket. NIRV Esports, they got 135 Esports up next on this stream. That's for the lower finals. Star Nation waiting in the grand finals for their opponent. They'll have a whole hour to wait. But for now, again, Riskii's going to be joining us for this next series. But again, it's 135 and NIRV on this stream again. They have not wanted to leave just yet. Honestly, can't blame them. They've played so well. They deserve this chance, but up ahead of them, the #1 overall seed in this tournament, 135. They want to rematch Star Nation Blackout. And NIRV want that rematch too. Which team wants it more? We're going to find out after this quick intermission. Welcome back to the Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showcase. Joining me now for the rest of the day is Riskii. Hello again, Riskii. It's nice to see you. I know you got to see some incredible action in the upper finals. We got to see some great action here. Do you maybe want to, while we go and take a look at our schedule, out here again, we got to see NIRV Esports take down A.N.D Esports 4-1. Now, later tonight, we've got our lower final, 135 Esports, NIRV Esports. The bracket looking pretty spicy so far. We've had some incredible results already.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. I mean, say what you want. I feel like upper semis maybe went slightly as expected. At least for my matchup, it definitely did. I remember in the Swiss stage, actually, 100 by 35 had A.N.D, and they won 3-1. So they, kind of the same result there. But now what I didn't exactly expect was this 4-0 sweep in the upper finals.
Yeah, Star Nation Blackout, they did not look great yesterday, and they had a lot to prove, but they said it. They told me as well, coming into this tournament, they wanted to take up against 135. They want to take on the best team in this tournament, the highest rated team, and they have proven themselves. They deserve that win. A 4-0 sweep, and on our side, it wasn't very close either. NIRV proving they want that rematch, and they want to take it now, but before they do so, they've got to go against the winners final, the upper finals loser here in the lower finals. 100x35 Esports are their opponent, and again, 135 reminders still are that number 1 seed. Jade and Blaz playing today, and what we know about 135, they are expected to take the series. They are the favorites here, but both these teams, they want that rematch. They both got knocked to lowers by Star Nation Blackout. They want to get back up there, and honestly, who can blame them?
Yeah, who really can blame them? I mean, both of these teams are coming off a loss. I mean, NIRV, they did do pretty comfortably win that series against A.N.D, but obviously they want some revenge from that Star Nation Blackout team. But there's only really one spot in the finals, so we're gonna figure that out.
Said there's only one spot there, and both these teams have played against them. Both these teams desperately want to be back. X85 and NIRV, they're both pretty upset of having lost. NIRV felt pretty sad. I mean, they lost in a game 7. It was a near comeback from them as well. X85 was an embarrassing sweep. They don't want to be embarrassed by Star Nation. Star Nation has never won an event. For ATS, honestly, I don't, they want to make sure they do it here. And for this being only the second time we've ever seen Star Nation Blackout in an ATS event, man, they are really showing up because, again, this team, both times, has proven they are a top contender. They've now guaranteed a top 2 finish, and they get to watch this. They get to enjoy this series, and honestly, I mean, for them, they deserve it. They get to wait an hour and watch as both these teams, their long day continues to only get longer.
Oh yeah, for sure. And to be honest, even if you win this one, you still got a long day ahead of you. It is double elim bracket, so you got to beat Star Nation twice.
Yeah, it is. That's no easy thing to do, and again, they're just waiting. They're comfortable. They don't have to worry about it anymore. They get to sit, take an hour off. That kind of reset really does help teams so often. We see that happen in the upper bracket. But for us, we aren't going to be seeing any reset here right now. X25 Esports, NIRV Esports, winner goes to the grand finals, takes a top 2 finish. The loser is out, and oftentimes this position, Riskii, you know it just as well as I do. The team from the lower semifinals often wins in this position. X25, again, having just suffered quite the loss, they're not coming in with that momentum. This is going to be a tough first game for them. It's going to be a really telling first game for them when we do get into it. Our prediction poll is live. Go vote. We think we'll win this one. Do you think X25, as those tournament favorites, are going to take this one, go to the grand finals? You see NIRV continuing their incredible run this event.
Yeah, I mean, look, 100 by 35, they were the undisputed number 1 seed going into this tournament, I think. But coming off of a 4-0 sweep, I don't think anyone really challenged them before, like that. So this is new ground for them in this tournament. So I think it's gonna be tough. I think they're gonna edge it out, but it's gonna take 7 games.
He's calling another game 7. You really want my stream to be long here. We've already seen one game 7. I don't know how prepared I am for another one here, but by the way, I love the format, the difference in clothing, by the way. Just have to notice that. We got Paradise Cup on one side. Riskii, by the way, is part of the Paradise Cup team. So he, of course, is wearing a Hawaiian shirt. And I'm part of ATS, so we wear suits. So we've got the mismatching here. Both, the best of both tournament leagues here as we get into this match. Again, get your votes in on this series. Reminder, It is a best of 7, and this is for elimination. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament. We just saw A.N.D. Esports get the boot. Someone else is going to have to join them as we get into our match. 135 Esports on the blue. NIRV Esports we've seen all day so far. Reprise the orange. And we go back to a best of 7. It's Jay and Blaz versus Saturn and Feeds. And it's one series to determine who will meet and get the rematch against Star Nation Blackout.
Yeah, and we're starting off early. 100 by 35. They're looking to come out hot. Blaz is already up in the air with a flip reset. But he just can't find the net, but the follow-up is there. 10 seconds in, we already got a goal.
And it's Blaz, and it's the Mechanics of 135. We know this team. They've got, again, when you have a player like Blaz, he's the second highest ranked player in this roster, behind Jay himself. 135 are the highest ranked team in this tournament, and with that high rank, also just means high mechanics, high abilities. As Jay with a cookster pinch, Blaz already up. That's number 2. Oh my goodness, 100x35. I thought they were coming in pretty poor off of that 4-0 sweep loss. But man, they really are mad, and they are putting all of that energy here in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, and if it continues like this, I'm almost gonna have to start feeling bad for these guys. A lot of wrath coming out of that sweep. And this is honestly exactly the way that they wanted to come out, so.
It is, for a team like Connex 35 who, just lost, who have to, recover from that. We saw the same thing with NIRV. It took them a game to adapt. It took them a game against A.N.D. They lost game 1. 135, they may not even need that game. What a start, my goodness. And, reminder, these teams fully deserve to be here, but 135, it's just a mechanical showdown, and they are beating NIRV in every single play.
Yeah, you really can't let either of these players in the air. All 3 of those goals coming off of aerial play, so you gotta get them out of the air. You gotta challenge them. You gotta get them off the ball. Otherwise, nothing's really gonna change.
Beats. Jay on the whiff there. Maybe the first for Saturn, but Jay does recover, and that's one thing about 135 that I remember when I saw them yesterday. I saw them in their wins over House Gryffindor and A.N.D. Esports yesterday. One thing that really impressed me yesterday was the defense. Jay specifically, he's got such a great presence on the goal line. It almost feels like you can never beat him on that first shot. It always takes 1 or 2 extra chances before you can beat him, because he is just that consistent and that tough to stop. He's such a good facilitator. And for 135, when you have players like Blaz and Sor who want to be those shooting type players, having someone like Jay who's consistent, who stays on the back line, who prevents this team from overcommitting, that's a huge asset. That's one of the reasons why they're here.
100%, and Blaz is gonna take this one from the mid. An unfortunate touch, and Jay's gonna find an open net and add a 4th one to their tally. Doesn't get much better for this NIRV team.
Oh, it doesn't get much worse, really. It doesn't get much better for X35 here. You mentioned it, 4 goals up. We're not even very far into this game, and already NIRV. I mean, again, reminder, the other one's coming in with momentum. They just beat A.N.D. Esports pretty consistently looking, too. Obviously, 135 looking to make sure that they prove that they deserve to be in that grand finals. They obviously feel a little bit cheated. I remember hearing and looking at these players' chats, and they obviously felt a little bit cheated after that last loss. They want to be back, and well, they've started off well, but Saturn brings a response, and NIRV are only down by 3 at this point. It's still a huge lead to come back from. Maybe this is the start of something good for them.
Yeah, and it was 4 goals for 100 by 35, but at the end of the day, I feel like we're down to the top 3 teams. NIRV, they gotta get their turn at some point. That's Feeds. He's gonna try and get this one out of the danger zone, but a missed pre-jump won't help him out in this case. Leaving it over to Saturn. Pushing it into the blue corner. Feeds. Going up high. Can he find his teammate? Instead, opts for the shot, and that one's gonna go in, and they'll find their second one.
I just love this as well from NIRV. So much patience from Feeds. We know his mechanical ability. Jay knows it too. He waits on the goal line, but again, Feeds playing so patiently. They're waiting for Jade to commit. When he realizes Jay's just never going to move, he makes him go for a save instead, and again, he's just doing well, forcing Jay out. And NIRV Esports, again, if they play smart, you can beat 135 playing smart. This is a team that is one where they are very beatable. They have their weaknesses. NIRV is slowly but surely figuring them out.
Oh, and you can already see it. I think the key to this game in particular is going to be slowing down the pace, as Fees is just going to pop one over, and Saturn, they're going to cut the lead down to 1. And what was a 4-goal lead? It doesn't seem like much of anything now.
100x35, feeling that pressure. And NIRV Esports just needed a little bit of time to get back into this one. Maybe just like their last series, they needed a game 1 to, you know, kind of go in their favor, go in their way. Well, now they've been able to take that time, resets, and oh, look at how close it is now. We may hit, you know what, Riskii, you may have honestly been more right than you maybe thought you were calling game 7, because it has been close, although 100x35 will get an answer. It's Blaz on the net, as once again, Jade just doing well to start off these plays, and he's just pulling players into himself. People know how good he is, and without with Jade doing what he's doing, it opens up space for Blaz. And you know, with 100x35, you know, unlike a lot of these teams, they have one player that you may want to shut down more than the other. It's two really good players. It's tough to shut down. It's tough to shut down both of them at the same time, but you're gonna beat them. You have to do that, and really, that's all that NIRV has to prove that they can do. If they can shut down both Blaz and Jade at the same time, this series is going to be theirs.
Oh, and I totally agree with you. I feel like this 100x35 team is almost like a two-headed dragon, where they're also both so versatile, where, you know, one can play the passing game and the other one is sharpshooting, while, you know, the next series it's the absolute opposite. So I think if you can counter both of these players, it will be tough. But as Star Nation showed, it isn't impossible. They do bleed, so they have to find an outlet.
X 100x35, 100% mortal here, as that shot from Saturn will be kept wide by Blaz. I'm running out though. This game has ended a lot quicker than I think these teams were expecting. As Saturn unable to get the shot there, so was Fees. As Saturn won't get back in time, and it's an open net. NIRV overcommitted for that chance, and honestly, Riskii, it paid off, but it was missed by Feeds. And when you miss a chance as open as that, you deserve to be scored on. 100x35 taking a 3-goal lead, and for NIRV Esports, they can blame no one but themselves.
Right, and yeah, if there's something that this 100x35 team is going to do, it's gonna be punish you for your mistakes, and that one, there's no excuse for that one. So, as you were saying, I mean, they should be punished. That should be a goal in the other way, but they're actually gonna get one back. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
Beads able to receive this one as Blaz's challenge. He only kept it away from Saturn, couldn't get that clear, and well, there's 46 seconds to go. There's easily enough time for NIRV to keep up this kind of scoring here in our lower finals. As X35, I mean, they're still looking for that one goal just to keep that 3-goal lead, to keep themselves up by a couple and shut down NIRV for once and for all here in game 1. But Feeds taking it away. Reminder, this team was 4 goals down at 1 point. 100x35 haven't done amazingly at being able to extend that lead, but they've been able to keep the lead nonetheless. That's all they care about. Is Jay. Oh, what a block from Saturn as he used a little bit of help from that crossbar. Now in front for Blaz. What on earth is happening? Oh, it's saved by Feeds. He gets back just in time. But time is the issue for NIRV. 10 seconds remain. Saturn looking for goal. Can't find the net. And this should slowly tick away. Jay clears. Blaz wastes just the final seconds. And even with all those saves for NIRV Esports, Game 1 is for 100x35 Esports, and the series starts in favor of the favorites.
Yeah, and this is the exact start that 100x35 needed, especially coming off of that sweep. NIRV, they did come off the win, so they are facing some adversity now. We'll see what adjustments that they can make, as it is a best of 7, so it is a very long series. But we're gonna see what type of adjustments that they're able to make going into game number 2.
We're gonna have to see for now. For now, at least for NIRV, they may not make too many of them, because honestly, at the end of that game, it looks perfectly fine. By the end of that game, it just was a bad start for them. They started slow. It's very similar to how they play against A.N.D Esports. And really, for NIRV, if they're going to be able to improve, just can't start slow. You can't start slow against 100x35. This team will score on you. It's just going to happen. Their offense is good enough, and they're consistent enough to do it. You got to make sure you keep up with them, play for play. And if you can't do that, honestly, NIRV Esports, I rate them as among many teams as one of the more likely ones to beat these guys.
Right, and you know, you say you can't come out slow. I think what they're gonna use to their advantage is being slow, slowing down the pace of the game at the right times. Um, and we saw that a little bit towards the end of game one when they were using that patience to find each other with those passes. So I think they're gonna try and replicate that.
We'll get to see a little bit more of, you said, that patience. NX25 are known to be a relatively slow-moving team. They don't move that fast. As I said, they're methodical with the plays they go with. They take their time, but you said it as well. If NIRV, again, plays smart, just, takes the chances and doesn't, again, start off literally slow in their move, starts off maybe slower in their movement, they'll take their chances and, well, look at that, Riskii. Maybe you are a prophet. An NIRV, 13 seconds in, and 1-2-1 Saturn's feeds, and that is just a nice passing play off the back wall. And for NIRV Esports, more of that means more success in the future.
Although we are at a very high level of Rocket League, it is very hard to play it totally perfect. I mean, and you can see it there as a kickoff goal is going to go in. And they're going to extend their lead here.
Another one in for Saturn at this point. NIRV feeling the confidence now. All needed again was a little bit of a rebound. It's a lot like what they did against A.N.D. Esports. It was a rough game one for them. It was, one of those things where they just didn't have the best start, and immediately after that, they took over against A.N.D. Esports. Do we see that same thing here? NIRV have had issues winning game one. I think they won game one against Star Nation, but that was about it. Now they can say, though, they've been able to rebound a little bit. And now look at this. They're just taking control. They've got space. They've got plays. They've got moves. And they've got 135 waiting for their next move as Saturn drop down, feeds, looking for net, saved by Blaz, as that will also bounce off the post. And 135, it's open the other way. Saturn's missed. And they're going. Where's the shot? Blaz missed it. And that's a huge missed opportunity.
I think a huge missed opportunity for 100 by 35. But they are going to get it back here. That Jay is going to just slot in a little... I think Feeds just puts it on a tee for him. It doesn't get much better than that if you're 100 by 35. And yeah, the lead is cut down to 1.
And as it does, 100x35 looking to make the comeback that they can. I mean, it's twos. We know that comebacks happen all the time, and we've already seen a couple teams really surge forward with a couple goals. We saw it last game with NIRV. Can 100x35 do one themselves? They've got a challenge here first, though. Sitting back like that's not going to be too beneficial for them. NIRV has some very strong shooting. X35, they're going to learn about that very soon if they sit back that far. As Blaz now on the ground, fakes it, but Feeds was ready. Great poise, and against both these teams, those defenses, they're stepping up, and they're stepping up in huge moments.
They are stepping up in huge moments. NIRV, they aren't going to be able to get this one out of their half as Jay is going to equal up the score. But, I am liking the passing plays that we are seeing out of NIRV, as I did mention going into this game. So if they can just keep that up and maybe find 100 by 35 on the back foot, but they're starting to get their momentum back here in game 2.
As Jay looking for goal. 1 goal to determine that go-ahead lead. Someone's going to take it. NIRV looking to take it there. Bump ahead. Not connected as Jay will get the block. And now 1-on-2. Jay's got the dribble. As this guy's got mechanics for days. He's got the dribble. Saved by Feeds. Saturn unable to get that one. Poked past Blaz. As 100x35 still on offense. That one will be pinched back. Jay's going to collect this one. And he'll go upfield himself. His chance to shoot. The back wall's waiting. Oh, what a stop. Feeds read it perfectly. And NIRV saving themselves from further torture. Blaz will go again. In front for Jay. Stopped by Saturn now. And NIRV, they may not have a lot of boost, but man, they're keeping up with 135 every single play. That's exactly the kind of defense we need to see from them.
Yeah, like I was saying in game 1, this is the top 3 teams in the tournament. You're not gonna get a lot of those easy goals. That's not what you're looking at here. You got to work for it, and I think that's what NIRV is trying to show to 100 by 35. They're gonna have to work for every single goal. And well, you might pull out the bag of tricks. It's not gonna work.
Oh, it almost does there for Blaz, but you mentioned it. NIRV holding that back line as kept out there is Feeds. Now he gets the clear over Blaz. Jay racing back to defense. Space is his as he'll send this one away. Saturn unable to get more than just one touch. He's got no boost. Blaz on one. It will be cleared out. Now Jay with the follow-up. That one sent to top right. Saturn up again. Blaz. Well, a couple whiffs in front. Saturn's a little bit nervous to go for it, but finally, he just need a little bit of coaxing there from Feeds to make sure that he could get out of that net and that his team can trust themselves on offense. As NX35 have been holding on to this ball for the last 2 minutes, it feels. NIRV, they cannot seem to find anything for themselves. No room, no space, no shots. NX35 holding control now as Jay gets that fake. Demo 1-2. He's got a net. Fake in front. It's Blaz. And it's NX35 with a few tricks down their sleeve. They beat through NIRV Esports. And finally, the lead goes to one team. And that one team is 100X.
Yeah, it was about time. And with about a minute left there, they're going to get their lead back. NIRV, they could only hold on to that lead for so long, especially with the amount of pressure that 100 by 35 was generating there. And they're going to continue. Honestly, they're going to keep going. Saturn, he's going to try and take it out, maybe create a play of his own. Stop this momentum in its tracks. But with that bump, it'll actually land back in the hands of Feeds, who gets a second touch. But Jay is well and ready for it. And it seems like every move that NRV wants to make, besides this pass, oh, but a huge miss. But as I was saying, it seems like every move that NIRV wants to make, 100 by 35 just has an answer.
These teams have just not wanted to leave each other, but one-on-one, Saturn saved away by Jay. Feeds racing back, Blaz chasing him down the field. NX35 holding the ball, looking for a 2-game advantage. Cleared away, Saturn, the dribble, this will hit the ground. And 100X35, 2 games away from moving to the grand finals. 2 games away from the rematch they've been looking for.
Oh yeah, and you know, I feel like the only real great way to come off of a sweep is with another sweep. I think that's exactly what 100 by 35 is trying to do here. They're trying to get back to this finals as quickly as possible, because they really want to rematch this team. But you know, NIRV, they came out early in this game and held the lead for almost the majority of it. So they're not going to make it easy.
As you said, I mean, did they ever ask for it to be easy? I don't think anybody ever asked if this was going to be easy for any of these teams. And I mean, NIRV, those, they came into this event as the 6th seed, the lowest seed to have made it to today. So they know there's no such thing as easy for them anymore. They've got to battle through every single game, every single matchup. And right now, they haven't been able to break through yet, but, you know, give them time. These best of 7s don't generally end in sweeps that often.
No. And you know, it's a little bit interesting. I feel like I do watch a lot of RLCS in my time, and after 2 straight wins, a team often takes a timeout. So NIRV, they're opting not to use their timeout here, and we'll see how that, you know, ends in their favor.
The thing is, it hasn't been like they've been, you know, not willing to take them. They took that in their first series against our nation after they went down 2-1 in the series. So NIRV is willing to take tactical timeouts. They know that they have them in use. It just is, will they use them? They haven't done it yet, as Saturn off the back wall, maybe trying to find that confidence just from their gameplay, and they nearly did it there. Feeds hit it off the crossbar. NX35 going the other way is Blaz. Jay dunked by Feeds. NX35 have to transition back, and for NIRV, maybe the reason they didn't want to take that timeout is because they still have some confidence left in them. Just look at the way that they're playing. They're still playing fast, they're still playing confident. Even after losing twice, there's a reason they're still up in their faces. And it's because they know they have every reason to come back into this.
Oh, of course. And I think, although the scoreline may not have looked that way, I think that they know in their heads that this series is a lot closer than it seems. They are right in it with this team.
NIRV Esports holding 1 goal. But as we know, Hex 25 have made that comeback in game 2. 1 goal is not going to be enough in any of these games. These are not teams that are going to leave themselves scoreless. But it's definitely a start, and NIRV need to start somewhere as... Oh, what a touch there from Feeds off the ceiling. Will dunk out 135's first chance out of nowhere as now Saturn wins the 50-50. Feeds unable to get that touch there, but it will be Blaz on this one. Is not much of a jump to start off with. We'll have Jade to follow him up, but unable to make offense. I'll try again from that sidewall. Feeds unable to chase him down here as Jade and Blaz both working to win that challenge. Time ticking slowly but surely, and 100x35 slowly but surely trying to break their way back upfield. Jay, Blaz, looking for the bump. If he got it there, you know that game would have been tied at that point. They've been going for them a couple times. It's been the team that's been the most likely to use those bumps has been 135 Esports, but in that play, it doesn't connect. Once again, NIRV holding themselves up by 1.
Yeah, and 100 by 35. They keep going back to that kind of bump play with the blocker because realistically, you get past 1 player, it's a 2v1, but it ends up at 2v0 with an open net as Jay will push this past Saturn, and Blaz is just going to tap it in.
And a little overcommit there at NIRV, wanted to keep the offense as desperate as they could, but a bit too risky. And as I mentioned, we're not going to see these teams scoring just 1 goal in any game. It's going to be a lot more than that. It's going to be the games decided by the many goals, not the few. NIRV holding closest. Oh, that flick from Saturn going completely the wrong direction as Bees now racing back to catch up. Blaz on a demo. Now the bump on Saturn 2 will be NIRV on the challenge as Jay holds it. Flicked over 1. Saturn waiting as... Oh, Jay's not going to be on that one as here comes Blaz. Saturn. And he'll look for another clear. NIRV Esports staying close, and even with them, having this game tied, looking like the team that may be the next one to get scored on here, as Blaz may have already cursed it there. Oh, good save from Beads. They're still playing confident. I love this kind of mentality from NIRV because all you need to do is have 1 good chance, and who knows, maybe the series turns around for them.
Oh, of course, and they're definitely looking for it. They got their first goal early, and like you said, it's gonna take more than 1 goal to take it in this series because this is a 2v2. And Saturn's gonna find another one off a little pop-up, and more team plays coming out of NIRV.
And just well played in that midfield as well. Here from Feeds again, it's such a strong player. These players just overall are so strong as well. As Blaz and NX35 trying to stay upfield. Jay! Oh, it's got it through! Saturn missed it completely! And it's tied at 2. NIRV, they just fell apart off the kickoff. And that's the last place you want to see that happen.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. I think it all starts with the whiff, and then once the whiff goes through, it's very easy for you to be the second man and just panic. I think that's what we saw out of Saturn there, but full props to the kickoff strats coming out of 100 by 35 there.
Feeds this one sent away as they're looking to stay close here. Blaz, Jay gonna stay on top of this one. 100x35 tied up at 2 at this point as Feeds his chance to go downfield. NIRV staying close as Jay unable to get past that corner. Next 35. And at this point right now, it's tied at 2. If NIRV can win this, this really should be the confidence boost they need. At this point, Riskii, with how this game has gone, this feels must win for NIRV. Just with how the series has been going. If they lose here, I don't see them taking the series in any way.
Oh, of course not. And, as I was mentioning, it's a 2-headed dragon. And you have to go against that in reverse sweeping fashion. You got to beat them 4 games in a row. This is a must-win game. You can't let this team get on match point.
As the time ticking slowly and slowly close to those 0 seconds. And 135 demoed out. Oh, what a smart play from Feeds. Caught him napping. Saturn scores and NIRV up by 1. And with so little time remaining, this lead may hold.
and they really needed to hold in this series. But we know how quick a response can come from this 100 by 35 team. So they really got to lock it down on defense. And 100 by 35, they're going to win the kickoff. But a great touch from Feeds. It'll go back to midfield. It almost ends up in a goal the other way.
X35, their one last chance. Jay blocked by Feeds, but still he can push up further. The bounce will favor Jay on both. The past one, the bounce, the pop. Who's up? It's Blaz to net. Oh, what a block. Saved off the post. NIRV Esports take game 3, but it was not without its terrible drama. And by terrible, I mean incredible for me. My goodness. Under X35 must have thrown everything they had at that. What an ending. But it's them who have game 3, and the series continues onward. And now NIRV have confidence, Riskii.
They do, and this is exactly the confidence boost that they needed, as you were saying. May not have ended the way that they wanted, maybe not, but like, you know, when it's 0 seconds, you kind of have to throw the kitchen sink. And I think that's what Feeds was able to get that touch and pinched it out of the corner. So crucial. And what could have went to overtime just is a game in favor of NIRV. It's a total momentum switch.
As you mentioned as well, momentum early switched. It's definitely flipped to NIRV now. Can they hold on to it? X35 Esports, it's been them who have been searching and searching, and well, NIRV finally, they've gotten the answer back. And we knew this was going to happen at some point. I mean, this team, they knew it too. I mean, with how they've been playing, NIRV, I mean, if this was going to be a sweep, I would be very shocked, to say the very least. So, at this point, we're not going to be seeing sweeps. This is not a matchup of who's going to sweep. It's a matchup of who's going to win. NIRV, they've given themselves confidence, and the series has flipped around. Can they build on it? Game 4 will answer that question and more.
NIRV, they're going to start this game in their own defensive half. Blast. Flick up, and Jay just going to dunk that one in. Top right corner. And you're giving this team too much space. They're going to find each other.
And yeah, you saw that as well. That infield pass on X35 with that coordination. We've seen both these teams do it. The pass infield, that high flick to Reed. And I mean, we're seeing it again. These teams, they're going to find those passes. They're going to find those assists. As Jay looking for yet another one this time. The mouse really not going to help him here, but he will still look for Blaz. Shots not going to be there in time as NIRV pushing back. It's Feeds. Jay having to play patient Rocket League as he'll be on the 50-50. Under X35, Jay off the corner. It's Blaz. And still they're challenging is Saturn. Back in by Jay, off the back wall, and NIRV team bump. Jay, oh, he would have liked to have that chance back. Blaz is up now, but I don't think he's going to score on that chance. And it's just one of those chances that, you know, Jay wanted that back. He had a much more open net than he thought he did. And just in the moment, he shot high, thinking that he could get those players to commit. Instead, it could have been a goal for NX45, but still up by 1. They're holding on to it still. Blaz, another chance. This one's gonna go in. And even after last game's loss, NX35 just don't look phased. This team has got a rock-hard mentality, and NIRV cannot seem to shake them.
Yeah, and ever since the beginning of this game, I don't think NIRV has even hit the blue backboard yet. I feel like it's just been total offensive dominance from this team, and it's very hard, or very easy, excuse me, to get lost in the pressure. And Blaz is going to find a third one and extend the 100 by 35 lead to 3.
As you said as well, the lead extended. That shot finding the top right corner. And again, just we're seeing it. It feels like a repeat of game 1. These early goals, this early start, is the last thing I want to see NIRV give up. Was such an early lead to NX35, and yet this game feels like a copy of game 1. And well, we know how game 1 ended. It wasn't amazing, but maybe NIRV can make yet another comeback. Who knows? Maybe these games aren't all that unique. As Blaz, it is 4-0 now, so we're following the same script as game 1 at this point. Riskii, and we'll see if it continues.
Yeah, and it is 4 goals, and 100 by 35, they're not going to give them up very easily, so they got to figure out something now. Because they might need the rest of this 3 minutes and 22 seconds to crawl back.
Feeds. Keeps this one on front of his foot bumper. Looking in field. Stopped by Jay as Blaz up next. Sidewall in control of 100x35. Jay sealing. No bounce given. And Pattern with the clear out. Feeds. Jay once again just standing in the way as that's going to be set midfield. Feeds. Once this one cleared as Blaz holding that back corner. And it will be again cleared by Jay as Saturn staying close, and this point for NIRV just playing ping pong in the backfield, trying to find that clear, just trying to find a goal at this point. Riskii. I don't think NIRV is worried about this game. They're just worried about making sure they get on the scoreboard.
Oh, of course. It's all about the moral victories, I think. They need a little bit of a morale boost after 4 quick goals from this 100 by 35 team. But I will mention is they do have that timeout. They did save it after that's 2-0 lead. So at least they have it. As 100 by 35, they will find a 5th goal. And
oof. All I can say, just wow. This is this has not been competitive since the very start here. 125. You think maybe they're a bit upset from Game 3? I think they might be a bit upset from Game 3. I hear Riskii. You know, something tells me 125. They're not happy that they lost Game 3. And I can't quite place it. Maybe it's the 5 goals that they put on against NIRV or whatever it is. Because right now, 125 looking so confident, but Saturn will put one back, an own goal from Jay. But great shot from Saturn nonetheless. He forces that own goal, and NIRV, they finally get on the board. We knew it was going to happen at some point, and eventually they'd find one in, and they get it eventually. Unfortunately, there's 2 minutes left. They're down by 4, and 125 poised to take what would be triple match point.
Well, you know what they say. It all starts with 1, and they got their 1. We'll see if they can build anything off of it. 100 by 35. Already back on the offensive half. And that pre-jump off the ceiling, fortunately for NIRV, huge dunk and a huge bump on that back wall. But NIRV's offense just stopped in its tracks.
It is. They have been shut down this game. 35 saw what they did last game and just said no, and they just put their hand up. They weren't willing to let NIRV get away with more on offense, and you can tell just the way that they're challenging. NIRV has been much more quiet. This game itself has felt much more quiet, but here comes Feeds. He should have 2. It will be another one. So NIRV not out of this just yet. And 35, they can't be celebrating. This game still has over a minute to go, and NIRV, it's easily enough time for them to get 3 goals back.
Oh, of course. And, that one's big. Because 100 by 35, they spent however much time getting that 5th goal, and it's just gone like that. So, we'll see if they can get any more, and maybe start to gain some morale after this. But it doesn't seem like, especially with that demo from Jay, it's going to make it a lot harder. Follow-up isn't there, though. And NIRV, constantly on the back foot. They got to clear it out of their own half.
Off that back wall, Blaz! Oh, he set up Jay perfectly! Nobody can get the shot on, though, and X25 nearly making it 6-2. But I don't know how necessary that 6th goal would have been for them. Still, they got to make a block here. Oh, Jay's missed it! Maybe that 6th goal would have been helpful because he's missed a relatively routine save, and with 30 seconds to go, it's NIRV, and it's chance for them to come back and to tie this game up.
Oh, 100%. That misflip totally opened the door and opened this game for NIRV to make a comeback. 2 goals in 30 seconds is very much doable for this team.
Feeds. Jay, there to get that block now. Just pushing his way through. Saturn's been beat. Feeds. Oh, saves his team with that demo. Now that 50 on Jade to slow out 135. He'll have the ball still. NIRV have to score here. Feeds. Has Saturn across. That pass connects. The shot's just wide. Follow-up goes. 3 seconds to go. It's Feeds again. It's his hat trick this game. 3 seconds, one more chance potential, but NIRV, it comes down to the kickoff. What do they have in store? They're 1 goal away. They were 5-0 down. Now it's 5-4. 1 goal needed, but they won't win the kickoff. Blaz takes it. Fees will collect. The ball stays up, but not for long. And on X35, while it maybe didn't end the way they wanted it to, they have match points, only 1 away from guaranteeing a rematch against Star Nation Blackout Dance. And as expected, NIRV Esports calling for the tactical timeout.
You know, it was about time. I think we were both expecting it to see them take that tactical timeout. But what I will say is they did exactly what they needed to. They did get that morale momentum. They almost brought it back, and you know, they made it that much closer. So yeah, we'll see what adjustments that they can make. It is all very close. These games are all very close, although it doesn't seem that way.
They have been.
They really are. Yeah, they really have.
They really have been. You're not wrong about that. These games have been close. It just feels like, again, 125, if they get off to a good start, NIRV just can't slow them. They seem to always struggle in that first half of the game. And I don't know, NIRV, I don't know if it's just that they're trying to adapt a lot or what is it, but they always struggle in that first half of the game. Again, if they can get off to a better start, Riskii, we both know how important the first half of a game is to a team. If they just get off to a better start in any of these games, you have to think that's enough to help them out here. As again, we continue on our tactical timeout. 1 minute left for both these teams to talk things out for NIRV to see if they can reset things. So far tonight, the team that has used the tactical timeout has not been able to get the win. Yes, and NIRV, well, if you're going to want to turn that around, they've got to make a 3-game comeback. What they couldn't do against Star Nation Blackout, they now have to do against 135 Esports, or else their run is over.
Yeah, it definitely is tough. They were lucky. They did get that that game 3. So, you know, they made it a little bit easier for themselves, but you know, it's never easy. So they really got to use this timeout. One, to stop any momentum that 100 by 35 is like gaining back, but also to just like maybe take a second to mental reset and see what they can do.
Sad. Again, that tactical timeout's still ongoing, but I have a feeling it's going to be ending in just a few minutes here, or maybe a few seconds, really. Here at 135. There we go. The call's been made. Yeah, that tactical timeout over 135. They had that minute too to talk things out. Their momentum has been reset here as NIRV hoping that this could be the start of something great. It didn't work when they used it against Star Nation Blackout, although they did get 2 games. They did almost make the comeback. They did force out a Game 7. Now because 135, it's not that they could be able to do it. They now have to be able to do it if they want to stay alive in this tournament. And if you know anything about 135, their offense is one that's going to continue to play, and they're going to get off to a great start. Jade, with no one between them on the net, and 11 seconds in, that tactical timeout has not started off well for NIRV.
No, and I mean 11 seconds in, it almost like it just diminishes like that. And you were mentioning how NIRV, they need to start, they need a better start, and nothing really changed in their start.
But there is still a lot of time left. Count NIRV out. We've learned that the hard way, I think, this for this series, that they can come back, and well, they haven't been able to make these comebacks. We know they have their chances. A double demo from Blaz. Jay on 2 still. Feeds not able to win that challenge as Blaz not pushing, and he better push soon because here comes the shot. Saturn unable to get past Jay. Feeds turns around, no boost in the tank. Still goes for nets. Oh, Blaz with a little help from the crossbar. And 135 again, that defense so strong that first shot's just never going to beat them, even no matter how hard NIRV tries. 135 just are always able to stop that first chance. I don't know what it is about them that allows them to do it so well, but you know, it's one of the things that I think makes them so infuriating to play against is that you have to throw multiple shots on their net to score, not just one.
Of course, and you know, for a lot of teams, they rely on counterattacks, especially in 2s. They can sit back, wait for the other team to overcommit, and then create a really effective counterattack, and that's how they can sometimes score their goals, but it's just seemingly impossible against this 100 by 35 team.
Oh, Saturn, that needed to go in. An open net the other way. NIRV would love to have that chance back. They still have ball possession. Saturn, no boost, only can clear this one out as far as Jay. He's going to go to the back wall, testing feeds on his defense, and he will get there in time. Blaz been bumped. X35, actually, Jay's just realized he doesn't have a teammate behind him there. But they will recover. Again, it just feels like NIRV, they're looking for those counterattacks. They say counterattack every style. They're just not making them, and, well, FaZe forgot the challenge. It's Jade to make it too. 100x35, they want to go to that grand finals, and they want to go to it quickly.
Yeah, so you can definitely start to see the nerves are settling in for this NIRV team. What was an open net momentarily, it just wasn't the greatest touch. And against this 100x35 team, you just can't afford to give up chances like that, especially when you have so few. You got to convert on the ones that you are given.
Saturn, dunked by Jay. Feeds, Jay. Back going the wrong direction, but Blaz will keep it on offense. Jay again. Blaz redirects! Oh my! Blaz! Nobody can stop that! What a shot! 122 kilometers per hour! And with how this game's been going, that may wake everybody up!
I really don't think it gets much better than that. What a passing play. Out of defense, too. Just such a quick counterattack. And what a just... That one's gotta hurt. There's really nothing you can do about that if you're on NIRV side.
3-0 up is on X35, but NIRV Esports. It's now or never. They don't have any more lives behind them. They've got to win here. They've got to score soon. Time's running low, Riskii. We all know it. They know it. That clock, the biggest enemy right now, so their success. And on X35, utilizing it well, as Blaz will take his second, and that clock continues to tick, the lead continues to build, and the pressure on NIRV Esports starts to become even more insurmountable.
Yeah, and they're definitely feeling that pressure. I mean, that's a routine save. You got to be able to dive for that, especially with Blaz, this kind of caliber of player. You have to make a touch on that ball. You can't give him that opportunity, because it only makes the feat of coming back even harder.
And you know, just to talk about how uncommon it is to see teams do this. Teams that lose in the winners finals almost 2/3 of the time will lose in the lower finals as well. That's how unlikely it is to see this kind of stuff happen. And yet 100x35, they're not only looking like they want to win this thing, but they're doing it confidently and dominantly. They want this. This is not them, you know, keeping out, just getting the win, playing their style. This is them excelling. It's 5-0. And again, this is so unprecedented, Riskii. And we all know this from a double elimination perspective. Things like this just don't happen. And at 135, for whatever reason, this is something unprecedented, something new.
Yeah, and this is a huge statement. I mean, even coming off a sweep, you sweep this team. This team did not slow down at all. If anything, they got their confidence back, and this is the exact bounce back series that this team needs. But with a minute 20 left, NIRV, they are going to get a goal back, but they aren't out of the woods just yet.
Just like last game, they can make comebacks, unfortunately. Once again, they've left it very, very late to get it started, and with a huge deficit. But they got to start somewhere. Feeds. Stopped by Jay. Blaz there to keep this one out. Musty flick. Unable to find the net as Saturn will be waiting under it. Feeds again. Has boost. Saturn going ahead, looking for that bump on Jay, but will connect. That net's there, but Blaz will save it out from the goal line. X35. Another shot. To the back wall goes Blaz. Saturn waiting a little too long. Jay 6-1. 100x35. They know what NIRV has done before, and at this point, they're a bit done with it.
Yeah, I think at this point, they're ready to move on. They still got a minute left. But at this point, you gotta kind of feel bad for this NIRV team. They're fighting so hard. They're giving it everything they got, and you know this 100x35 team. They're playing with so much anger. But, you know, anger isn't always the best strategy. Playing with anger isn't always the best strategy.
At this point, I think
what's on their mind... Find back.
At this point, I think what's on their mind is revenge. X35, yeah. They're thinking about that grand finals. They're so close. They know they are. But for NIRV Esports, what a run they've had. throughout this event. They still have time left to come back. They're not out of this. That just speaks to the quality of NIRV. But another one in for NX35. Jay's scored 4 goals already, and the last 2 goals for NX35 have been from Jay as well. And NX35, they're always making sure they just stay ahead. At this point, they're just maintaining that offense, knowing that as long as they allow that clock to play, and as long as they play their style, there should be no issues.
Yeah, there really should be no issues here. They just got to keep mimicking their play style. They know how they play. They just got to stick to it. And
Leads. Off that back wall, Jay will wait ahead as NIRV taking time as Saturn waiting on that goal line as another shot on and in. And again, they score. It's 8-2. 1x35. I mean, we've already had it confirmed for a while now, Riskii, but at this point, they're just adding a little extra on top.
right, and I think it's just gonna, it's all gonna help their mental. I mean, the only thing I am worried about is, at this point, we've known it's been over for a couple of goals. Have they wasted this on this NIRV team?
You have to think they have to be a bit exhausted at this point, but hey, they'll take this game. The run for NIRV Esports is over as the 6th seed. They've made it quite the run to make it the top 3, but unfortunately, RX35 just too good for them. And they've got a rematch in the Grand Finals, taking on Star Nation Blackout. But yeah, I think your question really should be put into perspective here, Riskii. Is RX35 tired? It's been a long day for them. They've had to play a lot, and they've had no breaks. They've had to play 3 series at this point. They know they have to play 5 to win this whole thing. So, I mean, this is a not so fun place to be for them, and they know it as well, just how tired they are. You have to think at this point that they must be starting to feel the exhaustion in, playing this many matches.
Yeah, and eventually it does settle in, whether you like to admit it or not. Fatigue does start to settle in, and it does get the best of some people in a lot of competitive tournaments. But I think they do know what they're in for, so they understand that it's a marathon and it's not a sprint. I think that they'll be okay. They'll
Well,
do
again,
just fine.
I would agree with you on that, but for Star Nation Blackout, they've been waiting for this moment for the Grand Finals. They've been waiting. They've had an hour to watch. They get a rematch against 100x35. The winners finals ended in a 4-0 sweep, remind you, for Star Nation Blackout. But 100x35 coming back with newfound confidence. This tournament is not over. We've got 1 match left. The Grand Finals. Star Nation Blackout 100x35 Esports. When you come back, we will start our final match of the night. Welcome back to the Ascend Tournament Series Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showdown. We've got one matchup left, the Grand Finals. Star Nation Blackout on X35 Esports, a rematch from the upper finals. Riskii, you got to see that last match, the upper finals. X35 proved themselves worthy in the lower finals, and now we have one more matchup.
Yeah, and I think everyone's very excited for this rematch. I think everyone was kind of, full respect to NIRV, but I think everyone in the chat was writing off that last match. They wanted to see the rematch from the beginning, and 100 by 35. They just want another look at this team. But as you know, they gotta win twice.
As you said as well, it's really a tough run for X35. They got swept the last time in the winners finals. It was an embarrassing loss for them on X35. They put that anger against NIRV, but it's been a long day here. Riskii, for all of us, we've been here all day. We are feeling the fatigue. I can't imagine what X35 is feeling right now.
Oh, of course, and it's been a long day. It's been a long 3 days, and both of these teams, they've made it all the way through the groups. They made it through the Swiss. And all that really is left is this final series. I feel like they're probably excited as much as we are, so they're ready to get into it.
Yeah, you mentioned as well. We're all ready to get into this as well. But again, with this being a meme, I mean, we could not have expected any other teams to make it at this point, right? The number 1 seed, the number 2 seed. I'm sorry, but like there was no one else that we thought was going to be able to get up to this point, and obviously. These teams proving it by far the best teams here, and Star Nation Blackout and X35 Esports. But and so now all they gotta do is win one more time. And what I think is so interesting as well is how these teams signed up as well. X35 were the first team to sign up for this. They were the first team to jump in. They knew immediately they wanted to be in this event. Star Nation Blackout were the last team to sign up for this event. They signed up on the final day of signups, brought in their roster. The fact of the matter is, both of these teams signed up in very different places. They've had very different roads to get here, but one thing can definitely be true. They both have won a lot to get here, and they both thoroughly deserve it.
Yes, and they had every chance to crumble, I think. But no matter what, they still prove themselves worthy of those top 2 seeds, and obviously they're in the grand final, so they're in the top 2.
As you said as well, top 2, nobody better to represent at the end of our Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showdown. X35 Esports, Jade and Blaz, Star Nation Blackout, with Zane Star and Aurelius Legend. One last prediction poll is live. Get your votes in. Reminder though, that prediction poll is for only this first series. If X35 wins, we will do another prediction poll for the bracket reset. That is if they do win it though, because if they don't win, this tournament is over. We gotta see about this. We gotta see how they'll play, because for Star Nation, all they need to do is win once. This tournament, this whole event, it's nearing its end. It's nearing its finale. And I mean, for X35, they got a long road ahead, but admittedly, if there's anybody that can do it, it would be them. They are the team that can fight through that bracket and make that reset. We'll just have to see though if they're able to do it, especially against a team like Star Nation, who have already proven they can beat them and beat them pretty consistently.
Right, and I think the best thing about this match is both of these teams, they're guaranteed to take home more than they would have left. So obviously we can talk about the prize pool, but both of these teams are going to get some piece of the pie. Second place, they'll get $50. So really, $150 is the first place prize. So $100 on the line here, as long with some huge bragging rights. I think both of these sides, 100 by 35 and Star Nation, both of these organizations, their fans have showed up. I think they want to see who comes out on top in this.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. The people have showed up for both these orgs. We know they have. I mean, the viewership for this grand finals, what better could it be than 42 people joining in? And again, that's from both these orgs. So shoutouts to Star Nation and for X35 to just show up for this event. massive grand finals, and at this point, it all comes down to just this matchup. It's a $200 event. Only one team can call themselves the winners. X35 have won so many ATS events before. They won the last Legends Cup, an event that Star Nation also played in, but could not get past the quarterfinals. Ever since then, Star Nation have called it. They wanted to take down X35. They did it once this tournament. They have to do it again, and this is their time to do so. The grand finals begins. One match left. The ATS Paradise 2v2 tournament reaches its finale. Star Nation Blackout looking for their first ever ATS Paradise Cup win. On X35, the #1 seed, looking for that bracket reset and the revenge. One match left. Star Nation Blackout returns to the blue. On X35 on the orange. And it's a best of 7. All comes down to this. On X35, if they can hold on, they can make it happen. And already off to a good start is Jay. 8 seconds in. On X35 Esports, they've got to make a bracket reset, and they're already putting themselves at a very good start.
And as we mentioned at the end of last series, fatigue is something that will start to set in. So I think this 100x35 team, they do have to win this series, but they are going to try and win it as quick as possible. But they're going to make it as hard as possible. Star Nation, they're going to even it up quick.
And an answer back, Star Nation Blackout. No time to waste right off the kickoff. Legend finds his way through, and if there's anybody to really look at for Star Nation that stepped up, it's Legend today. He was a non-factor yesterday. He was quiet. Star Nation actually lost yesterday in that upper bracket to NIRV. They lost in upper round 2, so... And the fact is, Legend knew after yesterday that he'd have to step up, and he's done exactly that. We both have gotten to see Legend, and just how good he can be.
Oh, and Legend, he did play a big part in that 4-0 sweep. But Jay, we're going to be the standout player here early in this series, as he'll find a second one, and he'll regain that lead for 100x35.
X35 up by 1, only 30 seconds in though, and with how many goals we're seeing, we know these teams love offense here, Riskii. That's what we're going to be seeing this match, as Jay looks for another one. Kept out by Zanestar. Back in field is Jay. Blaz not able to get past Legend, and Zanestar with open room. His chance to go to the back wall. Zanestar, he's had a couple double taps already tonight, but he won't find that one. Does get in the way of Jay, bumping him out. Jay still keeps up. Jay still on with Zanestar, but that will be pinched back the other way. And X35, as a team that likes to slow things down, the ball is flying all over the place, and you can understand Star Nation Blackout doing their homework, realizing that if they play a little bit faster, X35 do have issues keeping up with pace.
Oh, and that was exactly the tactic that they instilled in their sweep. But we will see. What? Wilkin 100x35 run away with this game 1. You can see the nerves may be settling in. They might be plaguing this Star Nation team here in game 1. But from what it looks, 100x35 nerves of steel.
Yeah, they're holding on. They know they've got a long road here, and I think for Star Nation, they're feeling a little bit of that pressure. They're the ones coming in cold. They had to wait a whole hour for this, and X35, they're the ones that are playing with their emotions right now, as a dunk from Jay is third of the game, the X35 Esports captain, and oh my goodness, that one came right in the face of Star Nation. That's gotta feel good if you're an X35 fan.
Yeah, and that was just an unfortunate setup. Jay, he does respect these two as players, but he doesn't respect them on the field. He just insta-chows there. And he finds the back of the net.
Zanestar looking backwards, keen to keep this ball for Star Nation Blackout, but no real challenge there. Blade to the back wall. Here comes Jay again. Now Blaz, his chance, saved by Legend as he'll cover the front post. X35 playing the hot hand at this point, and they don't want to lose it. But Star Nation Blackout, Zanestar will not be able to get around Blaz and overcommit. Racing back will be Zanestar. He's got boost. And Star Nation picking up that pace, and as time goes by, they're going to get hotter and hotter, and as time goes by, they're going to get better and better, and, well, at this point, X35, while they might be controlling the game right now, it's not going to stay that way forever, and I think Riskii, you and I both know that very, very well.
Yes, a lot can change over the course of a series, and especially between games 1 and 2. I think you know, as you were mentioning, the Star Nation squad, they're coming out a little bit cold. They did have to wait that hour, so they still might be settling in just a little bit. But 100 by 35, they did play that last hour, so they do have that bit of an edge up. So they don't need much time to wake up.
Yeah, I think they've already woken up to the challenge in front of them. After they lost to Star Nation Blackout in the winners finals, they want everything back in the face of Star Nation. And this game one, is this a statement or what? 4-1. We still have 100 seconds left, but this is a statement by 135. Right now, you know, coming out that series, I know 135 were very upset losing in a sweep to Star Nation Blackout. You know, this game one, this is probably the best way you could have asked for them to start. You know, you come in and you dominate a game. You control every aspect. And if the fact that they're doing that, they just need to make sure they keep it. So Star Nation, do answer back. Legend with the answer, and 135. It's been an issue with them before that they've struggled at the ends of these games, and Star Nation Blackout once again looking to mount a comeback.
Yeah, and I think it's helpful. It's kind of ironic in a way, because 100 by 35, they're coming out hot. They're coming out with that domination. And actually, in the upper bracket final, through 2 games, the scoreline was 9-3 in favor of Star Nation. So I think it's kind of ironic how similar this is starting, but in the opposite direction.
Mercs 35. Looking to keep it that way, but Zanestar muscling his way through Blaz. Now Jay waiting back. Legend not able to put that shot on net. Blaz again. Ball is his. He's got an aerial play to go. Demoed in. Jay shot off the back wall. Legend wears nothing, but Blaz doesn't challenge with less than a minute to go. Mercs 35 at this point. Putting the turtle up. Play a little more defensively. Star Nation Blackout. Trying to play to their nerves. Oh, what a shot off the bar! And it's just a little wide on X35. Look for another clear. Net's wide open. 5-2. 100X take the advantage. Star Nation Blackout didn't score on their offense, but on X35, they will on the counter.
And something you mentioned in the last series, I think 100 by 35, they're using so much to their advantage is that first chance effort. It's just not going to be enough. They have to... Star Nation, they have to get that second chance in order to get this past this defense. So we'll see what they can adjust and how they can regroup.
Well, that's one way to get it going. The demo's in front. The shot from Legend. I mean, I want you to take a look at Zanestar on this play, not on Legend. Just goes right through Blaz. It just missiles him out. And Star Nation Blackout, even though they went off to a bad start in game one, they have stayed up with 135, and if they can just get a few outplays, this game could flip on its head.
All right, and as we can see, not a lot of defense going on in this game. As Jay makes a big save there, but a lot of goal scoring. You know, it's 2v2. This isn't 3v3. It's bound to see more goals. But I don't think you're expecting 8.
We've seen a lot more from these teams, but it's only the start of this series, and you're not wrong. With the pressure on these players, that many goals is quite a lot, but that's what 135 wants it to be. They want to score a lot, and that's game one to them here against Star Nation Blackout. The grand finals begins. Reminder, though, 135, they've got to win twice, so they've got a long road ahead of them. This first win, it's a step in the right direction, but they've got to keep walking that way.
Right, and what seems to be 1 out of 4 is actually 1 out of 8. So, it was a good win, but long way to go. It's a marathon.
It is. As you said, it's a marathon. It's a long, long road for these players, for these teams. You know, we can... You know, they're trying their best to stay as consistent, as high up as they can be, but we all know it's going to be a long night for X35 if they are to take this championship, which, I mean, we both agree, is not unlikely. These guys can do it. We've seen them. We both have seen them at their best. This is a team that can win this whole thing. It just is, will they show up against a Star Nation team that has been, quite honestly, almost unbeatable tonight?
Right, and of course they came in tournament favorite, so we do expect them to win. But with a very strong Star Nation team, they're making it ever so hard for them to win.
And that means we'll move right into game number 2. Both these teams have tactical timeouts as well for both these series, so very good chance we'll be seeing them utilized as the night moves on. I know 135 used it against our nation in that winners finals. Won't have to use it, at least for now, as we move right back into this series. And 135 up by one, their first game taken off of Star Nation Blackout. But it's going to be the first of many if we want to see themselves succeed, which is going to be a long road. And Star Nation Blackout, they aren't worried just yet. And why should they be when it's only one game?
Yeah, and one game. It's such a small amount of best of 7. But just like game 1, 100 by 35, they're starting out hot.
And that's a big start as well from Jay. He couldn't get the flip reset. Completely fooled Zanestar by doing that. You know, in fact, for Jay, the fact that he missed it actually helps him in that position. The fact that he missed that flip reset. Because it catches Zanestar, who was ready for it as well. He was ready for that flip reset to be made. X35 with a little bit of a mistake, but it actually turns out to be the best play that they could have had in that position. And that means they're now up to another early 1-0 lead as Jay, Legend, will keep this one out as Instar stays upfield, demoed by Blaz. Will not be able to get past Legend, but he does get him anyways! And it's wide open! Jay with his second! Well, this one, well, Jay did score. This is all Blaz.
It is all Blaz. Look at him, creating space for his teammate. Jay just basically has to walk this thing up to the front post and tap it in. It doesn't get much easier than that.
X35, I mean, they ran away with game one at the very beginning. Game 2, almost like a carbon copy of that. 2 goals to them. Star Nation better wake up soon, because this is not the time you want to see them dropping games if you're a Star Nation fan. You want to see them really show up in this game. Keep the series close, because you know time and exhaustion is not going to favor 135. They want to end this as quickly as possible. So for Star Nation fans, they are going to hope this team better wake up soon, because if they drop this game, things are going to be very, very difficult for them for the rest of this series.
Yeah, and I think 100 by 35, they're using the physical plays to their advantage. They know, obviously, more demos are better than less. So the more power plays that you can generate in a game, especially in a 2v2 game where one demo and it's only one left for a team to fend for themselves. As we see this here, Jay and Blaz taking advantage of that one defender back. Blaz forcing the jump, and he'll play the low 50 for an easy 3rd goal.
As you said as well, another demo play made. 135 have been by far the most successful team doing that this tournament, and they're not stopping anytime soon as Jay looking for yet another clear Legend. Gonna find the first for Star Nation Blackout here on Forbidden Temple. Blaz kept out by Legend. Zanestar. Blaz trying to stay on top of him here. Jay going for goal! Legend's got the block off the crossbar. Zanestar will keep it out. Jay goes again. He's been by far the scariest player here tonight. He has pulled 135 together. Now he's just continuing to try to excel. Another shot on. He will have it for an O. This one for Blaz. It will find the nets. Jay keeps the pressure. And Star Nation Blackout crumble to his power.
Yeah, and you could see both players from Star Nation running out of boost. It was only a matter of time. The more shots you put on, the harder it's going to be. And one just fell through.
And another X35. Multi-goal lead. Legend. Dunked by Blaz. Is bumped out is Zanestar. Jay. Out the corner. Now looking for another demo. Legend will be able to get there as Blaz. Instead trying to play up for more demos. Jay unable to shoot though, and it'll be 135 who are forced to defense. But defense won't be very long for them. Jay just gonna go for this one. Legend, is he back? No, he's not. Off the bar, and he's kept it out just wide. Legend nearly caught overcommitting, and that could have been even more detrimental. It's a 4-goal lead right now. 135 have been scoring non-stop since the start of this series. And Star Nation, I mean, what if you're Star Nation, Riskii, what on earth do you see that they have to do to just stop this 135 team from scoring?
They gotta keep an eye out on the field. I mean, they know for a fact that this team is going to be going for the bumps. And to some form, it is inevitable. You are going to get demoed. Some of them you can't necessarily dodge, but you gotta learn to evade them as much as possible. Make it easier for yourself.
Star Nation have not made this easy for themselves. X35 staying in their face, but space here for Legend, and he's one on the flick. Star Nation answer back. 92 seconds to go. Is it too little too late? We'll see soon enough. There's still time left in game 2.
Yeah, plenty of time left. 90 seconds. I mean, even a goal every 30 seconds is enough. So, plenty of time left for this team to come back.
Here we go again. Jay, 15 with Zane Star. Legend. Still Legend. Jay, dunked out by Legend, but NIRV 35 trying to stay as close as they can, as defensive as they can. They know that their lead can hold as long as they stay close. Jay. Again with the air dribble play. Blaz not even committing because Jay will just go by himself. Now Blaz will wait. Legend. Blaz, who has been relatively quiet this game. He's let Jay take over on offensive duties. Now he's going to make a defensive play, though. He'll be up there first as Zane Star recovers. Star Nation looking again. Legend. Unable to get a play to work there, but Jay's missed wide nets. Still a 3-goal lead for NIRV 35, and he will bully out that defender. It's NIRV 35 upfield, in control, just looking to waste every second off that clock here in game number 2 as Zane Star is touch. Zay waiting, but can't get beat there. Legend bumped with Blaz, but no flick made, and will this be another for NIRV 35? The backfield's open. Blaz will actually go for it himself, but it will be kept out. Star Nation keeping up, but they haven't been able to score. Game 2, much like Game 1, has been a weak offense for Star Nation Blackout, and unfortunately for them, even though they scored there, that offense just hasn't done enough for them.
No, and I think in the end of this game, 100 by 35, they do a great job instead of, you know, as much as another goal is helpful, they don't necessarily need that. They would much rather burn as much time as possible with these shooting chances, and I think that's what we saw.
Jay, unable to get that one, but Blaze will save it away, and it will be cleared down to the ground. 135, 2-0 up this series, and all of a sudden we're seeing this matchup flip. 135 coming in much hotter right now, and that offense for Star Nation, which has been so solid tonight, it hasn't been allowed to breathe.
Oh no, definitely not. And, you know, as we mentioned, like, they're just trying to win this series as quickly as possible. And I think it just, as every minute goes by, it's becoming more and more apparent. This team, they want that second series. They want it so bad. And I think they want it more than Star Nation doesn't want to lose. And I think that's the difference right now.
You're not wrong about it. At this point, at this point, with how late this night has gone, it has become much more of a mental battle than a physical one. These players, it's not about skill at this point, as much as it's about how much do these teams want it. Because we're in the grand finals, and for the grand finals, so many emotions rise high in the grand finals. It's one of those moments where everything that you've done all the past 3 days comes back to haunt these players. It's just who's gonna be ready when they inevitably need to perform. As we are still in our grand finals, 135, 2-0 up in the series, and at this point, Riskii, things have got to start to get a little bit more nervous for Star Nation. They haven't been playing well at the start of the series. Unless they can turn things around here, this could be a very, very short end to the night. As, wait a second, we've got is that an invisible car on the field? Is something happening? Are you okay?
It's good on my end. So.
It's good on your end. Blaz is invisible to me.
Yes.
We're gonna reset real quick. I forgot for a second he was using a bug. We're gonna reset real quick. Blaz is invisible on my screen. So 1 sec. We're gonna quickly reset things here while we get things back underway. Apologies for that one. Blaz is not cheating, I don't think. Apparently he had a car on your screen, Riskii.
Yes, he did.
Okay, I was gonna say that would have been the most blatant cheating I've ever seen, because there is an invisible car hack that players sometimes go for. But not in tournaments, obviously. As we're going to quickly fix the issue on my screen there. Apologies for these players, as we'll get right back into this. As, again, we had a little glitch there. I'm sure all of you in chat saw that as well. Hopefully that won't reappear as we reset the lobby here. Everybody to join back in. As,
you know what? While we're waiting for everyone to join, I will say, Star Nation, they have their timeout. I don't know why you don't use it here. like two
They haven't had to use it
very
today.
dominant. Yeah, they haven't had to use it today.
And to be fair,
very
when they were given the chance, they didn't use it. I don't think they like to use the timeouts.
Right. And I feel like it would just be so helpful. Like maybe it's just me personally. I just think it's a no-brainer because you have two very dominant games to start out the series from 100 by 35, and clearly at this point in the series, they haven't been able to do anything to stop their momentum on the field. So I think they should be able to use everything in their power.
Yes, again, we are waiting for these players to join back in. Again, a quick tech pause there. As you guys all saw in chat, we had an invisible car glitch on our stream. So hopefully that will fix itself. I know you guys actually want to see Blaz's car, and not just a random nothing, his name tag just floating around. Hopefully we won't have to see that glitch again. That was a weird one. I thought for a second maybe Blaz was cheating. I was like, there's no way he's cheating in a tournament like this that's being streamed. So, again, we'll fix things up. We'll get him back in here. And again, this will be a reset game 3 for both these sides. 35. Keep going here as we take on Star Nation Blackout, up by 2. As here we go. We go right back in. As if Jake doesn't even remember what game it is. As here we go. We get right back into the series. The glitch is gone, so that's nice here as X35 looking to continue to advance in this series.
Yeah, and maybe the reset threw him off a little bit there, but it is game number 3. And maybe this 100 by 35 team has just been so dominant. So
They forgot how many games took. They were having so much fun here that they forgot about that. Although I would assume probably not too much fun. They probably still have a lot of emotions running through them after that loss to Star Nation Blackout. And while that little tech pause there isn't going to be a tactical timeout for any team, it does give Star Nation a little bit of time to reset here as they're going to look to see if they can get their first lead of the series. They haven't been able to do it yet, Riskii, and honestly that's a huge concern for Star Nation if they are not able to get goals soon, because X35 definitely will score if you don't, and I would not be very happy for Star Nation if they don't get on that scoreboard, but this is a good way to get it started. Legend off the back wall, unable to score, but does keep the offense, taking the boost too, but Jay will have the outplay, and 135 holding on for now. And again, with how much time you had to wait for these between these games, if you're in Star Nation, you're gonna take that lead. Zanestar in the nets, it's open, and they take it. And for the first time, Star Nation score first in the grand finals.
And I think it was about time the physical play actually worked against Jay in this sake. He actually bumped him into position for that pass and left the net open.
Star Nation Blackout take it. Zanestar, who we've nicknamed on the stream, or more rather Jade nicknamed earlier as Midas. He's been scoring anything that he touches. We'll see if we get Midas Zanestar back again on this stream, but for now, X35 not too perturbed. They'll look upfield again. Legend down out by Blaz. In comes Jay, and he's got a net to shoot at. Zanestar is there. Blaz right back in the midfield for Jay. Off the post, Zanestar will get to it. And RX-35 so close and yet so far from tying this game up. But a few more chances like that, and this game will be back to being even.
Oh, and I feel like it almost is even. Maybe not on the scoreboard, but I definitely think in terms of a dominance on the field, it's very much even. A lot more even than the past 2 games have been.
Jay keeps on the offense. We'll pinch this one off that corner. Zanestar. Legend. Jay not able to collect this one as Legend down the field, and RX-35, it's half the game is already gone. They have not been able to put one in that net. Zanestar, oh, great job on the weight. The 50 with Jay. Here comes Legend. That should be a chance, but it has gone wide of the net. RX-35 Esports still keep going, but with it only being a 1-goal game at this point, any play could end it. It just is. Can RX-35 break out of defense? They have had so many issues. We're just getting out from the backfield.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning, it wasn't a tech pause, wasn't necessarily tactical timeout for anybody, but it almost seems to be that way as Zanestar. What a beautiful double tap. And yeah, it's just a whole different team. And, the fans, they needed something to cheer about, and they're finally getting something to.
The Star Nation fans, they've been waiting for a while in this fan finals matchup. That one taken right there. Double tap for Zanestar. He's hit a couple of those already today. And I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a couple more of them here as this series progresses. As he'll go for a net. Saved by Jay. X35 still unable to challenge here as Legend going for goal. Blaz will block, but Zanestar leaving it. Legend calls this shot. Strikes the left side. And Star Nation Blackout is a whole different team right now. And just this change up, whatever they were talking about before Game 3, it's made a difference.
Oh, and that was such a beautiful touch. You can't ask for a better touch if you're Legend in that situation. It gives them the whole net to shoot at. But it doesn't matter because 100 by 35, they're going to get one right back.
It comes courtesy of Jay. X35. Right off the kickoff, and again, look at Blaz immediately looking for that bump on Zanestar. Keeps him out. Not like it would have mattered anyways. That shot was never going to be saved, but still make sure to get every bump, every extra touch, and force them out here as nearing the end of this game, and the goals are picking up. It's a tight angle, but Jay has found another one. 2 for Jay, and all of a sudden, this game seems very, very winnable for 100x35 Esports.
Yeah, and you know, Legend, after a mistake like that, you got to be careful not to get into your own head. You still are ahead in this game, so don't let that bother you too much. You got to go next.
Well, Blaz, what a strange kickoff that is. Delayed it heavily there to get that dunk. Will allow Jay upfield, but that pinch, it might be past Blaz, but we'll recover to it. Legend, Blaz able to stay with this one as Star Nation tangling in between the lines on defense. Legend. Aurelius Legend still roasting. Zanestar's with him, but no shot there. Now he'll go off the back. No challenge, and as Zanestar's going to take that one. Nobody from X35 wanted to go for it. Jay was the only one back. And you have to think he's got to be a little bit more willing to challenge there. He just waits, and when you wait, you give space to Star Nation, and that's the last time you ever want to do that.
Yeah, and especially to the Zanestar, he's been automatic when it comes to those double taps. And, you know, he misses the first shot. He's going to go for a second one. So you got to be able to jump for that.
Blaz off the sidewall. Jay causing havoc on defense, but nobody moves out of the play here for Star Nation, and they again having to push all alone on offense as Blaz not even there to help him out. Jay's all alone. Blaz is nowhere to be seen. He went all the way to defense, and X35 feels like they've already kind of given up in this game. They still 30 seconds to go, but they're running out of time, and they're running out of that confidence. As Jay gets past Legend. Blaz, Zane now. Corner pinch. Jay will not get to it. Once again, he hesitates here, and I think the question starts to come. Is 100x35 fatigued?
I don't think they're fatigued necessarily. But what I do know is I can feel that shift in momentum. I hope you can feel it too, Sporty.
I can feel it as well. Star Nation Blackout really allowing this game to just be themselves. They've had such little success on offense. And it feels so strange that this game, they just turn it around just like that. In an instant, Star Nation back to their usual selves. And Game 3 will be theirs. This series is going to be a pretty long one, I feel. And X35, for how good they've done, this game was a step in the wrong direction. And Star Nation, well, they got to feel pretty good, because they haven't started off this grand final as well. This can be a game they can really latch on to.
And what a response. You know, you couldn't ask for a better response game. And to deny the match point, at least for another game, it's just huge. You keep yourself in the series, and, you know, when you do have that option of going to a second series, you know, if you go down 3-0, you kind of have to write it off a little bit.
Game number 4. Mind, X35 still leading in this series, but as we know, Riskii, now that the momentum's on Star Nation, this is where the real challenge comes to X35. Being able to keep up with that momentum against them. We're going to have to see if they can do it. It's going to be a tough road. As we know from Star Nation, once they start feeling good, man, they are a runaway train at times. It is so tough to stop them.
It is very tough to stop them. And, you know, either of these teams, I feel like, if they have that momentum, if they have that confidence, if they have that offensive pressure, both of these teams, they're capable of doing anything. They're hard, very difficult to be stopped.
As 135 still leading this series, that lead is now under attack. Star Nation Blackout with their chance to keep themselves alive, to even up this matchup. They've been to Game 7 once tonight. They would love to see it again, although obviously at this point they don't really want to be there. They want to just hit this game, maybe see if they can put themselves 3 games straight, as Jay will reach for this one. Stretching just in the way as Zane Star. The back wall, 50 with Jay, IRX35. Keeping the up pressure as Legend, oh, he's not going to get to this one, and our nation. I mean, you can tell both these teams feeling that fatigue. They're both very tired. At this point, it's just who's going to have that will to keep going, that will to do a little more. Jay, kept out by Zane Star, as he'll go for another clear. Blaz holds it in the back corner. His chance to attack upfield. Legend keeps himself on top of it. Jay will stay close as Star Nation looking for the midfield once again. Legend kept out by Blaz as he will look down for nets. Jay's on the other side. His shot's low, and Legend will block. Blaz will go for a second one. Nobody there, and on an X35, it's a 1-0 lead. Once again, they don't really care about how the last game went. They've got such a strong mentality that they say go next, and in Game 4, they start off very confidently.
Yeah, and what a huge start in this game. We're going to by 35, which seemingly in this game, Star Nation started off with a lot of pressure, a lot of confidence with the plays that they were making in the air. So we'll see if that continues and if it converts.
We'll see if it does. X35 still not out of the woods. Star Nation Blackout have and almost certainly will respawn one way or another. Blaz already up. Back wall. Double. Hit the bar and it will stay wide. Jay goes. Stopped by Zane Star. Blaz. Another X35 with a huge chance. That was a massive double tap attempt. But it will head wide. And well, with how this series has gone, Blaz would have loved to see that go in. It would have been such a huge momentum booster.
Oh, and 100%. He's if that's me, I'm kicking myself for the next series, like for the next 2 games about that one. You're just so close.
But he's got to take his mind off of it here, Riskii. You know, it's still a grand finals for both these players.
Very true. And they gotta learn. They gotta bounce back. But they still are ahead in this game. Just hope it doesn't come back to bite them.
Yeah, they're gonna be hoping, but you know how superstitions work in Rocket League. Some things seem to always be pre-planned for you. X35, they better hope that plan is not them losing this game because of that mistake. As Jay, space will be his, but immediately challenged by Zane Star. Blaz, the sidewall. His play, going for goal. He's got past 2. Jay's got the shot. Blocked by Zane Star as he'll stand tall and stand in the way. Blaz now almost bumped out. Again, he will avoid as Legend. Flip reset. Blaz not going to give him that time or space. And RX35 holding a solitary goal to stay ahead of Star Nation. Zane Star again in the air. 2v1. Bump not made. Double tap won't be either. As Blaz covering him here, and RX35 not giving Zane Star another double tap this series, at least not yet.
Yeah, and I think unlike that Game 1 and that Game 3, the thing that is making the difference in this game is the defense. Both of these teams, they don't want to let one go in, because they know just how crucial that could be to the outcome of this game.
Zane Star, Legend, not able to make much with that touch, but it will go back to his captain. Maybe this is a chance for Star Nation, but they've all pushed up, and this is goal number 2. It's Blaz who'll take it in for Star Nation. With all the good they've done this game, that's gonna really sting.
Yeah, it really is gonna sting. And having that insurance is really helpful, and just another step closer to putting this 100 by 35 team on match point.
Zane Star, though, able to avoid as Blaz leaving it there. Star Nation Blackout, they've Gotta dig deep at this point. If I don't want to see that bracket reset series made, they've got to show up here. With less than a minute to go, it's not a lot of time, but this is the kind of predicament that they'd be put under when off to such a slow start. Now they gotta be able to build on what they've seen. But Jay and Blaz bumping them out. They'll keep that ball away as Star Nation panicking to just get that ball upfield, but once again cut out by 100X in midfield. It's Blaz, and it's looking for free. He'll put it behind earliest legend. And 100X35, it almost feels like it's going to happen. It almost feels like it's already been secured for them. 27 seconds left, up by 3. All I need to do is hold on for a little longer, and match point will be theirs.
Yeah, and just a little bit of an unfortunate 2 players commit to that offensive play, and Jay is just reading it all day. And it seems like that's just the way it's been this series. Jay and Blaz, they've both been reading everything that Star Nation has to offer.
This one cleared back, 10 seconds remain. Star Nation still looking for just one more goal here in our $200 Grand Finals. It's 150 the first, 50 the second. But at least for now, Star Nation, they're going to have to wait another game here. They'll get one at 0 seconds, but it won't make a difference. Game 4 goes to 100X35, and at this point for Star Nation, if they were to ever use that tactical timeout, now would be the time.
Yeah, and we'll see if they choose to use it. You definitely know how I feel about it, so I won't go through that spiel again. But, you know, I think after a very momentum shift towards Star Nation in their favor in game number 3, 100x35, they were able to slow it down. Maybe they were, you know, committing to too many things. Maybe they were getting out of their own head. They were able to lock back in and take this game, and you know, just stop any momentum that they tried to gain in their track.
Yeah, but if you know anything about Star Nation, they don't want those tactical timeouts. They haven't been using them all day, and again, it looks like they're gonna follow that trend. No tactical timeout called here for Star Nation Blackout. They want to go straight to game 5, and for 135, one game away from winning the series, but it's not the championship here. This is not to win the whole thing. Reminder, this is the grand finals of a double elimination bracket. They win this, it's only a bracket reset. It's a long night for 135, and well, I'm sure they're ready to see it end. Their night, it's gonna stay long. And if they can win this game, though, they do put themselves very, very close to taking the whole thing. As that number 1 seed got sent to the lower bracket from a 4-0 sweep. And, I mean, for us, Riskii, it's been a long night for us, but honestly, a bracket reset, that feels like how this tournament would end.
Right, and I think this 100x35 team, they're at this point they really they just can't do without it. They're fighting so hard for this, and it'd be ashamed if we didn't get it.
Well, we'll see if Star Nation, they obviously don't want it. They want the series to end here. They want nothing to do with a bracket reset. 100x35, they're the ones that have that momentum, and they have been playing exceptionally well. You know, I didn't think a team would be able to play for this long. This has been a almost 5-hour day, and yet even then, 100x35, they still feel like what they are like playing since the very beginning of the day. Is that something, you know, do you feel that too, Riskii? That, like, even at the end of the day, with how long these guys have been playing, it has been a long tournament, and yet even then, both these teams still look just as good as Jay finds a tight angle, and 100x, they don't stop. Another early goal, and look who gets it. It's a Jay once again.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right. Both teams, they are tired, but it's all about the conditioning. They're all conditioned. They've played Rocket League for a while. These are all players who, you know, they have hour totals in the thousands. So they've played through long sittings before. And although it does tend to wear on them, this is not out of their element.
Yeah, it is a very long day nonetheless, and our Nation Blackout, I'm sure they're feeling just as tired at this point. They've had to wait, they've had to watch, they've had to play for hours straight, and it's 100x35 who stay on top. Jay has the dribble. Legend will pinch this one by. Off the corner, Legend with the win on the 50. This one is a chance. Sainstar will have it on, but Jay, no issues with that block. Again, 100x35. They just don't look tired. They look ready. Jay looks ready. Flip reset. Musty. Double in front for Blaz. But nobody there. Almost two. But Onyx nearly won't be good enough. The lead stays at 1.
Yeah, and that's another big play. You know, they keep going for these plays. One of these has to fall in. And, you know, we'll see if it comes to fruition. But for now, they just got to keep pounding the pressure on this Star Nation team.
Half the game already gone. Star Nation once again struggling to keep up with that pressure. Jay, oh, he's tripped off the post. Legend will get the demo. Blaz, the last one back, and he's got to play careful. Zanestar, double tap. He's hit those before, but look at that from Blaz. Pre-jump the touch by a mile. 100X with no respect for Star Nation. And at this point in the series, they are looking confident. As Jay keeps away from Zanestar. Blaz, dribble, flick, Legend. Able to stave that one away as Jay. 50'd with Legend. The next 35 Esports. They're getting close. They know they are, but only one goal up. This is not a confident lead. As Legend needed to score that one, he has been the player that if there's anybody to step up, it's Legend and it's Zanestar. We haven't seen Legend yet enough today. We need to see more. Maybe I called right, because he gets the dunk, and he puts it through. Legend answers back with little under 2 minutes to go. 135, caught pushing a little too high.
Yeah, speaking of the man, it was about time before he woke back up in this series. And he played a really big part in their sweep in the upper bracket final. And he's just got to play a bigger role. And hopefully he can make some adjustment.
1-1 the scoreline, and it's Star Nation Blackout, who still have hope, even if as a roster, you just don't look fully ready. They just don't look like they have energy in them. They still have hope, and maybe that's enough to carry them. But Legend's gonna be bumped out. Will still be there to block that shot from Blaz. And now he'll go again. Blaz, got in the way there of a Star Nation player who will be able to keep this one out as Jay sitting back a little further. I'm in space will be his as he gets the flick over 1. Jay over 2! 1v2 for Jay! He wants this one over. It's 1 back. 100x35. 1 minute, 10 seconds away from securing the bracket reset.
And that's really huge. I think, as I was mentioning before, it's a little bit of a mental battle. And Jay just really wants it. And you can tell by the way he's been playing all series. And he'll block another shot.
Visibly fatigued, these players have been looking very, very tired. You're not wrong about it. At this point, they're all just running on instinct and on their last reserves. What do they have in store? And for Jay, he's putting his heart on this match. He's the one with the emotions right now. And you can tell he is just going for it here. Blaz, trying to help him out with this one. Time running low, 100x35. Less than 40 seconds away from securing the bracket reset. Jay, the dribble, one-on-one with Legend, looking for the bump, won't connect. Blaz won't score either, and Jay is overcommitted. Zanestar, going, gone. It's tied again. 100x took a risk, and it paid off poorly.
Yeah, Jay he's not able to get back. Both players full committed to that play. You gotta convert.
And game 5 not over. 22 seconds. We're guaranteed at least one more goal and probably only one more goal. Blaz beats them both. He won't be able to score, but in comes Jay. His chance, his shot, and it is. It's Jay again. Hat-trick for the captain. 12 seconds remain.
And you can see the panic. As soon as that ball went up in the air, both players from Star Nation, they're scrambling to get back. You just have to jump up for that one. But Jay, he calm and composed. He finds the right touch.
And Jay will clear it away again. Legend unable to collect this one. He's just going to let that time tick away. Prevent Star Nation from ever getting their chance. 15 on the ground. 100x35 Esports have created the bracket reset. We have one match to go, Riskii. Both these teams have taken matches off each other. And as the night grows longer, we have our Grand Finals bracket reset match to go up to next.
Yeah, and the night gets even longer. But you know what? This is exactly where this 100 by 35 team wants to be. And you could see it even in that series. They got it over very quickly. So, uh, honestly, who knows how this second series goes?
Yeah, what a night it has been. Again, a bracket reset at this point. 100x35 Esports, you can feel it from this roster. Right now, they have energy. Here, Riskii, and I didn't think that I would have ever said that with how they've been playing tonight. Because they've had to play so many matches. This is going to be match number 5 for them. But they have energy. And Star Nation don't. They look tired. They look gassed out there. And, for Star Nation, the nice thing is, they've got a long break to talk things out. These teams do get a break in between these series. We're not cruel, obviously. But, they've got to talk things out because they've got one match left. And right now, they are not the favorites in that series.
Right, and they had their one series advantage, and it's just gone right now. They can't do anything about it. They have to take this series as a totally independent one and go from there, because this one defines who is the winner.
As you said as well, and again, these teams ready to take that break, ready to take it slow. It has been a very long night here, Riskii. But the series, the night, it only gets longer, and we've got one more match. That prize pool up for grabs, and at this point now, it's anybody's game. No advantages, no changes. 100x35 Esports have their chance to take on Star Nation Blackout and beat them in the final round. They were mad before with that for a sweep, but this may be 100x35's time to take it. Again, they've got momentum, Riskii. Is there any last things you want to say before we go off to a short break and come back for our bracket reset?
What I will say is that upper finals, it was a 4-0, but it almost feels neutralized at this point with that 4-1 win. So it really is anyone's game. And 100 by 35, as you said, I think they claimed back the favorite for this matchup.
They didn't have the momentum in that first match, but even without it, it didn't make a difference. They showed up, but they still are one match away. We're going to go to a quick break, 5 minutes. When we come back, we will crown a champion. Welcome back for the last time to the ATS Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showdown. I'm Spawny FC, joining me is Riskii. We have been here for 5 hours tonight, almost 5 hours tonight, and we still have one more match to go. A bracket reset has been forced by 135 Esports. Riskii, we've come down to this, now or never. You win and you go on, you lose and you're out.
Yeah, and you know, all the bragging rights, they are on the line. And at this point, it's like each team, because you know, 100 by 35, they came down from the lower bracket. They wanted that rematch. They got the rematch, but now it's one series even to both sides. So this one really decides which organization comes out the victor.
They've both been chirping a lot tonight. I know Star Nation and Hux 25 were chirping a lot after that upper finals, wishing to see each other again. And Hux 25 has got it. It really feels like this is the last match. The best of 3 is over. Who's going to take it here? As again, our matches tonight, what we got to see here tonight. A lot of 4-1s. We'll see if that kind of trend continues. But against the same rosters as usual. Jade and Blast versus Zanestar and Aurelius Legend. At this point, these teams are definitely tired, but I think Star Nation, they looked a little bit more tired last series. They're going to have to bring things back into play, or else they're going to have a very, very, very long grand finals and a very long thought process, because this is no easy series. And with them now with the momentum against them, if 125 looks that good without momentum, with momentum, I'm even more worried.
Oh yeah, 100%. And now, you know, both teams, they only have to win 4 games. It's before 100 by 35, they had to win 8, and Star Nation only had to win 4. It is the same stakes for both teams here. And, you know, I think that is a little bit scary for the Star Nation team. I don't know what happened in that 1 hour break that they got a little bit unwarm, maybe. And, you know, they maybe got a little bit out of practice. But, you know, this 100 by 35 team has proved that they are ready. And they are ready to win.
As you said as well, it's been a long tournament, 135. Their only loss so far this tournament, coming to Star Nation Blackout for Star Nation. Their only losses to NIRV Esports and now 100x35 Esports. So, again, these teams have been top level this tournament, but only one can win. We have one best of 7 left, and it has been a long night. I know everybody out there can feel the fatigue. You know these players can feel the fatigue. But we've got one match left. The prize pool, the whole $200 on the line. Best of 7 series. This is it. No more rules. You win and you go on. You lose and you're out. One more best of 7. And this is to determine our champion. Welcome to the bracket reset.
And it's starting off quickly in Star Nation's favor. Legend is going to take a quick shot, followed up by Zanestar. And, you know, it's only been a few seconds, but this is looked to be a new revitalized Star Nation team.
They did have a good amount of time to talk things out. That last series looked very slow from Star Nation, so already off to a flying start. Much better than they've looked all of last series, as they go 1 goal up in Game 1. And while 125 have dealt with these kind of deficits before, Star Nation look better. This looks like the Star Nation that 4-0 swept them before. This is the kind of Star Nation that they need to bring if they want to be ATS Paradise Cup champs. And again, for Star Nation, right, they're not even just playing for that prize pool, they're also playing for history to be the first time Star Nation has ever won an ATS event. But right now, they are still blocked out of the way by an 135 team that has been rated as the #1 overall team to win this event. They didn't do it in that first meeting, but here they look a lot stronger. And, well, we'll see if they can hold on for more as Jay gets that one. Chasing down Legend. Not able to get him off the ball, though, as Blaz not able to get that bump either. RX35 waiting back patiently at Star Nation. Zanestar not able to get much on this one, but they'll still have to be saved out by RX35's defenses. They'll chase this one down. Legend. Blaz able to flick this one high, and he's got boost to follow, but Zanestar will be there first, and I know for 135 just trying to get used to this pacing. As the Air Nation trying to pick up that pressure, but what a dunk! Oh my goodness, Jay! Off to an incredible start. The guy who's been leading this team all night somehow finds another incredible shot.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised by this at all. I think, we had one series in the upper final. It went very heavily in one direction. Then you had the first series in this finals, and it went heavily in the other direction. I think we're bound for a much closer series, but, Blast doing all the work he can to shut me up, and he'll get the lead here for 100 by 35.
100x35. I mean, one of the reasons why they did so well in that first series in that grand finals is just to kind of come out. They came out swinging. They didn't slow down. They came out fighting, and you got to be able to come out with that same kind of fight here, even after the very long break they had in between series. As Blast, Doomsy Dish, unable to tuck this one past Zane Star. Did have an angle for it as Jay dunked by Zane as well. This should be number 2. It will be number 2. Zane Star with a dunk of his own, and Jay, he's going to want that one back because that felt a little bit obvious.
Yeah, both of these teams, they're trading blows, and, this is exactly a game one that you would expect in a series like this. Both teams, they don't know where they're at right now. This 100 by 35 team, they came out in the last series with a lot of heat. With Star Nation, they found some new energy, and I think they're starting to figure out what they can still do with that energy.
At this point, it's just a battle again, as you said, of that moment of, these teams. How badly do they want it? 125 wants it. Star Nation wants it as badly as well now. They've had a whole series to watch, and to watch themselves fall apart. Now they have a complete reset. This is the advantage they're given as a team that came through the upper finals. Now, got to be able to take this one as Legend. Laz unable to stop him there as he'll keep on pushing. Zane Star to net, saved by Jay as halfway through this game, staying tied at 2. Jay has the dribble. Who's up to block him? It's Legend. Not able to collect. Zane Star gets past Blaz and an overcommit for an X35, but it won't be countered. Legend. Still on it is Legend. He'll get that bump, but Blaz will clear. 2 100x35 players up. Net's wide open. Blaz will go, and Blaz will take this one. And just seeing bad decisions from these teams. At this point, everybody's so tired. The decision-making has just gone out the window.
Yeah, it's so sloppy. And, in this series, it won't be the prettiest win. But it'll be a win nonetheless. And this one, it's for the championship, so it'll definitely be a dogfight.
I think for both these teams, they're willing to let that happen. But X25 feeling pretty happy there. What a shot from Blaz. How on earth did he find that angle? How did he find so much power on it, too? I mean, he let it bounce off the ground before it goes in. I don't know how on earth he scored that, and yet he finds a way. 100x35, they find a way to take these games, and Star Nation once again being left in the dust right now, and X35 have no intention of slowing down. Blaz for another one. 5-2. That's saved off the crossbar. Jay will not be able to challenge here as Legend on this. Dribble on 1. Stop there. Blaz comes in to clear the danger. And it will go back the other way. Jay on Legend. Legend, not a lot of boost to work with. Jay, 50s! Oh, he wasn't expecting that to be how it went in, but he'll take it nonetheless. 3 goals up now. 100x35 turning this game around.
Yes, and, you mentioned it before. 100 by 35, they're finding ways to win. And until we see that come out of Star Nation, this 100 by 35 team, they're just going to continue their dominance.
Jay, Blaz, dunked by Zane Star. This goes Star Nation! And it will be in once again. Star Nation with their answer as Jay needed to do a little bit better on that pass. It just went straight to Zane Star. And Star Nation Blackout, not out of game 1 just yet. Still a good amount of time remaining.
Yeah, plenty of time left in this game. And a game 1 nonetheless. So, let's see what they can do.
Zane Star. Legend not able to challenge as Jay looking for the bottom corner. Legend's missed! Oh, he backflipped! And it's a free one for an X25 Esports. Legend in the right position, but he backflipped at the worst time, and that is a huge giveaway chance on an X35 Esports back in their confident stride.
And you mentioned the fatigue. I think as every minute goes by, it's becoming more apparent at how tired that these teams really are. That one, You know, hopefully this Star Nation team can bounce back from that one. Or else Legend, he's going to be thinking about that one for a long time.
Legend and Zanestar have been leading this tournament for so long. In the Legends Cup 2, when they first arrived in the Ascend Tournament Series, it was them who had miraculously found a top 8 performance at the 22nd seed in that tournament. Couldn't make it further past the quarterfinals. They had a terrible day too. Those kind of memories, that first tournament in ATS, where they made such a great performance for themselves, it's coming back to haunt them here because once again, they're not able to live up to the pressure when they are given a tough test, when their hopes are being put on the line. They've not been able to stand up tall. Now they have to here as Zanestar, blocked out by Blaz, time running low in game 1, 100x35 Esports, one step closer to being Paradise Cup champions. Star Nation Blackout have no chance of coming back at this point in game 1. And it's 125 again, who starts off this Grand Final series in their favor.
Yeah, and this is a huge win. 100 by 35. They didn't really need a statement game, but they definitely made a statement in game 1. This series, I think that was a message to the Star Nation team that this series is going to go exactly like the last one. Or at least that's exactly what 100 by 35 plans to do.
Bracket reset starts off for 100x35 Esports. Game 1 will be theirs, Riskii, and man, this is a long, long match, but 135 may be able to end this event in their favor. I mean, with how long it has been, Riskii, these teams, you said it, they're feeling it. Every little play, they're feeling every part of this tournament. And now it comes all to this series. One match to determine that winner. 135 off to the start that they would like, but as you know, it will still require their efforts to keep this series ongoing.
Oh yeah, and you know, they can't let up now. If I'm this 100 by 35 team, you got to keep your foot on the gas. Don't let this Star Nation team come back. Because we know that they can. And they're right there with them. So they just got to keep up the pressure.
By only marks one game closer, 135, still 3 games away. At this point, you can count them on the fingers of one hand. 135 are getting closer and closer to a bracket reset tournament win for Star Nation Blackout. This night could end in tragedy. They'll hope to turn things around. This is really where it feels like they have to do it. Zanestar, Blaz able to race back, but Zanestar still has this one. Boost advantage, what a block from Blaz. Zane beat, Legend will be beat too. Jay on the ball will send this one away as Zanestar looking to collect. Blaz will not be able to take that 50-50, and Jay will get back in time, but Legend will have this one. Infield options, looking for the goal. That bounce won't be very helpful for a lot of players, but will be on 35. We're back at it again. Blaz this chance. Not any power on it. They will have to be sent back as Legend. Flip not made, and X35 another save on defense, and we haven't mentioned too much about their defense, Riskii, but I mean, simply put, you hear the statement, defense wins championships. I always mention it during these events that defense wins championships. 125's defense, we haven't mentioned much about it, but honestly, that's a testament to just how good they've been. Blaz, second! Oh, he's hit it! And Blaz reaches for the goal, reaches for the skies, and on an X35 Esports will not let go.
Honestly, screw the last one that he missed it. I'm taking that one all day. What a momentum shifter. Definitely cementing their dominance here in this series, but this one almost rolls right in. And Zanestar, you're gonna try and look to get a shot on early. And nothing they could do to get this one out of the zone.
You mentioned nothing they could do. That one just finding its way through. It's a tough break there for X35, but Star Nation, they needed that goal. I mean, with what they've been doing this series, they just need some momentum because they just haven't found it for themselves. And it's a hard pill to swallow for Star Nation that they swept this team earlier today, and now are just struggling to keep up with them. But It's what's happening right now. They've got to find some momentum.
Yeah, they definitely do have to find some momentum. And they just got to find the confidence, to be honest. And, you know, mistakes like that, they're just not... You're not helping out your confidence.
Blaz with a dunk in the midfield. No one back for Star Nation. And they'll leave once again in the Paradise Cup 2v2 Oregoner showdown. Showcase, I should say. As again, leading by 1 with a little over 3 minutes to go. And X35 Esports, again, that prize pool, $200, 150 for first, only 50 for second. And X35, here's a chance for another one, saved by Zanestar, and he's going to keep on going. Flip reset, can't make much on it, but Legend shot, saved by Jay as he had the panic flip for that one. Now in comes Zanestar, that pinch is going to keep this ball away, as won't be able to get the demo on Blaz. In fact, Blaz will actually get a demo on Legend. And it's X35 who will keep the ball, but only with the 1-goal lead. These games starting to get very low scoring. I don't think it's because these players don't want to score more. It's just because they physically can't. They're so tired. It's going to be a matchup of very low scoring, low scoring properties.
Oh yeah, for sure. And, you know, a lot of mistakes. This is not going to be the cleanest Rocket League that you'll ever see. A couple hours ago, maybe. But right now, these teams are just way too tired. They're capitalizing off of each other's mistakes. But that is a great play.
It is. Zanestar finding earliest Legend. Just look at that shot. Catches Jay on the back wheels. And if you catch him going backwards, he doesn't have the momentum to have the power to clear that out, even if he gets a touch. And it's tied again. Star Nation trying to keep up at this point as the marathon continues, as you've coined it, Riskii. Legend yet again looking upfield as Jay will wait under this. Lip reset. Legend! Oh, what a block from Blaz! Reese is in time! Jay the other way! That one dunked! They go from defense to offense, from coast to coast! My goodness! Blaz and Jay connect in one of the best goals of the night!
I mean, you mentioned before, we don't really talk about the defense, but Blaz, he's been lights out on the defense all night for this team. You know, stopping any sort of effort that Star Nation is able to put together. They got to get through. They don't just have to get through Blaz. They got to get through Blaz and Jay.
Oh, they're definitely trying to demo Jay out and make it just Blaz, as you mentioned first here. Star Nation Blackout, though, not able to get there. As a miss off the back wall, and Jay's gonna take another one. You mentioned it's a battle of mistakes. Right now, it's Star Nation who are feeling the fatigue. Zanestar can't read it, and it's Jay again. 100x35 Esports, up by 2, and time is winding down.
Time is winding down, and, you know, you've mentioned it before. Time is definitely the enemy for the Star Nation team, and another great save coming out from Jay. Time seemingly being the friend here for 100x35.
I mean, they've been in the lead so often this series that it might as well be their best friend. It's allowed them to win games with such small leads. Like 2 goals is not a big lead at this point, but for how important this series is, it might as well be that big of a lead. As Jay, Blaz looking to make it free. That's off the bar, but Jay will roll again. Saved out by Legend as he'll pinch it off the post. Blaz can't go for it, but Zanestar will. And Star Nation Blackout. Here's their chance. They do overcommit, though. And Jay wants 5. Going, but Legend will be back. Blaz now overcommits for that challenge, and Zanestar's all alone. Him and Jay waiting back. But the shot never came, and time continuing to tick and melts off that clock. Blaz gets the bump. This could be 5. It will be. And on at X35 Esports, climb further in the lead. And at this point, yeah, you can tell, not happy as Zanestar bumped out the way. And for Star Nation Blackout, you know, we haven't seen them use that tactical timeout at all tonight. They're not ones to use it, but I really think they should. Right now, everything is going against them, and there's no momentum on their side.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, once again, the 100x35 team, they're searching for those physical plays. And right now, this Star Nation squad just, they don't have a counter to that.
Another goal. And almost certainly another game for X35 Esports once again going up 2-0 in a series in the Grand Finals. They did it last Grand Finals. Ultimately, they won 4 games to 1. Do we see that repeated? X35 are just out there, and they're the ones that are confident. It doesn't matter at this point. Both teams are tired. Both teams aren't playing at their best. But X35 have their heart in this series right now. A whole lot more than Star Nation. And you're seeing that it's making all the difference.
It is making all the difference. And you know what? You can say this 100 by 35 team is tired. But you know what? The more the more they're able to score, the harder it is for me to point it out.
Yeah, they just looked like a different team coming into this Grand Finals. They wanted this rematch, and they're getting it, and they're taking over 2 games, 200x35 Esports. Star Nation Blackout feels like they've been so close, and they still are, but it's going against them slowly. It's getting away from them slowly here. As we are moving into game number 3, and what we've seen from these teams. I mean, 135 is playing so well here, playing with ultimate confidence. But we keep on moving here, Riskii. And, you know, if you're the Star Nation Blackout team, what do you think they're talking about at this point? Because at this point, they've got to stay positive, because if they don't, this is going to be a very quick end to our night.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they have somebody in their VC, like, just telling them to keep their heads up, because I'm sure there's not a lot of talking going on in that VC. But you know, you gotta keep talking. You gotta keep the comms up, because, you know, if that goes to the wave side, there's really no chance for you to win. You have to hold on to everything that you have left, and you gotta dig deep.
Game number 3. X35 Esports are 2 wins away from being Paradise Cup champions. Star Nation Blackout of Star Nation. Still looking, still fighting. This night is not over until it is. X35 may have the confidence, may have the control, but you know, Star Nation, if they can just give themselves a reason to come back, something confident, something positive, this series can change. And Riskii, you can't say it's over just yet, because you know Star Nation well. If they get their confidence back under control, then this is a series that they can take.
Oh, 100%. I mean, and we've seen them beat this 100 by 35 team before, but they certainly know how to fly around the field when they're feeling good.
Jade flicks this one clear. Legend will be back in time, but he nearly had overcommitted for that one. Blaz had already challenged. What a smart play that is, because it leaves Jay with the shot. Legend will be back for it, though, and X35 slow this one down just a little bit. But Blaz has options. Will try to pump out Zane Star, as he's done many times before in this match. They aren't giving up on those bumps for X35. They're doing it all over again. And for Star Nation Blackout, they've been pretty annoyed because of it, but it's just how this series has been going. And for X35, they'll continue to use those demos because they know it's working right now. Star Nation just aren't ready for him.
They aren't, and there's really nothing they can do about it, but Zane Star is just gonna, you know, ego challenge. Maybe this is the route that they need to take.
As you said as well, only a goal here for Star Nation Blackout. As again, just so far, these players have had to play 5 hours ago. I had to play for 5 hours in total. My goodness. And you know, for both these teams, every loss, it's gonna kick them heavily, because they know that series only gonna be prolonged even more. And for 135, every goal against them is gonna hurt. Every goal for Star Nation's hurt for them as well. At this point, every single play, it will carry these teams for the next minute. Blaz wants his chance. Oh, what a doink! Blaz with a play that will set him steam up. 100x35 waited for the moment, and Blaz will take it right there.
They didn't just wait for the moment. They've been doing it time and time again. You know, every time this Star Nation team, they start to get that momentum back. They give them a reason to just go back to where they were. And 100 by 35, they're back in the driver's seat again. Oh, sorry.
Well, you definitely said that as well, but it's Star Nation. Who won't take kindly to that statement? Legend bumps out Jay. He's going to bring the bumps back to 135. I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet tonight for Star Nation, but hey, it's never too late to bring the demo game back against them. And honestly, I hope we see them continue it because it will help them tremendously.
It will. A little bit of shaky defense. Coming out of Star Nation. The net is open just momentarily, but Legend won't let that shot in for now.
RX35, one away from tying things. Mistake there for Star Nation Blackout as they've had a couple in this final series. It is no surprise that these players are going to lose that mental fatigue as Jay just goes for it and it pays off. It was Legend who wanted this one, but look at Jay just went for it. He never left. He never left the play. And if that goal goes in, every play for X35 might as well be confident because that's a confident play for him.
Oh, 100%. And you know, these goals, they just seem inevitable. Like, they're gonna happen. This 100 by 35 team, they're finding ways to score. And speaking of finding ways to score, Zanestar. And what a beautiful pass from Legend. He's got the whole net to shoot at.
He does. They've done very well to limit the amount of defense that Jay can do, and how much of a trouble he has been tonight for them both. It's a good thing for Star Nation they've been able to, prevent Jay from saving everything. He has been very difficult for most teams to deal with. So, the fact is, if they're shutting down his defense, they have very good reasons to take this game and potentially continue on in this series, but Blaz won't want that one. Legend will save it out as he is able to jump to that crossbar. Jay, demoed out by Zanestar. Blaz, no challenge here. That's a lot of space for Zanestar. He'll flick it on, but they will save it, and X35 Esports, again, still only down by one. They're going to need those chances, though, and I don't think you're going to see them get them for free here as Zanestar. That shot, Blaz will be there in time. Jay now, not bumped out by Legend as he'll keep the play up and running. His play, that one, oh, what a play from Jay's. Just smarter right there. Went for the shot, knew it was open. And, for how late this night has been, just a sharp play from Jay. Really putting his brain to good use.
Oh, 100%. And, you said they're starting to figure Jay out on the defensive half. They still have not figured him out on the offensive half. He just keeps scoring for this 100 by 35 team. And he'll put them up another goal.
Blaz off the kickoff, and it's just another whiff here. Zanestar missing that completely. You can tell these players, they aren't thinking it's the same way. There's a lot more whiffs. It's getting sloppy, you mentioned. X35 right now, they're playing a lot cleaner, Riskii. It's very clear to tell they're playing a lot cleaner. At least for most of this series, but they do miss that one. A bad kickoff for Jay, and it's Aurelius Legend who will tie it up again. It's 4-4. And this game has been going on for a while, and neither team is looking to give it up.
Yeah, it really is. And I think may or may not be a prediction here, but I feel like the winner of this game, considering how close it is, may just be the winner of this series.
Those two games before for X35, definitely a huge help for them. If they win here, they're on quadruple match points. Blaz. Oh, flicks it! Play in for Jay! 4-on-8! Jay stays there, stays in the play. This is a true captain's performance. He's leading his team to victory.
He is doing literally everything for his organization. What a great representative.
Your goner for X35. Jay wants another one. Saved by Zanestar as this one wobbles its way back to the midfield. Zanestar on Jay, gets over Legend, not able to score. It's off the post. He gets back to it. The game continues. Another one in, and another one for Star Nation Blackout.
I didn't think I'd be saying this, but 10 goals in this game, and there is still time left. And we will be guaranteed a 6th one.
44 seconds remain. On our next 35 off the kickoff! It's Blaz! And for whatever reason, this game, it just won't end. It won't end, Riskii. 11 goals now in total. On our next 35 again in the lead, but honestly, I don't think that lead's gonna last for how this game has been going.
Oh, definitely not. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another kickoff goal.
Legend wins the 50. Zane Star on Jay. His challenge, his play, but Jay with preventing that dunk from going through. Now Legend a bit too slow to it. A chance for X35 to go up by 2, but Legend will fly onto this one, just keeps it away. Zane Star now has that dribble as no player in front of him won't be able to get around Jay. Less than 20 seconds to go. X35 approaching quadruple match point as Legend demoed out by Blaz. 10 seconds. Zane Star going. That one over Jay, and Blaz will keep it out. Double commit for X35, but Blaz will clear this. This one is going to goal and going to ground. X35 Esports are 1 game away from winning the tournament.
And how poetic would it be if this 100 by 35 team finish this series off in a sweep? But we can't make the mistake of we can't make the mistake of counting out this Star Nation team.
They also did call that tactical timeout, so the first time we've ever seen them use it here for Star Nation Blackout. They didn't want to use it earlier, but now they realize they have to. This is it for them. They've got to win from here on out. A reverse sweep to win the tournament. Their backs are firmly against the wall. X35 Esports are going to look to keep them there, but with this extra minute given to Star Nation Blackout, they gotta use it wisely because this is gonna really define the rest of the series and the rest of the night for them.
Oh, of course, and you know at this point their back is against the wall. They have to win 4 in a row from this point if they want a chance at the championship. That they have to win 4 in a row, and you know they can't look at it that way though. They have to take it 1 game at a time.
And they do. It really is one of those ways. As extra minute now starting again. They only have 1 of these per series. They use it here for Star Nation. Obviously, I think that's a pretty good idea to use it at some point during the series without bad. Things have looked how close that game really was. X35 Esports have kept Star Nation away. They're only 1 win away from completing the bracket reset win over Star Nation Blackout. They had to win 1 series already to start this bracket reset. They're in the position to take that tournament, to take the win, as we'll get to hear how this goes, because for us, it's been a great night. Now X35 Esports ended here, or do we see Star Nation pull it back?
You know, I really, as long as this night has been, I really do hope that Star Nation can pull this back. You know, it's just we've seen them do it before, so we know they have it in them.
Oh, they definitely do. But I think that extra minute has ended here. Our Nation Blackout using that tactical timeout. Now it's time to get right back into the action. Game 4. X35 Esports 1 win away from winning the 2v2 Orc Owner Showcase from Paradise Esports. This is their chance to sign. Their chance to take everything in this tournament. And Jay's trying to get them started. It will be blocked by Zane Star. Blaz, flip reset off a ceiling. Dropping down. Couldn't tuck it under the crossbar. But X35 using that minute. And they're coming off hot. Legend with the block though. Zane Star on the demo. Now back the other way goes Star Nation. Blaz able to get that one around as he'll now dribble. Legend will keep him away, and X35 Esports looking to put more on that net as off to an already high-flying start here. Star Nation Blackout, that timeout has helped them, I think, but because they look a lot better, but X35 also looking quite refreshed.
Oh, 100%. I think it's still crazy with how fatigued these teams are, but they're still so willing to go for these plays.
Jay, flip reset. Second for Jay, but he won't have another one on toe. And running out of boost on the way there. Legend, nothing there. Still looking for Zane Star. Blaz will cut across, and He'll take that boost, demos out Legend as well. Jay wins the challenge. That's not on, but Blaz is there. His shot's wide of the net. Legend will collect it. No goals yet. X35 looking to pierce that armor. They've gotten close, but they've not been able to find those goals. And as time ticks down, as time keeps going, Donation Blackout, they've got to make their own chances.
Yes, they do. It's going to be a little bit difficult when, you know, you got multiple players from 100 by 35 chasing you for a demo.
Jay, keeping in the aggression. The demos have been a huge factor. Looks for one there against earliest Legend. Blaz now has the net. Zanestar the only one back. He will be there in time, and he will catch it too. Jay not willing to challenge. X35 putting the respect on Star Nation's name, as they should be, for a game where Star Nation definitely looks better. But Blaz, again with the recovery, 135, still searching for offense. They've held on to it for, it feels like, the entirety of this game so far. Jay, up with it already. Flip reset. Blocked out early, but he's got Zanestar in his sights. Here comes Blaz. He wants the dribble, but it will be cut out. X35 still keep the ball. Blaz again. Flip reset. Another one for Blaz. At this point, he's just going for everything. It's on the line. And it's Jay from point blank on an X35. Break the deadlock.
I mean, you keep going for these shots, they're going to land eventually. This one, unfortunate backflip, but it bounces off the post and just into the lap of Jay, and he can tap that one in.
Off the kickoff. Jay again looking for another goal here. Legend dunked out of the way. This one will fly up the sidewall. Jay looking for goal again. Bounced off the post, and Legend will be taking that one. As that one pinched. Jay wins the 50. Legend didn't do it the right way. He was not goal side on that challenge. And Jay once again just putting all of his energy into sending on X35 Esports to a multi-goal lead.
Yeah, he just... Talk about somebody who wants it. I don't think anyone in this lobby wants it more than that guy right there.
Jay already definitely trying to put himself out there as an MVP caliber player. But can that caliber continue? Time running out for Star Nation Blackout. Now under 2 minutes to go, and under 35 lead by 2. Zanestar unable to challenge Jay. He's not been able to progress past the midfield at all this game, it feels. As under 35 looking for number 3. Zanestar with the 50 win. He's got an head in sights. Jay to defend though, and he'll be back in time. Legends offense for Star Nation Blackout. But Blaz will collect. He'll tap that one over Zanestar. 10 boost, just gonna throw this one at the net. Star Nation collect. Zanestar looking for the double tap. Jay will be there. Doesn't read the touch. Legend though, overcommits. Will send this one away and keep out 135. Any more goals from them, and you feel like Riskii, that would end this series.
Yeah, that might be the case, but Star Nation, only a minute left. They have to do something now. They know how difficult it is to get past this 100 by 35 defense, and they have to do it twice in just this small amount of time. But Jay making it ever so more difficult.
And it is free now. 100x35 Esports. 3-0 up. And right now, it just feels like this game, this series, this tournament has come to a halt. 100x35 Esports dropped down from the upper finals to this team in a 4-0 sweep. They weren't happy. They were very noticeably upset in that lower finals when they took down NIRV Esports. They come back 4-1 in Series 1, 4-0 in Series 2. 100x35 Esports are champions. They'll take the ATS Paradise Cup to V2 Oregoners Showcase. Congratulations for them. It's been a long night, but for 100x35 Esports, it's been worth it.
Very worth it, it has. And you know, for all the trash talk that's gone on today, I think we finally have our answer.
They've been talking. Donation Blackout and X35 Esports have been talking. And X35 Esports will win in the end. The number 1 overall seed, able to take the tournament through a bracket reset. Riskii, our night has come to its conclusion. 4-0 for X35 Esports. What a statement, and what a way to end this tournament for them. That was a confidence-boosting Grand Finals performance.
Oh, 100%. And, you know, they have all of this confidence, and it's like, you know, they just won. Like, what are they left to do with it except, you know, celebrate? They did what a lot of people wouldn't be able to do, and that's get punched in the mouth and crawl their way back up to the top.
It has been a grueling night for these teams, and it's been a grueling night for so many people, but it comes to its conclusion. Let's take a look at that bracket one last time. X35 Esports are champions of the ATS Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owners Showcase. $150 is theirs, as is the tournament victory. A look at the night they've had to go through. What a long night it has been for all of us. Riskii. I mean, I must say, you know, before we go to interview 135 Esports, you know, is there anything about tonight? Is there anything you want to say about tonight? Any matches? Any players that really caught your eye?
I mean, it's really hard to pick. I feel like every series in this tournament has been a pleasure to watch, and it's been really awesome to see all of these orgs show out in through the course of this weekend. So, you know, I just want to say thank you to all of those who did sign up and who did participate.
Yeah, I don't blame you one bit. Reminder, we still gotta get an interview here with 100x35 Esports and reveal our ATS Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owners Showcase MVP. So, you know, while we get that sorted out, I mean, Riskii, my goodness, what a night it has been. I know these players are exhausted. We're exhausted. But it's time to go talk with 100x35 Esports. I think they deserve that, don't you think?
Oh, 100%.
Well, welcome in there, Jay, Blaz, joining in as well. A 4-0 sweep in the final match. But 100x35 Esports are Paradise Cup champions. You take down Star Nation in the bracket reset. It's been a long night, Jay. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I feel like I just woke up. I'm energized. I'm good. Just another day at the office, Sporty.
Yeah, it really does feel good. And, you know, before we get to the good stuff, I do have to ask. You lose 4-0. You hear all this trash talk. What's going through your head?
What's going through my head is I'm about to see the most embarrassing Twitter post be taken down after we reverse sweep them twice in a row. That's exactly what's going through my head.
Well, 100x35 Esports, man, they showed up when it mattered most. I know for you, Blaz, only coming in for day 3, you had issues for days 1 and 2, but you've come on the final day of the competition, you know, getting used to Jade, being thrusted into this, you know, huge high-pressure situation. You know, for you, Blaz, it has been a lot, but you've been able to hold on and been able to work with Jay. How has tonight been for you?
Oh, honestly, very nervous for me. My confidence is up. With Jay as a teammate and a team leader, my confidence is always boosting, and I played the best as I could.
Yeah, you definitely did play as best as you could, and as best as you could, you did take that championship win. So congratulations.
Coming in as that number 1 seed as well, you know, as well. Sorry about that, Riskii. I think I cut you off there a little bit. Here,
No, it's okay.
we're all tired here tonight. As again coming in with that, you know, as that number 1 seed, you gotta tell me kind of, you know, coming in as that number 1 seed, Blaz, were you ever nervous today? Because you know, before you, Lucky and Sora both, you know, both did a lot of the dirty work, got able to get kind of allowed his team to get to this point. You know, now that's, you know, you're here as that number 1 seed. You know, was there a lot of pressure on you during these matches?
Oh yeah, 100%. The way that Sora and Jay, uh, I didn't really know what I had to do to affect that, but I figured my way, did it.
as you said as well. Again, it's I mean, you gotta say, it has been such a confidence boosting event for you. And, Riskii, is there anything else you want to kind of ask these players?
You know what? It's been such a long day. I'm gonna.
He's too
I'm
tired.
gonna-
Yeah, I think he's gonna let the moment speak for itself. I don't blame you here, but I know
Exactly.
I was joining us here. Lucky and Sora joined in right after the end of the tournament. They're here if any of them want to say anything, because you've been just as instrumental to the success of this team. Is there anything any of you two want to say?
I mean, I'm just super proud of these guys. I saw them win their first series, going to uppers. I was confident, and then they lost. They dropped that second series, a close couple of games. But my confidence in them never dipped. I just told them to keep being themselves, play like they play, and Blaz's confidence will build. And Jay just continues to be that anchor. But I'm super proud of these guys.
Well, thank you for that as well, Sora. Again, I could reset. It's been one of the longest nights I've ever had on this stream, and honestly, what a night it was. It was definitely exciting, to say the very least. I mean, to see a team just show up in this grand finals to, run through the gauntlet here. As, again, we're going to make sure we get these players in here. As I know the person that wants to join us is 50, so let's get 50 in here. 50, I know you're excited. Your team able to take this tournament. You gotta be feeling pretty happy, because it's been a long night. But man, that long night must have been worth it. As someone who is, has been leading this org with Jay.
Where's chat? I want to hear chat. Where are we at? Where are we at?
I think everybody in chat is.
Sporty, what was the prediction? Where's the chat prediction? I gotta see this.
I don't know. I think the chat prediction was in your favor. I'm not wrong.
Okay.
Or that second series. I think it was Star Nation who won in the first, who had the high predictions in the first series, but it was 135 in the second series.
Are any of Star Nation still in chat? I'm trying to see. They've been very quiet the past couple of games. I don't know.
All right, well, let's not be mean, 50. Let's not.
I'm not being mean. I'm
Let's
not being mean.
let's not
I'm
be
just
mean
asking
here.
where they at. Where they at though? Where they at though? No, honestly, it's all love. Like Zane Star and I, we go back. I've tried to help Star Nation with a couple things that Zane has come with me towards, but I guess not everybody on that org is as respectable as Zane Star. But it's all love to the players. They did well. They took a game on us, which is crazy. But at the end of the day, bracket reset, we showed who really has the aura, and that's us. So, GG's.
Simply said as well. Again, a win at the end of this tournament. It has been such a long night, but it's time to reveal, I think, our MVP for this. And I think it's unanimous, Riskii, if I have to say so myself. Congratulations, Jay, on winning the MVP award. I mean, the amount of heart we saw you bring in that final series, it really felt like you were running on full adrenaline at that point, and you put your emotions on the line. Jay, is there anything you want to say now, kind of receiving that MVP award at the end of this tournament?
Of course I do. I mean, I just want to say, first of all, congratulations to Sora, Lucky, and Blaz, because this was just as much of a win for me as the MVP as it was for them, and I'm insanely proud of each and every one of them. At no point did I feel any less playing with each of them, and it says a lot, switching teammates and being able to play that confidently with all of them, just trying to keep all their mentals in it. Blaz, I was trying to keep him as confident as possible the entire time. Huge win for him. He finally gets to take home a trophy. And Lucky and Sora, for the first 2 days that I played with them, phenomenal games. I couldn't have asked more from any of them individually. They all played phenomenally. So as much as the MVP means a lot to me, it doesn't happen without having teammates behind you. It's 2v2 for a reason, and I was allowed to do my thing, and it might have looked like I was playing better than these guys, but that's really just not the case. Like, a lot of the stats you don't see on the field, and it's these guys that do it all. So I want to thank them.
It has been, again, quite the night. It's been a long night. I'd love to stick with you guys, but it's been so long of a night. I just want to be able to kind of wrap things up.
Can I make one more shout out though?
We'll go through everyone. Don't worry. You'll get your chance soon
Okay.
enough. So we will start with Lucky. If I know Lucky hasn't said anything, if Lucky has any shoutouts, we're gonna go through everyone. By the way, everybody's gonna have their chance since everybody is here. Lucky, if Lucky has any shoutouts, if there's anything you want to say.
Yeah, I want to shout out all of 100X, honestly. Like, a lot of people like Slacks showing up and chat just supporting. Really appreciated for everyone that's supported.
We'll move on now to Sora. Sora, is there anybody out there that you want to shout out? Any last things you want to say?
Same as Lucky. I mean, I made the comment about always being confident in Jay and Blaz and anybody, but it's anybody it's on 100x. It's a culture I think that we've created at 100x that Thrifty has created, and so just shout out him and shout out the team to just create an atmosphere of just confidence and just excitement in that org.
Well, we'll move on to Blaz. Blaz, playing today. Is there anybody that you want to help? Want to shout out that has helped you out today?
Just same as Sora and Lucky, 100x, and definitely Jay for keeping us up whole series.
We'll now move on to 50. I know you wanted to talk a little bit as well. 50, is there anybody you want to shout out?
Yeah, I want to shout out to everyone over there at Star Nation for bringing the dog out of Jay and bringing the dog out of Blaz, and just waking them up and making a point. Also, shout out to all the casters. You too, Jade, even though you said some wild things, but it's all love. But I mean, I don't know. Shout out everyone, all the orgs that participated, all the casters, Riskii, like you've been awesome this whole time, and it was really fun just kind of watching you cast. I know Seth, is been a caster for Evo, and obviously you're on Evo, and you kind of just doing all the heavy lifting recently in the casting department, and just everything that you bring forward to Evo and Paradise and ATS and whatever it is that you're currently working on. You've been an absolute pleasure to work with. So I appreciate you, Lepid, and everyone else that made this event possible. I can be really disrespectful right now, but I'm not, because we're 100x and we just work differently. So shout out to everyone that believed in us and cheered on our boys. But we brought it home. But some people say we got to learn how to lose, but I guess we won't learn today.
We'll move on to Jay as the MVP. I think this is the second time you've gotten MVP for an ATS tournament. I think you got one for the Champions Cup too. So you've been on this pedestal before. Anything you want to say, my friend here, is you've won yet another tournament for ATS.
Shout out Star Nation Esports Twitter. That's one shout out.
Well,
Really brought out the dog in me.
I feel like we forgot to shout out Lepid as well, who's been running everything from behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Shout out to Lepid.
I shouted him out.
Obviously, yeah. I obviously shout out to everyone who not only ran this tournament but played in it, because it's been a pleasure to play in. I'll say that. I've had so much fun playing in this, and I'm sure everyone else has had just the same amount of fun that I had.
Well, as you guys do, you take down Star Nation Esports in the Grand Finals on a bracket reset. We haven't done double elimination as a final bracket in ATS. I don't think ever. But man, that was exciting. And it was also very exhausting.
It was long.
It was a long day, a 5-hour plus stream. I've had that happen before, but never for a final day like this. But honestly, it was worth it. Thank you all so much for joining here for 135 Esports. Blaz, Jay, Lucky, Sora, and 50. Thank you all so much. Congratulations on your win. Go celebrate while we close up this stream. Well, Riskii, man, that's it. The day's over. It's been way too long to say this, but we have crowned a champion. And it's 135 Esports. Before we leave, is there anything you want to say on behalf of the management team? You and Lepid have been working together to make this event possible. And is there any last things you want to say before we end off this stream?
Yeah, obviously, shout out to Lepid. As much as the tournament may have been my idea, he really just I gave him the idea, he ran with it. So you gotta give him props. Especially because life got in the way. Maybe I wasn't as involved as I probably should have been, but he was there to pick up the slack the whole way through. And other than him, thank you to all the casters. I know it's not not easy. I mean, I know that now, obviously. 5-hour day like this, it's not exactly easy.
Of course, yes, to our casters, of course.
Been casting all weekend. And lastly, just to all the organizations that were a part of this tournament, because without them there is no tournament. So you got to give them props for participating and making this as fun as I really wanted it to be. So thank you.
As I said, again, shout out to all the orgs, shout out to all our casters, and for Monkey Shines. in 50 as well, and Aiko Rescue all joined us for this event. And thank all of you in chat for watching tonight. It has been a long night, over 5 hours, for the ATS Paradise Cup 2v2 Org Owner Showdown. But again, thank you all so much for joining the Sportia stream. We're going to end off this night. Have an amazing night, everybody. Take care, be well, and until ATS and the Paradise Cup return, have an amazing time. I promise you, it won't be too long before we see you all again.